Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. We have a lot of things to talk about today. Um, Happy New Year. I really get to catch a live stream. Thank you all for being here. I know it is New Year's Eve, so I'm very excited that you guys are here. But the topic for today is it's a bit heavy, and so I'm just going to do the sort of heavy bit up front, and then we can get to the other portion of the live later. This was not this news story is really really sad. So let's roll the intro, come back, and then we'll talk about what's happening. Please let me know if you can hear me. Uh, Let me know if you can hear me. Probably should have said that before I roll the intro. Um, Happy New Year. Hey, Dean. Thank you for being here. Vitamin Noble won't be here. Thank you for being here. Um, Thank you for creating an intelligent community. Real Life with Yanni recommended your channel. You have opened my eyes to many things. Thank you. Type effectiveness. I appreciate that. All right, loud and clear. Good, good, good. All right, I'll continue now. So I actually had a really great live filled with laughter. A lot of Candace Owens was going to be here, and Donald Trump, and then a lot of things, but I've decided to scrap that for now. Um, hey, Nicole, welcome, welcome. We like new subscribers here. So this is heavy. I don't really cover the sort of black white death and in the way that the sort of manosphere versus, I'm going to say, black women empowerment spaces do. I will talk generally about statistics. I will talk about a lot of things, but I generally don't take one example of someone passing and use that to sort of generalize about uh, communities. When I talk about communities, what I do is I essentially go to stats and we discuss stats and we talk about kind of what is happening based on research and what is happening around the world. Unfortunately, it looks like, how do I put this? I've been watching the manosphere sort of react to this young lady's passing, and it's very unfortunate. Lauren Smithfield, sorry, I'm looking all over the screen. People have been using that as some kind of justification to say, look, the white man is bad, stay away from them. Look, whatever narrative you have, you can go with it. It is a problem for me, though, that I'm using politicize in a very sort of colloquial sense. We're politicizing someone's passing in this way. I tried to find the autopsy report to go through. There is a suggestion by the family that that the police seems to be indicating, allegedly, that it was some sort of an overdose. This is not verified, right? We actually don't know what happened. In a moment, I'm going to play the clip, the, the News 12 clip, which is the initial report, and we're going to watch it together and then we're going to talk. First, about how we in this community, not just the my community, but the YouTube community, in terms of wanting clicks and views and to push a point, how we weaponize death in, I think, what is a most dreadful way, right? But I think there is a missed opportunity here, and I will talk a little bit more about it. I'm going to be playing a bunch of people from the Manosphere and what they had to say. I'm not necessarily going to push back in the way that I usually do. What I'm going to do instead is try to try to formulate a real kind of theory about why it is that they're speaking about this in this way. It is absolutely dreadful. Like it is absolute like the fact that it almost seems celebratory, right? Is a problem. Like, all right. So we're going to stop for a moment. We're going to go to the news. We're going to listen to the news, and then we're going to come back. Someone said, straight man celebrating a black woman being murdered just because she's dating a white man is gay. I said what I said. I mean, I'll get back to that in a moment. We're going to talk.
It's killing me inside. I miss my baby.
The mother of 23-year-old Lauren Smith Fields of Bridgeport says her family's world came crashing down 10 days ago when her daughter was found dead inside her apartment on Plymouth Street under what the family describes as mysterious circumstances. The medical examiner has not yet released the cause of death, and investigators aren't commenting.
Without a doubt, we know that my daughter was not a drug user, and I had a second autopsy myself, paid out of pocket, because we felt so uncomfortable with the way it was handled.
It's Lauren. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel.
Lauren was a familiar face to YouTube audiences. Her family says she had been a track star at Stanford High School and was now studying physical therapy at Norwalk Community College. A sweet child, they say, who had blossomed into a beautiful young woman who had the whole world at her feet. They say Lauren had met, quote, an older white man on the dating app Bumble, and it was he who alerted police to Lauren's death. The family says they are not satisfied with answers they got from an investigator.
I asked him about the guy. He just made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. There was nothing to investigate.
The only contact that we have had was from a very insensitive, condescending, and arrogant detective.
Lauren's dad reading a scathing statement saying police failed to extend the most basic courtesies and told his family to stop calling. Councilwoman Maria Pereira says police owe Lauren's mom an apology.
She sent a really well-written email, and I was shocked when just yesterday she told me she had not even received a response.
A mom who's left to plan her daughter's funeral just days before Christmas says she's struggling to find a path forward.
Life is not the same. I don't know who I'm going to be after this.
In Bridgeport, Frank Recchia, News 12, Connecticut.
Your heart just goes out to that family.
All right. A couple of things. The family said they suspect foul play, right? And so they, at least as far as the dad is concerned, they wanted a second and paid for a second autopsy. In so doing, I don't know why they haven't provided a conclusion from their autopsy, right? Because the police's autopsy was not released. And what you can sort of piece together based on the mother saying she's not a drug user is that there might be a claim of overdose of some sort, right? So this is all allegedly, right? We don't actually know what happened. And I'm not here to debate what happened. What I do know is a young lady passed and she was 23 years old. And this should, I feel like there should be a mourning period, right? I feel like if we are really thinking about what is happening here, then there is a level of compassion for which we should talk about this with. And obviously, justice should be served if we find out that there was foul play, right? And that the police should be held accountable for saying the guy she was dating was a good guy, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here. I don't know how you make that assertion as a police without a thorough investigation. So I would be very, very upset if I were the family, right? So that's the first thing. Well, the second, because we just talked about the autopsy, right? And so in this moment, right, where we are watching someone's family go through a traumatic experience and seeing a tremendous amount of pain, people decided that it was a time to go online to push back against swirling. The problem with this, right? And again, let me pause here and say, I am not covering this as a sort of um, bloodbath between the divestors and the manosphere and the swirlers. That's not what I am doing. I do, however, take issue with taking a singular story and amplifying it as if this is the general consensus, or what I see happening, taking a story, right? This story where a white man is saw and called the police on a black woman who was dead. I don't know if he's the one who killed her, gave her the drug, if he found her there. The reports are unclear as to this. The police seem to not be investigating in the same way that I think they should, right? Or in the way that I think they should be investigating this, right? So if we're thinking about it from the perspective of, and I'm going over the place, because if we're thinking about this from the perspective of the family, the police should be acting. From commenters on YouTube, if we're talking about this, it bothers me that you would, in the face of so much research, take cherry pick incidences to highlight a broader problem. Now, I recognize I'm going to be criticized, and the criticism is going to be, well, the women, they can't say I do it because I don't cherry pick incidences, but the women online who are picking incidences or instances of black men attacking black women do so without ridicule or without pushback from me, because they do have the stats to back it up. The opposite is not true. And this is where I have a problem, where we take a specific issue, we take a specific incident, and we use that to somehow remove liability, right? Remove accountability. I don't think that is appropriate. Now, I'm going to get into the manosphere, because what I do when I talk about death, if it's not from a legal perspective, which I can't do here because I have literally no facts, right? What I want to do now is go to the manosphere, because this live stream is not about her death. And the reason it is not is because it is so insensitive what is happening online. It is absolutely insensitive. So I'm going to go to some of those people who are talking about it and hear what they have to say and explain what it is I think that they're doing and why it is so fundamentally wrong. I think it was drugs, or he offered her. Thank you, Soft and Wet. I don't know what it is. I'm not even wanting to speculate at this point. I just want the police to do their job. And if in fact this man had something to do with it, yeah, I want justice to be served, right? It's not protect black women only against black men. It's protect black women against everyone, right? And including black men, protect black men against each other and the police or whatever it is, right? It should not be the case. And I understand that we are at a very volatile moment online where everyone is trying to find the next moment to one up the other team. This is not that moment, particularly when the facts aren't out there yet, right? Let's go. Let's go first to O'Shea Duke Jackson. I think
Was good.
O'Shea Duke Jackson is the best place to start for this, because what he does is kind of underhanded. O'Shea Duke Jackson promotes this idea that he is pro-Black and pro-Black women. He's just trying to help. I find this to be quite disheartening because I don't read that from him at all. So this is what O'Shea Duke Jackson had to say. We're going to parse through it because I think he's so fundamentally wrong about this.
Concerns very seriously. The command staff of the it's imperative to note that
And what the news clip said there. Now, what we're dealing with is basically an unsolved murder. And
Okay. That is jumping the gun. Calling it an unsolved murder is jumping the gun, but I do think we should investigate as if it were a murder. So let's continue.
And the white man who she was trying to meet, he is the one that alerted the authorities. Now, her brother, Lakeem Jeter, says that the white man is nice and he has no need to be investigated. Can I get a dun 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 sound effect?
Oh my. So O'Shea Duke Jackson sort of haphazardly put this together. The brother didn't act. The brother did not say that. The brother said disappointedly that the police said that the white guy was a nice man and did not need to be investigated. The brother didn't say that. The brother said the police said that. Right? Actually, we're at 4:14. Remind me that we're at 4:14. I'm gonna actually play it. Find that part. I need to find that part.
Describes as mysterious, has not yet released the cause of.
Give me 2 seconds. I actually do need to find this because that's not actually what happened. And I find this disheartening that this is how he's reporting it.
Lauren was a familiar face to YouTube audiences. Her family says she had been a track star at Stanford High School and was now studying physical therapy at Norwalk Community College. A sweet child, they say, who had blossomed into a beautiful young woman who had the whole world at her feet. They say Lauren had met, quote, an older white man on the dating app Bumble, and it was he who alerted police to Lauren's death. The family says they are not satisfied with answers they got from an investigator.
I asked him about the guy. He just made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. It was nothing to investigate.
The only contact that we have had was from a very insensitive, condescending, and arrogant.
So you heard that, right? Sorry, I know there was a double mic. So you guys heard that. He said the police, he talked to the police and the police made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. I'm going to play that again because he's not describing the guy. He's not describing the white guy. He's describing what the police said to him about the white guy. There is a huge difference. I'll mute my mic. Also, yes, it will be a call-in show.
Investigator.
I asked him about the guy. He just made it seem like the guy was a nice guy. It was nothing to investigate.
The only contact that we have had was from a.
I'm only playing that because these small nuances can be missed in creating a narrative, right? So we're at O'Shea Duke Jackson. I think we were at 4:14. I think we're at 4:14. Apologies, I should have memorized that, but I think we were at 4:14.
He has no need to be investigated. Can I get a dun 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 sound effect? All right, that already sounds suspicious. You know, she just met this white guy, and the brother is telling the people that don't investigate this white guy because he didn't do nothing, although you don't know. Now, the father.
He did not say that. This is so frustrating. Obviously we make mistakes and it's fine, but this is a really bad mistake because it sounds like you're saying the brother is in cahoots of some sort, which obviously doesn't look good for your position. But in trying to be as honest and objective as one can be, you probably should listen to the clip more times before you jump to. And it's wrong. The brother was saying that the police said that the white guy was a nice guy.
Father, as you heard, said that his daughter was not a drug user, and that's why how she was deceased in her old apartment. He paid for an autopsy myself, and they felt uncomfortable how the way it was handled, and they're still investigating these things. It's ongoing. It's 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 interesting, right? Because here's why I want to say it's interesting. If this was a black man, the sisters would be calling for his execution. I don't know what the white guy did or not. I wasn't there. But the brother seemed to be very suspicious of me. If this was an African American man, it's fine. He did it.
Because he misunderstood what the brother was saying, he is now asserting that the brother is suspicious. This is ridiculous. Also, part of what is happening with the whole black femicide conversation is there has been an ignoring of black women who are being abused, essentially. So now we have a handful of women and some men online calling out some of the abuse at the hands of black men against black women, right? We have a very limited amount of it, right? And the way he's reporting it seems to suggest that he believes that the world would be in uproar for a black woman when we know what happened to black women last year. I am not saying this to push a narrative, and this is not even um this is just being used to push a narrative. No, Themis, he didn't misunderstood. He just being disingenuous and malicious. I actually, I, I disagree with you here. I think he actually if he did not misunderstand what happened, if he didn't misunderstood, for him to do that would just be like really low. And I don't think much of a lot of people, but I refuse to believe, and this is my own problem then. I refuse to believe that he intentionally misrepresented what the brother said, particularly because it doesn't actually help him. Because if he is incriminating a black man in this, then that would be really bad, right? For his position. So I really don't think he understands what the brother said. I think he probably threw together this video without doing any work at all. Unfortunately, I didn't get to read the autopsy because I couldn't find it. And then I read a report that said the police hadn't released theirs. I'm a bit taken aback by the fact that the family did in fact do their own independent autopsy or paid for it, and they also didn't release theirs, right? So I'm curious to know what the family found on their autopsy, because they did not suggest any alternative to an assumption that it was an overdose, right? So I'm a bit taken aback because now we have two autopsies, none of which is publicly available. If they are publicly available, please email them to me because I was unable to find it. All right. I hope that made sense. I hope that made sense.
It was all him. But now she didn't have these problems after meeting an older white man. The older white man said that he found her like this. She was drugs. The family said she wasn't a drug user. They paid for an autopsy out of their pocket and all of this. And they feel that, the detective is condescending and arrogant. But see, here's what we have been dealing with in 2021. Black women who have been going out dealing with.
This is what I don't like. The only reason I'm talking about black men now is because I would not have covered this. at all. There's a ton of Black women being attacked that I don't cover on an individual basis. It's not because I don't care. I care a lot. I go to the GoFundMe. I mourn with you guys, but I am very careful about trying to cherry pick incidences and instances to promote a talking point. Particularly for me, if I'm talking about someone's death as a standalone video, which this video is not, in the same way the J Black video was not, right? It was about responding to the comments coming in concerning the passing. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to try at least to approach it with the dignity that it requires. Like for you to be on here now making a broad statement about Black manhood and white man and Black woman, for you to do that, you are literally opening the door up for people to say, okay, let's look at the research, right? You cannot do that. Women in the space get to cherry pick and promote what is happening as a part of a broader narrative because they have the research to back it up. You do not have that research. So it is absolutely abhorrent for me to see you using this in the way that you are. This is not okay. This is by no means okay, but we're gonna talk a little bit more. This is content you have to pre-record and edit. As a supposed journalist, this is sloppy, and no matter the intention, what is done is done. I don't know. I don't know if you're critiquing me or O'Shea, but yeah, I mean, I when it comes to sort of pre-recorded, I actually prefer being live because you get to speak to people and get a response from people. And by the way, I'm going to drop the link. I'm that fear critique. I think a lot of this should be pre-recorded and edited. By the way, so I take your critique. Timothy thought I was much like you 5 years ago. Understand that these people are that bad. They purposely will do and say whatever to make whatever point pleases their base. Deanne, I'm going to take your word for it because I trust your perspective. That is a sad reality. If your statement is true, that is a sad reality. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I think I get what you were saying, that he edited it and then uploaded it and didn't even went back to like fact check what he said. And I think that's that's very uncomfortable for me to see. Let's continue.
Different groups of men. There are many stories that indicate that such Black women have either A, committed violence against said guys, or those guys have committed violence against them.
So I don't know if you guys heard what he just said, but he said there are many sources that highlights that when you date interracially, the white guys are abusive towards you or you are abusive towards them. Okay, there is absolutely no research that I can find that back that up. I literally at one point Googled domestic violence in interracial marriage, and it compares the domestic abuse across like interracial marriage versus all other groups of people, right? Intraracial versus interracial marriages. And I am not going to say it because O'Shea Duke Jackson would have known, right? So I wish he had shown the sources and linked to them, but the interracial marriage with the most amount of abuse is, I'm not going to say it because we all know it. I think it is important that he understands this too. I don't understand why he would put, like, I don't understand why people do this. Why do you cite to something that doesn't exist? But let's continue.
What I want to discuss is who is to blame, all right? And that's the reality. Who is to blame? Why am I talking about this? Because there's no Black men in sight for this, okay? Black men didn't do this. Black men did not do anything. We did not take away this young lady's life. But I am noticing that when this story broke out, those women who love to swirl, those women who want to divest, vest, okay, as Tariq Nasheed would say, they are very quiet right now. I'd like to know why. What is also the safety of black women outside of black men? And that's the thing about Black Lives.
What is the safety of black women outside of black men? I'm not going to answer that question. My problem is these broad statements. Also, no one said a black man did it. No, like no, and I am very confused as to what this video is. Like, well, I'm not actually confused. After the end, I got what this video is. And I'm going to explain what is happening in a moment after we watch one other person. I get what is happening. It's just really sad. It is just really sad. I'm going to continue playing it, speed it up. No, I'm not going to speed it up. And then we're going to talk.
Matter, right? I want to talk about this. Here's the comparison. A lot of people says that, Black Lives Matter only matters if a white person kills a cop or kills a black person. That's the only time Black Lives Matter. I would say it almost like this. Is it that the black women or African American women's lives matter only when a black man kills her?
This man, I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear this part. I have, by the way, in the defended Black Lives Matter. I critique Black Lives Matter a lot as an organization, but I'm pro the phrase, right? But the argument is there is a difference when citizens kill each other. Ignore race for a moment. When citizens kill each other, that is different than state-sanctioned violence, right? So Black Lives Matter, in its advocacy against police brutality, right, it is saying we are not looking at the individuals as citizens, but we're looking at the state and what the state can and cannot do. Now, you can disagree with that stance, right? And I have come to disagree with that stance, right? I understand it, I appreciate it, but I disagree with it. I think when we think about Black Lives Matter, it should be more encompassing of sort of all Black lives, right? And also who is doing the killing, right? And so the fact is, if Black Lives Matter, the organization, was to do what O'Shea Duke Jackson posits, right? If Black Lives Matter was to say, you know what, we should focus on the death of Black people, regardless of whether the state is the one sanctioning the violence against a Black person, I promise you, you would be upset. In a year, the latest report out of the Harvard study was that 8 Black people, men in this case, were killed unjustifiably by the police, right, in a year. The next stat you would be reporting, so you would have Black Lives Matter talking about those 8. Then it would talk about 25 Black men per day being killed. And then it would also talk about 4 Black women per day being killed, right? The question here, like legit, is that what I wanted? And that's something that I'm advocating. But for O'Shea Duke Jackson to say Black Lives Matter would be all over it, or to imply that Black Lives Matter would be all over it, is not accurate, because Black Lives Matter does not report interracial killings. In fact, one of the major critiques from the right, the conservative media, is that Black Lives Matter ignores black and black violence, right? Which we know it's a dog whistle to racism, right? Like, to racist. So we know this. Like, I don't understand any of, like, anyway, let's continue, because I don't think he fully thinks about the logical extreme of the arguments he is making, and it's bothering me so much, because I don't know why you would first weaponize this incident to push your talking point, but then even if you're going to do that, at least do it with some integrity, like academic integrity. And if you're not going to do that, just say the basics and move on, right? Don't add research because you just don't have it in your favor. Don't add anything about BLM because, again, you don't have it. In fact, again, BLM is criticized continuously for ignoring the actions of black men. Let's just say, quote, the bad black man, right? And so I don't understand how you are doing this. Someone said gaslighting at its finest. It is. It is. And it's just so, like, it's so easily debunkable.
Is it only when somebody from the black community kills the woman? Then you'll see all these YouTubers come out to the park to, detest or vilify African-American men. Those things. I think those tactics are weak. Or should it be that black women's lives matter if a black man does something wrong to her or any man does something wrong to her? Because anytime a black woman dies at the hands of violence of a man, period, that is concerning for the community at large. That is my position. I'm going to stick to that. But I'll be damned if you are going to go head on and vilify these black men when something happens to black women. And then when these white guys or any other group of men do something to black women, then you're going to be very quiet on the matter. I just can't.
Who is quiet? No one is quiet on the matter when other groups of men are violent towards women. In fact, we talk about this. Like, I literally don't understand. We just watched the interview where the Tamika Mallory was saying she didn't even know that black women were being killed. She was so busy fighting for black men, and the BLM was so busy fighting for black men that they ignored that black women were being killed by the police and white officers too, right? And now they are going out there and advocating for black women in a way that they haven't done in the past. The advocacy for black women is, the fact that it's actually in its infancy is a problem, right? But not only is it in its infancy, like, everyone talks about the black woman that is being killed by a police now. Thankfully, that is new. That is new. Tamika Mallory admits that that is new. Hey, Erica. Oh, where is it? Hey, Erica.
Respect that. It's just like some people feel when Black Lives Matter. It's okay when the police kill you, it's fine. But then when the blacks in the community who commit most of the murders kill you, then you're quiet. It's hypocritical. And I've been seeing it a lot on Black YouTube. Either black women's lives.
This does not help his argument. The thing is, I agree with him. BLM and other organizations should highlight more what happens intraculturally. The problem is, and why a lot of activists don't, is it makes it very difficult to ask for systemic change and to blame systemic racism, which I do think is partly to be blamed. It's very difficult to do that when you look behind the curtains intraculturally and you see some of the issues in the culture. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand his argument. He doesn't understand his argument, but I know why he's making his argument. So let's get through this quickly and then go to apparently this guy's an attorney.
Matter when black men kill them, white men kill them, black women kill them. It should matter all the time. But I'm only seeing people being irritated when it is solely, black men, or even sometimes just they ain't got to be true. It could be a hint that a black man did something. Like just right now, you have this story about the sister on Bigo saying that G Herbo did this to her, did this to them. Cloud chasers can just lie and say anything. No actual proof. Then you have all these people trying to cancel him. Well, then you have this evidence of this, and they ain't even put the man's name out there yet. Ain't that something? They protected his whole entire idea.
All right. So in one case, he's pointing out something about G Herbo. I don't know that, whatever, and how willing people are to believe that story, and no one is believing this story, and there's a ton of evidence. There's not a ton of evidence here. I don't understand. if at the end we find out that this white man did in fact do something to this woman, I will be the first to be out here saying he needs to be taken away. I am the first, no, not the first, but I am also with the chorus of voices, adding my voice to the chorus of voices, asking for a meaningful investigation to get to the bottom of what happened. Because if he did something to her, he should be punished for it and justice should be served, right? Like, I am for that. I think most people are for that, right? The fact that he's upset, actually, I don't know why he is upset, because no one is blaming a black man for this. And he is talking about how this is not a black man and you can't blame a black man for it. No one is trying to blame a black man. This video actually goes further than that, way further than that. And I find it disheartening because as someone sent this video to me earlier today, and I just want to play a little bit of it, and then we'll talk about what the problem is. So this guy who is a YouTuber in the Manosphere, he decided to take on what is happening. Apparently he's an attorney. And when I say apparently he's an attorney, it's not quote unquote throwing shade. I'm saying apparently because I don't know. I didn't go to verify his license or bar registration and his standing with his bar. I didn't do any of that. So I'm saying he is an attorney allegedly. And this is what he had to say about the incident. I apologize if you don't know him or if you do. Yeah.
Pull it up so you guys can see this beautiful young lady. And I'm sure you guys have heard about it because I know there's other folks out there talking about it. But this young woman right here, hold on, oops, let me see. Hold on. So her name is Lauren Smith Fields. She was 23 years old. She was found dead in Bridgeport, right? Well, what happened to her, right? After a date with an older white man. Okay, this is her, right? So you lovely ladies who are crossing the fence thinking, oh, your white savior, this white man is not like every other man on the planet. And you don't know what you're dealing with. So what happened? Let's read it, okay? And we're going to take our time. We're going to go through each one. Y'all make sure y'all contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Let me see. Let me see here. Hold on. I'll leave a big shout out to, who is this? We got a big shout out to somebody who's contributed to the Cash App. But Lauren Smith Fields had dreams. Oh, shout out to John Williams. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate the contribution. Lauren Smith Fields had dreams of being a physical therapist, as well as using her growing influence on social media to change the world. She had her own business, was active on YouTube, uploading beauty videos and creating playlists. But she was serious about her studies. The 23-year-old was studying physical therapy at Norwalk College, Community College in Norfolk, Connecticut. But a mystery has taken hold in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where Smith Fields lived and where her family still resides. Smith Fields was found by police in her Bridgeport apartment on Sunday, December 12, 2021, when she was not breathing when police showed up. According to her family, the person who called the police was an older white man who Smith Fields had recently met on a dating app. So she met him on Bumble, right? And, she's trying to, she's listening to you lovely ladies on the internet who are telling them, swirl on, girl, go get you a white man. White men do it better. And they're not like these black dudes. They falling for it. They listening to the rhetoric. And just like the women that taught these women that you're listening to, see, there was a group of women who taught the women that you all are listening to right now, who misled them. And now these same women who love company, because misery loves company, they're misleading you. They're sending you down that long aisle of that swirling aisle, which is going to basically leave you nowhere better than you are right now and maybe worse. So this lovely young, this 23-year-old girl decided that she was going to do what? And she was going to get a white man, right? She met him on Bumble, right? Now, if the police have not revealed whether they are considering the man as a suspect or even a person of interest, according to news reports. According to Smith Fields' brother, Lincoln Jeter, he told the news media that the police told him that the man was pleasant and didn't need to be investigated. So let's put this in context. And shout out to Amped Up. He's a happy holiday. Hey, man, I appreciate that, man. And Frozen 06, y'all know Uncle D been sick, and that's why I've been kind of laying low a little bit. But I want to do this for you.
I'm sorry. I probably should have muted my mic. I will for when we continue. I've heard the word demonic thrown around. I have not really wanted to use that phrase until now. I'm not calling anyone demonic at all. What I'm saying is demonic is the vitriol with which some of this is being covered. Like, almost like you deserve it. And I'm not just talking about the person speaking, I'm talking about the comments. Let me show you what I mean in a moment. Let me go down here. This guy said, I don't, let me make this bigger. I don't know why I thought you guys would be able to see that. This guy said, and the person, the person who is the content creator liked this comment, right? He goes, combativeness in relationships is penalized readily by other groups of men in relationships, largely due to their lack of concern about policing. I've had the conversation with an Italian and a Latino guy I know who that don't, I don't know what they're saying there, who that don't play behind closed doors. My best friend's sister found this out the hard way. She ended up calling to be rescued one night after she refused to bring her bottom shelf lame boyfriend some orange juice. The guy attacked her with a corkscrew and tried to jam it into her eyes. My friends told her, also trigger warning, her that was the first, last, and only time he'd rescue her from a volatile relationship, especially if it was with a lame white dude who she decided to date out of spite. She had very feminist leanings, but couldn't argue her way out of her paper bag. So combativeness in a relationship is penalized readily. How? Literally, how? We're in the report. Who are we talking about? Like, you just felt like you needed to say this. This man says, here. Men of other races are definitely not putting up with hands on the hip, finger wagging, neck jerking, and eye rolling. These are, by the way, let me come on for a second. These are black men, presumably, writing these comments almost justifying, well, this is what happens when you are neck twirl, neck spinning, eye rolling, holding your hip. It's like, wait, I don't understand. Someone passed away. You don't know how, why, when, where, with whom, for what. Like, you know nothing about the circumstances, like none of us do. And you have made assumptions about her actions that led to her passing. In the comments, when you said, those other men don't have to worry about policing, which is why they will take advantage of people. By the way, this is not actually verifiable, but is that saying the reason black men are under control is because if you're police, because the control you seem to think you have is very odd to me. Like that control, like the fact that you think the police is the reason why black men are controlling themselves when the stats are the way they are is a problem. Because you were saying without the police, then black men would also not put up with the finger twirling, hip popping. I don't know what he was talking about. That is a problem. The pink pill. Dear Themis, you have been a solid source of friendship, support, and comfort during a very difficult time in my life. I am so grateful. Happy New Year to you. Thank you. Thank you, Crystalline. I truly appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will actually reach out to you after this or tomorrow. Most likely after this. The men in the comments are celebrating. The men in the comments are celebrating. Again, I am not going to put names out there. I'm not going to call anyone names. I'm not going to do it. But this is bad. Like, has it gotten so bad online that we are celebrating? Like when a black man gets locked up, I am saddened by it. When a black man is killed, I am saddened by it. Our position in the world gives me no joy. It's sad. Like I am sad. Like I don't understand how this back and forth online translates into using a death as a checkmate. Like I legit don't understand that. And I don't understand the psychology behind that. That is ridiculous. Like there are people celebrating, like even if you don't like someone, like when they pass away, if they didn't do anything to you, right? You just don't, you get a vibe and you don't like them. When they pass, you don't celebrate that. Like that's odd to me. That's weird. That's strange. I'm gonna play some more. Thank you so much again, Twinkle. Happy New Year to everyone in the chat, she said. All right, let's continue because I'm gonna drop the link before we move on to the next topic. I'm gonna continue because there's something that I wanted you guys to hear and it hasn't played yet.
From you guys with as much as I can. I'm gonna give you as much as I can for as long as I can because I want you guys to be better men. And more importantly, I want you to be able to deal with these people when they come at you sideways, talking about you're violent and you're this and you're that. Black men in America are some of the most loving, patient, understanding, egalitarian, easy to get along with men on the planet. That's why the rest of these women around the world love you black men. It's not just because of how you look. It ain't because they think you got a big tallywhacker. It's because of how easy you are to get along with. You're raised by women. You love your mothers for the most part. Even when your mom ain't no good, you love her. You see what I'm saying? So when other women meet you, they're like, man, he's so easy to get along. And I'm talking specifically about black American men. Our Caribbean brothers ain't going for it. And neither are our Nigerian and African brothers. They're not going for it. These white boys, these Hispanics, they're raised in the patriarchy. They will snap on you. See, a lot of you ladies don't realize this. You don't know how good you have it with black men. You don't know just how good you have it with these brothers. These brothers are some of the easiest to get along with men on the planet. And you are looking at them as though, see, you don't know what you have until it's gone. See, these same men that you are saying you can't get along with, what's going to happen is one of these lovely Latinas or white girls or whoever are going to come along and make a husband out of the man that you said you couldn't get along with.
I'm going to stop him there. I am not doing this back and forth. That is inaccurate from literally every single academic and social perspective. No one worth anything in terms of social research would agree with that statement. Literally impossible. Literally impossible. Like, the rate of abuse in our community is so far in terms of percentage of the population, just beyond anyone else. Like, it's not even close. And I don't understand why you would say something like this. Now, I was told he was an attorney, but really, then how come black girls and women are being killed by y'all every 5.5 hours? Right? Like they're just justifying, they're idolizing, pedestalizing the way they think non-black men get to treat women. Yeah, and I feel it's just a weird, oh my God, it's weird how it's easy to lie. It's not only weird that it is so easy to lie, it's a weird lie. It's like, literally Google it. Like, you can literally type in anything you want now and you will see that that's not the truth. If we live in this bubble of just thinking that everything is perfect, we are great, we don't have any problem, then we never fix some of our problems. I am so frightened, honestly, by this new push to sort of weaponize the fact that other women are available, right? Are they available to Black men? It depends on whether or not that Black man has resources generally, right? But it's interesting because it's almost like they're saying, look, you better listen to me or those other women are going to come and get me. Kevin Samuel said it. He just said it. And by the way, O'Shea Duke Jackson is going to say it. And now is the point where I did an essay. It is a really I don't think it's a really long essay, but I broke it up into 3 parts. I will not release the last 2 parts. I will explain that in a moment. We can talk about that towards the end of this live if you guys want, as to why, because I think a lot of people had objections about that. It's completely fine. You're allowed to object when it comes to me. But I am going to talk specifically about this need again and why it is so vicious and so problematic all at once. Before I do that, I know that I've seen a lot of you guys commenting, and I'm trying to keep up with the chat, so I apologize. I am going to drop the link so you guys can come on. One thing I will say tonight, as we go into the new year, there won't be any more name calling, hopefully, on this channel. I'm going to drop the link. You guys can come on and we can discuss this as adults. Hopefully, we are all adults and we can do this. His subscribers pay him to stroke their ego. I mean, I think that's a lot of what's happening. Marcus. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I was headphones. So this is actually this is actually super complicated, and I think it's at the intersection of a lot. And of course, a lot of men hate women, and so there's the normal misogyny and misogynoir in this. But this celebrating when Black women
I'm not hearing you. Marcus.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Marcus? All right, go ahead, Concerned. We'll get back to Marcus.
Hey, so this is one of the times where I really want to kind of go back to how idiotic the arguments are. And it's so not backed by research, so not backed by any kind of connection of ideas. They're just saying things. And it makes, and you know, O'Shea, I heard, is getting a degree in Poland or something. Like he's educated, allegedly, right? And so for me, the scariest, what I'm starting to wonder is not even whether or not it's about education or whether or not these guys can formulate ideas. They can formulate ideas. They have to be able to write the paper to get in, right? I think at this point, they're just so delusional that and so reacting in a kind of CPTSD world where they just dissociate, because I'm starting to believe it's not about whether or not they can reason, it's about whether or not they can handle the truth. And there's this almost like a childlike tantrum to them where they're not making sense, and they're just saying things. And that's this concerning part to me, because I'm starting to wonder whether or not like there's even a valid reason to hope, because we do have to be grounded in reality to do that. And as you've said multiple times, they're not grounded in reality. They can reason on other things. They just refuse to reason on this. And so it makes me really concerned just for the future of this conversation, because it's not even about being an honest, a good faith conversation. It's like, there's obviously some sort of PTSD or some sort of dissociation or some sort of delusion that you're dealing with right now that is making it so that you're literally making shit up. Like, I can't follow. And I have a few I've seen a few clips from different Manosphere guys over the course. And I mean, obviously, this guy is a lawyer, and that takes a lot of, I mean, if he is a lawyer, right? There are other lawyers that are out here, and law is something that is hard and it does take time, and you should be able to reason. Isn't that what the JD exam is about? So you can reason, but these guys cannot reason, and it's demonstrated in these arguments. And so I'm starting to wonder if they just can't have this conversation. They can have other ones, but this conversation, there's something in there that makes it so that they're just not even on our plane. Does that even make sense? Because I'm wondering, how are you not even making sense in the same 5 minutes?
Yeah, I don't know if it is intellectual dishonesty or they actually don't know. And it bothers me. I think money like convolutes everything in the message and all of that. But in some ways, my audience does shape a lot of what I prioritize in terms of coverage. It does not change my objectivity to the extent that I can be objective. So I don't understand how you can and even if you're gonna lie about research, why would you do it on something that is so easily discoverable? And I am now thinking that is because they know their audience will not look it up. Like they will just hear it, take it, and then go off. Like these people do not have to show their work. There is nothing, there is no sort of providing of resources for people to go follow up. There's nothing like people just say whatever they want. And it's just so strange to me. O'Shea did it and this guy did it. Anywho, concerned, I do understand you. I I don't know if they're doing it honestly, which is my question, or if they're just being dishonest. Like they just don't know, or they're being dishonest. I actually don't know.
Just to clarify my point, I'm wondering if there's a third selection, is that they dissociate during this conversation into just something that is coming from something else.
Yeah. I know what. So there is this I would categorize under intellectual dishonesty, which is there was a study done. You guys can look this up. This is Psychology 101, whereby when you are presented with information that is contradictory to what you believe, right, to be true, you go into this fight or flight mode, right? And it feels like your whole world is being disruptive. So instead of digesting the information the way it's supposed to, the way you would normally do it rationally, right? You push back against it and you find flaws in it in an effort not to prove whether or not it's true, but to prove that it is not true, right? And I think a lot of these people, they've heard, a lot of men, for example, and I was one, when you hear that Black men have done X, Y, and Z, as a Black man, you feel bad. A lot of us are unable or unwilling to go beyond that initial feeling of they are attacking me, right? To is there legitimacy in the claim, so much so that it's easily generalizable? No one wants to do that, because if the answer to that question is yes, then you now become a part of a group that is a problem, even if you individually aren't the problem. And I mean, I do accept that psychological trigger and response, but I feel like as grown people, we're supposed to be able to like step back and say, okay, I'm triggered. Why? Now, can I solve that and then come back with a response? People aren't doing that. Yeah, I mean, it is cognitive dissonance. Someone said the chat moved too quickly. Yeah, that is essentially cognitive dissonance explained. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, concerned. I thought that was very thoughtful, and I do. The third option I would put under either intellectual dishonesty or they just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you breaking that down, and that connection does make sense. It's just really Um, I've tried to have conversations with people I deeply respect, people I was raised with, people who are friends who've been vulnerable and honest with me in other respects. And it's just one of those things where people, it's starting to get, like it's starting to give me pause, because it's like there's this, on one hand, very serious, kind of political personality that they go into when they're wagging their finger at the other people and about what they need to do, and very much feeling empowered, and like there's things that can be done, and ways that people can take accountability when it's everyone else. But then when it comes to things that, like we've talked about, is demonstrably true, like like there's research that's been done by Black people, research been done by the government, research been done by private people that directionally point to a problem. But it's just one of those things where I understand the intellectual dishonesty argument. It's just that most of these guys that I'm talking to are not usually dishonest people. And so it just makes me really take pause, because it's like, I wonder to what extent they don't want to have to be a part of the change they want to see in the world, which is something I've openly responded with. And I haven't necessarily gotten an answer that I feel comfortable with yet, but the whole be a part of the change you want to see in the world is like, isn't it leadership that you want? Isn't it power that you want? Power requires taking action, but they don't want to be a part of the change. They want it to be somebody else's problem, white men's problem, Black women's problem.
I will get to that in a moment, because there's a part of the essay that I wrote that that's already published that I want to talk about, because I think that is kind of important. So hopefully you come back on for that portion. Thank you so much, Concerned.
Absolutely, and I was done. That was the whole idea.
Mm-hmm. Bye. All right. Pink pill. Oh, the thing is full. All right, let's try this. Pink pill, go ahead. I don't know.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So I didn't get like the whole gist of it. I came in late, but there's two things that I notice when something bad happens to a Black woman who is, who does not go by the typical groupthink. She is dating other men. When bad things happen to her, what we see them experience is kind of like the dancing naked around the fire. It's called Schadenfreude. I just did a video about that. So Schadenfreude is the delight in other people's misfortune. Nietzsche said, Schadenfreude is the revenge of the impotent. Schaden means damage. Freude means joy. So you find joy in damage because you are so impotent. You are so small. And part of the reason why they feed off of this is because they want to reinforce the idea that they won't step up. They won't. So, and reinforce the idea that Black women, you have nowhere else to go. Where else are you going to go? This is what happens to you when you leave. You might as well stay here and work it out with us. I've literally been in clubhouse rooms where men have said this.
Yeah.
Also, it is a desire for revenge. So when bad things happen to Black women who don't sort of play into what is typically expected, then there's this, and it's rooted in a level of narcissism. They see this as revenge and they delight in it. So it's very sadistic like very, very sadistic. But this is the reality of what these men do online. So that's all I wanted to say, Famous. And
No,
again, thank you.
I appreciate that. It's interesting because, like, even when we think about the sort of fear that the fear mongering, but also thinking more generally, like you were just you were explaining, like, I got you back kind of thing. Like, this is what you get, the rejoice in winning or one-upping someone. It's strange to me because it's like, it feels like we have taken the online conversation and debates, right, that are predicated on actual experiences of people. And we are now at a place where we are celebrating the passing of someone because, and we don't even know if it fits your narrative yet because we literally don't know. But because it fits your narrative, like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, the fact that we can rejoice in that, I'm glad you actually went a bit more in depth in terms of explaining why it is that someone would, I mean, the fact that it's revenge makes sense. Like, it literally makes sense because a lot of the conversation seems to be coming from people who were seemingly deeply hurt. And this is all like the incel community, the red pill community. It seems to be coming from a place of hurt. Like, these men seem to have been hurt, and they're going to vilify the entire women group in order to get that feeling back, to feel like they want something. And it's really sad. Like, I'm reading the comments and I'm like, oh my God, these men are celebrating. Someone literally say that's what you get for dating white. What? And then you say, these are my sisters. I don't trust you. So thank you. I'm gonna go to soft and wet quickly because I think he said he had to go. You said you could explain it. Please do. Soft and wet.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I'm on my way to Uptown Village right now. We're doing New Year's shopping for each other. So sticking to the topic, right? The way I see it as somebody who watches both sides, I think this is purely residual, and this is the reason why I believe this to be so is because of the timing that these videos were released. Because according to you, I trust you more than I trust other people who are more involved with this side of YouTube. Nobody has blamed black men or anything. But when I say this is residual, I mean this is like this is basically how they felt when Real Talk with Yanni did a video about the Chad Wheeler incident, because I remember Jessica X did a video about it, and Yanni basically expressed her discontent with the black men, and the black men were like, "Oh, what does this have to do with us?" So I guess the timing is them, the content creators, trying to jump on it before any potential people say, this is y'all's fault for not protecting us, basically.
So you think that black men are jumping on and saying, oh, it's not a black man?
No, that's what it is. That's what it is. Because you heard it in the video.
So you are not saying, so you don't think they're saying that's what you get?
No, the comments are saying that's what you get.
No,
the
but
video, not so much.
O'Shea Duke Jackson, which the other guy literally bluntly says that's what you get, right? And he likes the comment. But O'Shea Duke Jackson said divestment. He breaks it down.
He was quoting Tariq Nasheed, right?
Yes, he was quoting. So he is also saying this is what happens. He then says he has research indicating that when you go, quote unquote, swirl or date those people, this is what happens to you. So he is saying this is what happens to you. when you do that. He's not just saying it's not black men. He does say it's not black men. No one is saying it's black men. And I would agree that if they only said, okay, this is not a black man, don't come after us, because I don't know why they would need to do that when the reports very clearly said that. But even if they were doing that, they all went a bit further than that to say that is what you get. O'Shea Duke Jackson said it, and the other guy said it, and then other people who were doing it said it. These were some of the more tamed part of the conversation. O'Shea Duke Jackson I used because he said he is pro-black and pro-black women, and he loves black women, and it's blah, blah, blah. But it's easy to say that. It's harder to show it in your action. And what he's showing in these videos is a disdain for black women through the disregarding of actual research and the sort of bastardizing of information and his platform in an effort of research in an effort to what I believe to be placate his audience. So I do get the instinct you have. I am not saying you are wrong. I am saying you are incomplete in your assertion because, sure, it could be possible that they came out to say it's not a black man. Again, there is no reason to do that. But they went further than say it's not a black man to go and say, this is what you get. That sentiment was throughout pretty much all the videos that I've watched about this, including the two that I covered. I pointed out at least 2 points for each video where they said it themselves, and then in the comments, liking comments that said it outright.
Okay, I can actually see that now that you explained it more in depth, because especially during the second video, I was actually getting in my car and trying to find everything that I need.
And I'm glad you were, because like this should be uncomfortable for all of us. And I'm glad, like, honestly, the men in this channel, sometimes I'm very excited for, because even when like our natural inclination is to defend ourselves, like a lot of you, like you just did, have pushed past that to say, nah, some of this stuff is wrong. So I appreciate that.
Can I expand for a moment?
You can. Can you do it in like 30 seconds? The room is full and there's a ton of people trying to get in, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sir. So my whole take on this situation was like, I mean, in every video that I saw, they made it clear to say that the police didn't really find anything yet, or not disclose anything to the general public yet. So my whole thing was like, oh, it's kind of too early to say. So it's all, for me, it's all sort of like just fill in the blank what happened. And it's, I guess you could say it's a sort of fantasizing, but that's not how I received it. I was just like, oh, this is just a bunch of speculation. So none of this is actually what happened. But as I said in the comment earlier, because of what the police report said with unresponsive, that makes it seem like it was more like, drugs involved. So.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Thank you for being here. I just, the way I receive information is I Iron Man the opposing side's argument, and I make it the best argument I can make it, and I try to understand it from their perspective, and then I see the flaws in what I create is the best argument for the opposing team. And when you do that with the information, not just the information, it is framing, the way they're framing the information, and also the actual substance of what they're presenting. If you really sit down and listen to it, they are essentially saying, this is what you get black women for divesting or swirling. Don't do it because we won't be able to protect you. But that is essentially what they're saying. And I don't think this death should be weaponized in that way. And I think you would agree with me on that. And I do agree that we don't have enough information to draw a conclusion on cause of death, particularly when the police won't release, which fine. But when I hear the family do their own autopsy and don't release, I now have questions, but we just don't know. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. Hope you
See ya.
had fun. Happy New Year. For people upset, by the way, I don't quote unquote drill. I mean, a lot of people or drag. I say it a lot jokingly, but I I am a gentle human being, or at least like I come off like a gentle human being. So like I am not going to just drill someone because they are different from me, and I don't want to chill speech. Um, all right. So there are people in the back that I'm going to go to Amara now and then Deanne, but there are people in the back that I don't know, and I want to bring you on, and I promise. Um, I am having a crisis moment where people's channel have been shut down because someone decided to be come on screen naked. Um, and so I'm trying. Should I just do your voices since no one is on screen? All right, let's do this. Let's get everyone on, and then we will add some other people. Amara, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Love your Insta.
Oh, thanks. So I just came up to give my 2 cents
Mm-hmm.
on this topic. I feel like I've been seeing a lot of different narratives, but I think the main point for me is that regardless if we are attacked by white men or black men can't protect us. Like they're trying to make it seem as if it was a black man, or if she was with a black man, or if she would have done something differently, that they would have been able to protect us. But just based off of the way that they're responding, it proves it doesn't matter who we're with, they're not going to protect us. So divestment is still the biggest thing for black women in my eyes. Like the best thing for us to do is to actually divest. And I just I don't know. Let me see. I try to write some notes so I don't go off topic. I think that they're realizing that their time is up with a lot of women, and with the content that we're starting to get from a lot of different channels that are telling black women that a lot of the stuff that black men are doing to us is like gaslight and manipulation. And once you understand gaslight and manipulation, nobody can gaslight or manipulate you anymore. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
there's no blurred line between what is right and what is wrong. You know what is right and you know what is wrong. And just because you're telling me something to persuade me doesn't mean that I'm gonna believe it, you know? And so I
Yeah.
think just that in general is starting to scare them. And so they start making narratives for the stupider people that follow them, if that's okay to say. Like, you know, a lot of these channels, like most men that are educated and smart, they don't just follow blindly. They also use their discernment, you know.
Yeah.
But
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, the I I I I find it just so strange that this is a scare tactic because the research just doesn't bear out in their favor. And like I am listening to a lot of people, women complain, and I understand the complaint. I think for me, I don't feel personally attacked, and I think for a lot of men, they feel personally attacked, probably because they have engaged in harmful behavior, or they know people who they like who have engaged in harmful behavior,
Right.
and so it's the bro code, right? Like, and we are very good at staying on one accord. Um, even at the risk of literally causing trauma to a group of people. So I agree. I mean, I agree with you essentially. Hi, Themis. I'm a new subscriber. I enjoy your channel. I have literally binge watched you all week. Keep it up. Thank you. I had to read that because I love reading those. Thank you. But you can respond, Amara. Sorry.
Yeah.
Also, you can stay on. And I'll just go through with each person now.
Yeah. I just feel like when black men do things, I can't remember the guy's name. But there's a guy back maybe a few years back who was a victim of police brutality, and he was saying a lot of like, you know, divestment stuff about black women on his social media, and he was married to an Asian woman. And Black women were doing the same thing. Because my whole thing about these arguments is like, we have to remember to stay unbiased. Like, you know what I mean? If we're really trying to keep this very logical so that we can, argue all of these points, what Black women will do that to Black men too. Like, oh, well, we don't do it as much as them, I don't think, but he with the Asian woman, let the Asian community handle that, those type of things. But at the end of the day, what's very prevalent, what we can see is that Black women still to today are, even while we're divesting, still care a lot about Black men and the Black community. And we don't do as much harm as them to the community and the progression of the movement. You know what I mean? So them trying to gaslight their followers or manipulate their followers, or just brainwash their followers into believing random things that they say, knowing that their followers aren't smart enough to do the research themselves, is very like sinister. And I feel like, I don't know, it's just starting to get really icky. Like sometimes I'll see things that Black men do online and I'll just be like, ew, like what like what is going on? And it just makes me sick. So anyways, I'm just happy that you're here doing what you got to do, and
I appreciate that. I actually I was thinking about this. Oh, the end is on. I was thinking about this when I was writing, and I've been writing a lot lately. And it is this. Actually, I'll hold on to it till we're going to go back to O'Shea, because he said something that I think is literally verbatim what I was thinking about, and why I think we have accepted defeat. But I'll explain that in a moment. The first part of the essay is going to be discussed today. I won't put out the others, just FYI. Deanne.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Themis.
Hey, can you hear me?
Who is that?
Hello?
Who is that? Can you name? Is it Diamond Princess? I don't know who that is. I'm going to assume that was Diamond Princess, but we could hear you, but we're going to let Deanne speak and then come. Then you go. Go ahead, Deanne.
Okay, so it just so happens that I can present some information to everyone because I watched Dennis Burling for about 6 months trying to figure out, on one hand, he sounds very reasonable, but the spidey senses are tingling. Something is wrong. I listened long enough to understand his 3-part biography. He is an attorney. He is a classic rags to riches story. He grew up in, I believe, South Central Los Angeles and got all the way up to having a law firm of his own. He has also run several businesses, has several books out. This is a man of very high intelligence. It's not a lack of intelligence, Themis. This is why I tell you that it's not that they don't understand. Now, Dennis Burling, for all his intelligence, for all his success here and in the Caribbean and in South America, 2 Black women handed him his head in court in custody battles. The last time I listened to him, he was only able to have his sons about 2 days a month, 24 days a year. And the model that he knew he shouldn't have dated, but he said on air, I knew I had to have her, even though I knew better, took his other son back to the Caribbean. So this father has been to court as a good lawyer and has had his head handed to him by the criminal justice system in at least 2 countries. Though I don't know if the other one's a court situation. So let me just say, at least in the United States. But then again, you have to understand from this perspective, you could feel sorry for him thinking about that, because it must be hard for any father to not have access to all 3 of his sons. That must be emotionally difficult. But on the day I confronted this man, and I was as gentle and as kind as I could be on his own show, this is what he had done. At the beginning of his show, because he's begun to study the Bible, he was talking about how young men need to shape themselves to be moral agents, and to be qualified for better women, they have to improve their moral character and take some of the steps that he took. That was the morning show. But in the evening show, he wanted to tell a story about how he was a perfect gentleman to date the cheerleader so that he could run through the other members of the squad. A cheerleader squad is about 11 women, but 12 women. So you figure that out for yourself. This is not a man who lacks in intelligence. His accomplishments are what they are, but there is a massive amount of ego brokenness and hurt because, again, for all his accomplishments, 2 Black women in this world have had their way with him in court. And while he is advocating that Black men go abroad to find wives, he's been successful. He's 6'3" or 4". He's light-skinned. He has Latino in his roots. So he has certain advantages. And again, he's a highly intelligent man, very inventive. His legal tips on a lot of things are solid. But that brokenness of the revenge of the impotent, because those years with his sons, he cannot get back. And Mrs. Sperling has had her way. And this other woman has had her way. So even though he is a more disciplined now, and the last time I listened to him was engaged to be married, he can't get that first 45 years back. And he big mad.
Not big mad.
No, I said he big mad. And because he's not fully healed, because before I had to confront him. Now, when you show me that you're morally you bipolar, I can't be on your show anymore. But before I confronted him about how could you talk holy in the morning and be this evil in the afternoon, he said, but this is what men do. I'm like, okay, this is not circle I need to be in of men. And this was really my first introduction to the contradictions of the manosphere. I didn't even know it existed, which is why, Themis, I can say to you 5 years ago, I really did believe that these men were making these logical gaps because they did not know any better. No, the manosphere has some highly intelligent men. The problem is, it's like what mother would want her sons to be raised by a man who can go public and talk about how he ran through 12 women in the age of AIDS and antibiotic resistant things that go on? Do you want your sons raised by that man? The contradiction has not yet pierced through this highly intelligent mind that, of course, any judge who hears about that is going to be like, oh, heck to no, if the judge is worth being a judge. So he epitomizes, I would say Dennis Sperling is the high watermark of the manosphere. He also is why they want to talk about Pookie and Ray Ray. No, this man is pretty much at the top of society. He is a mover and shaker in Houston's politics. It does not matter how much the man makes. It does not matter what position he holds in society. If he is reprobate in his mind, I could have said demonic, but I can't say that for certain. But I know he's reprobate because you can't handle holy things and filthy things together like that and not be past repentance. You just can't do that. So doesn't matter how good looking they are, doesn't matter how much they have. You have to vet men for their moral character. And in the Black community, since at this moment, even the top men are encouraging themselves to be of this mind. I'm not a divester because I'm deeply invested in the next generation of Black people. It's not a logical position for me to hold because the Black boys I teach today will be Black men. However, I propose to everyone, be with the suitor of the highest moral character. If you do not do that, you are risking your life. Even with a man of high intelligence, high business acumen, a good attorney in his field, it shows the same depravity. That's the life story of Dennis Sperling. Everything I've said is on his public videos. If you go back and listen, I'm not making up anything. Escape velocity. What the? Number 6. Okay. I heard my voice coming in here. Title for YouTube just yet. I hear my own voice echo.
Wait, can everyone go on
mute?
mute?
By people's opinion, but you do need to consider wise counsel if you could potentially be on the wrong track.
Yeah. Thank you.
Everybody's got an opinion. The United States of America is one of the most opinionated places on earth. Everybody's got an opinion, and that's why our previous video we talked about put people on a need-to-know basis.
Can you hear Deanne? Hello? I think, can you guys hear me in the chat? If you can hear me, let me know.
Is it still playing?
Huh?
I don't know where that came from because I wasn't in my YouTube. I know
Oh no,
somebody
that was
asked about
probably
my
me.
channel.
I just posted your link, so I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I was pretty much done. Y'all now heard me, my voice doubling up in here, but I'm just saying, Dennis Burling illustrates the rot goes to the top. It's not just something that is the black man on the corner. These are even the so-called high value men. This is their approach. So again, may the man of the highest moral character win, because Pink Pill laid this out. These men will use are so broken and so shattered that they will console themselves for their own defeats over the bodies of women that have done nothing to them. Avoid them like the plague that they are.
Avoid them like the plague that they are. Thank you so much, Deanne. The chat loves you. And Deanne said all of this is verified in his public YouTube space. So this is from Deanne. I have not looked into him. I try not to look into the people that I'm researching, like reacting to, because I don't want my views to be skewed until after. Because if I agree with him or disagree, it should not be based on who he is. I'm talking about what he said. So I appreciate that you brought that clarity to us. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to leave and make room for some other folk.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get through this. Reluctant Earth. Reluctant
Hello.
Earth Dweller. Hey.
Hi. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
How
oh
are
my
you?
God, I got alive. Jesus. Hi everybody. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. So what are your thoughts?
So I was just sitting back and listening to everybody, and honestly, from the things that I get from everybody in the Manosphere and the things that I hear people say, and I've heard some crazy things going down YouTube rabbit holes, I just get the general feeling that all of these men want something from Black women in general that they are very much not willing to set the stage for or build for or just even make the room for it to happen. Like, how are any Black women, any Black girls supposed to act feminine or be submissive or friendly or open or bubbly when I can tell y'all all hate me just for being Black? Y'all hate me. And I know that sounds bad to say, but what else am I supposed to get from the fact that abuse, violence, loss of my life is being met with like so much vitriol and hatred? Like, I don't understand. How is that space supposed to make me feel soft and feminine and cared for? I don't understand. Maybe someone can like clarify that for me.
Well, there is no clarification required. I posted this on my blog, and I was trying to talk about the environment that we're in and what it facilitates. And I am of the opinion that we have not yet come to we have not come to even started to creating an environment where any of these characteristics they deem appropriate for a woman or person to have, right? Because I don't accept that a woman should be submissive. I don't accept that a woman should be soft, sweet, whatever else they want to add. I don't care. But to the extent you want those things, you are literally going to have to facilitate an environment where that can flourish. No one goes to a war zone with a tea party. Like, it's just not going to happen. And so the big question that I have, right, is why do we not see that by uplifting other communities, right, we are saying that we have failed as men in creating the environment needed. Now, if you're a feminist, you probably got triggered, and I accept that, where it's like, well, women can do it too. And I don't disagree. I am saying for men who believes in the patriarchy, for men who believes that men are builders, providers, blah, 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 whatever else it is, if you think all those things, right, and you are so willing to leave your community because the women in there aren't those things, and you're going to another community because those women are, I think a fundamental question you have to ask yourself is whether or not you have created an environment where that person can be what you want. And then think whether or not other men have created an environment where those women can be that which you want. And when you ask yourself that question, you will realize that we have not, the fact that we are here meant that we have lost the battle, right? We were enslaved, right? So that's the first step in our recognition of our position in the world, right? Then we are in Jim Crow. Then we are here, and now we are not doing well socioeconomically, right? All of this, true, paints a picture that we aren't doing that which we need to do. And so if we are not doing that, it makes no sense to me that you would want women to be that which you claim they should be when the men are in control and powerful and all of that stuff, right? So that's the first element. The second element is the part where I just decided to leave off the essay, and I'm not going to get into it fully right now. The second part is your decision to go somewhere else highlights that not only do you dislike the people that you have helped to create, right? You are pointing out the fact that those men succeeded in creating an environment that the women you like flourish in, and you have abandoned your responsibility in uplifting your community. If you believe the Black community is a community worth anything for you to fix, you have abandoned that in an effort to go somewhere else where what you believe has been ready-made, right? You haven't done the work. You haven't done anything to uplift your community. If you're going to say, oh, Black women are too hard, too tough, too blah, maybe they're that way, maybe because us as Black men haven't done what we needed to do to create a better community. Like, I feel like the answer to the questions are kind of simple. Obviously, the actions are more complicated, but the answer is simple. And to admit it is to be deeply hurt. Like when I answer and I say, oh, Black man, even if you want to say, like, theme is the fruitcake, right? Even for me, the fruitcake, I am thinking like, I haven't done enough. What can I do? How do I make it help? Who do I give what to? Right. And then I feel like people are just saying, oh, well, these women aren't it, so I'm just going to go over here. It is a sign of defeat to me. That is how I see it. Personally, I know you didn't ask for my personal opinion, but you asked for an understanding. So that's how I see it. I'm going to let you respond. Does that make sense? And then we're going to go back to Marcus.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I would just add that I honestly think the reason that they feel as if they deserve that soft, feminine, submissive woman is because of their individual achievements. And like, let's be frank, we're all like operating in this individualistic, like hyper competitive capitalistic framework. So I honestly think they're not even really thinking about a community. And if they are, they're thinking about it with like from two sides of their head or whatever. Like they want a community, but like they want all of their individual achievements to just be theirs. And whatever the community does is whatever the community does. Like it's very confusing almost.
Well, I mean, thank you. By the way, I'm going to just say, if we get to this tonight, which hopefully we get to this tonight, Mr. Let Go did a live stream where I was just seething watching it. And then he talked about people experiencing homelessness. And I was like, absolutely not. I went up there to correct him on that. And then we ended up talking, which I'm going to play that part if we get there. There was a point whereby he did not. When I asked about the Black community, he essentially said there is no Black community, while he
Oh
has said
Lord.
previously that he's trying to help the Black community. But he knew in the debate, if there was a Black community, then if the Black community is in shambles, as he suggested, it is about it is the problem of the leaders in the community. Now, if you think men are naturally the leaders, you now run into a problem about who is to be blamed for the community. And he paused and did not fully engage on that because he just copped out by saying, oh, what is a community? How do you define a community? And I was like, are we really going to sit here and define what Black community means? All right. And I did define it. But
Child, please. Oh my God. But
yeah.
it's crazy because I've thought that way too. It's just like these men want all of this responsibility to be placed on the women. We have to choose better. We have to control our bodies. We have to apparently control the bodies of every man that we come in contact with so we can make sure they don't impregnate us. But we are not the leaders. They
Yeah.
are. Okay.
Yeah. Marcus, go ahead. Thank you, by the way, reluctant Earth Dweller.
No problem. Thank you.
Bye. Come back for the next part. We're going to try to get through everyone now so we can go back because I do actually want to do these 2 additional segments. All right, Marcus, hopefully we can hear you now. Marcus? I can't hear you. I don't know if anyone can hear you. So let's go on. Is it Ty or Tay?
It's Ty.
All right, Ty, how are you? Have you your voice sounds familiar, but I might just be making that up.
Oh no. Last time I came up here as a Ren.
All right, good.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just gonna first. I just wanted to piggyback off of Deanne when she was up here, just to say, for the Black male community, there's virtually no excuse for being blind to the atrocities that are happening to Black women. So I wanted to address that first and foremost. Secondly, when it comes to Black men in the community, because I try to do this with my own brothers so we can all be held accountable. We usually try to use words like we or our, just so we can take fault, even though we're not, persecuting, we're not contributing to these activities, but we want to address it as our own. And I've noticed a lot of Black men don't really do that, and we probably should do that more, just to hold ourselves accountable, even though we weren't individually responsible on the micro level. But on the macro level, it helps us practice taking on accountabilities in situations like what happened with that Black man with that white man in our room. It's like Black men are glad that she's passed, but in reality, it's our fault that this happened, and it's our fault that we're not engaging on trying to solve the problem.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, please, no.
I know one thing for certain, and I can't remember if I said it last time when I last came up here, but I feel the thing is there's the Black community, and then there's this separate segment called the Black male community. And I feel I've heard in a lot of engagements that I'd partake in with family or work, when there's problems, we'll address it as, oh, the Black community, this is what's wrong with the Black community. And that's incorrect. It's 9 times out of 10, this is what's wrong with the Black male community. And that usually doesn't get talked about. We're so used to lumping us in as a whole, but as Black men, we're so quick to alienate Black women. It's like, oh, these are all your problems. This is what's the origin of these problems. This is all your fault. When that's virtually not even true.
Yeah,
Um,
and all of it gets dismissed
mhm.
earlier on. When I used to go on panels, not on YouTube, but like in real life, in undergrad, people would make suggestions that it was the white supremacist talking point to point out violence against Black women in the Black community. Like it
Mhm.
never failed. And so it kept getting swept under the rug in a way that was very uncomfortable. Because, like you said, it seems to be two kind of community, except I would
Yes.
disagree that there's a Black community and then there's a Black male community. I would actually say there's a Black community and then the Black women community,
Oh, no,
whereby
no, 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 no. I never differentiated between black male and black men.
no,
I
no,
when I
you
say,
know,
oh, go ahead.
no, I'm saying I mean I agree with you and I take your point. I would
Okay.
as a rhetorical point, I would just say the Black community actually
Mhm.
means Black men.
Yeah.
It's
Okay. Okay.
my
Okay.
experience.
But
Yeah.
it's still. But the thing is, it's still taking that sting of accountability off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I agree.
And then
Um
I'm so glad you brought up the white supremacy point, because me and my wife, like when we're having conversations all the time, and I've told her, as black men, we're so quick to say, "Oh, the reason why we're acting like this because of white supremacy or slavery." And what I've explained to her and a few other people, it's pretty much white supremacy. Even in the past, it's made as a stopping point, at least on the black man side. White supremacy is a stopping point for building or progressing as a community. Within the black male community, we first have to get past ourselves. Like, for a few of us that are good out there, a very low percentage, we would have to link with other black men, and we take that chance of being screwed over if we're trying to do something righteous for the community. Once we get past that point, whenever that happens, then usually that's when white supremacy was stepping as far as laws or zoning districts and so on and so forth. That's when white supremacy kicks in. White supremacy doesn't kick in on these excuses that we're using as black men in our day-to-day lives. Oh, I couldn't start my business, or oh, I couldn't make this X amount of money because of white supremacy. No, white supremacy all will usually stamper in when it's like, oh, we see this community is trying to build something. For example, I would it kind of falls in the lines of white supremacy, but not really. But an example would be when black women were trying to open up their own uh hair stores or whatever, and the Asian community was like, oh, we don't want to sell these, we don't want you to sell these products, or we're going to try to stifle your growth because we see you are trying to build. When black men are getting to that point, then we can rant and rave about white supremacy all we want, because we're getting past that first step of building together. Since we're not doing that, we're just using that as an excuse. And I've been having to debate this for I don't know how long, me and my wife both, and it's like it's exhausting because so many of us want to say, oh, white supremacy or slavery, it doesn't matter what US report someone reads or whatever report we read on, excuse me, on black men in general, it's been leading out to whoever procreates or mates with us, they get the crap into the state. We're not
yeah,
seeing that same side when it comes to black women.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like every research, sorry, let me mute you. Yeah. Every research would indicate that there is a problem. Maybe we can with us, right? And so the need to just reject all of that and just blame someone else, it's so childlike. It's like, at what point do we say, all right, you know what? I'm going to fight the system. I'm with you. I'll do it with you. But while we do that, how about we not be toxic to the in our communities? Like, at some point we have to start taking responsibility for the decisions we are making and the harm we are causing. And I hate, this is one of the worst things that someone can do. when they come on and say, oh, it's not all black men, it's actually a few black men. Well, if it were a few black men, I've said this before, why aren't all the good black men, myself included, going in and removing the bad black men from the community or doing something about it? But the reality is, we, the quote unquote good black man, well, again, I love this fruitcake thing because now I can escape everything with it. As a fruitcake, I'm not gonna go fight no one. Like, it's not gonna happen. So again, I am also afraid of the people who are inflicting a tremendous amount of harm. But it's not just myself, it's a lot of us black men, even speaking up, a lot of us won't do because of the fear of a backlash. Like for me, I am going to speak up, but for most people, it's like, no. So if evil is happening in the community, you claim to be the good black man, and not you, by the way, just generally, and
Oh, okay,
none
okay,
of
okay.
us is willing to do anything about it. Sorry, let me mute you again. If no one is willing to do anything about it, then I can just say, oh, there's some good black men, but those good black men are just ignoring the bad black man. It's like, no, I feel like you're complicit. You know bad things is going on. You claim it's more good one than bad one. So why aren't we going in to stop all the bad black men? Like, I don't know why that's the problem. Like, you can't just say it's Pookie and Ray Ray. Well, unless Pookie and Ray Ray is the majority of the black community, then there should not be a reason why Pookie and Ray Ray gets to run amok.
No, this is true.
Yeah.
I feel one, and it's not a permanent solution, but a temporary solution, at least to, because it's kind of like a sinking ship. So the only people left to save are like the black women at this point. So it always goes back to, until we cross that threshold, the quote unquote good of us, none of us are really good at building at this point. The decent of us can maintain a home and
Yeah.
maybe a business. That's like literally as good as it gets. Nobody's getting past step one of building. So if you want a decent black man, then you're looking for a black man that can at least maintain a home and sustain himself independently by owning a business. So that would be step one. And step two, that's a risk in itself. So it's always still going to go back to, hey, probably look into divesting for better odds, but just also be weary of divesting because they it has its pitfalls. And I want to say shout out to Erica De Niro because I constantly see her in the comments section repping that. So
yeah,
thank you for that.
Also, thank you. I'm going to move on, not because I want to, because I do like talking to men about like these things because it makes me feel like I'm not crazy. But we masculinizing. We need to get back to being fruitcakes up in here. I'm kidding. No, I'm joking. But I think Helima was next, and then your fave, Helima.
Yes. Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Hey guys. Hey everyone. Happy coming to the new year if you celebrate. Like whatever a lot of you say makes sense. I wanted to touch on what you said earlier about the feminists feeling a type of way by saying black men are leaders. I'm like not a feminist, nor am I like a non-feminist. I'm somewhere in the middle. However, like I feel like we need to like stay away from protecting other people just because they might not want to hear something. It's the truth. The how would you know the black man is the leader is by the current who control the current reality. No matter how much of an outstanding woman I am, I don't impregnate myself or get down on one knee and propose to myself. The culture of the thing that's hurting the black community is because the figure that is supposed to be the leader have gone astray.
Yeah.
And I believe the only way, that's not to say women cannot be leaders, of course, but I'm talking about the leaders, like the men that are the people that are supposed to be, I don't know how to put this into word, but carry kind of like the community on their backs as far as protect and provide.
Yeah.
And I just feel like the only way we can start to deconstruct the toxicity that have overcome in the Black community is by depopularizing pop culture. And I would die on that hill, because little kids right now are home listening to a rapper that have 50 kids, and that's his role model. And no matter what we say in these chats, of course we're all grown, and we came out of like a lot of stuff that when we were younger we're easily influenced by. So we're not on that pipeline of like, the toxic culture. There's kids at home right now, and iPads are raising them, and they're listening to toxic music right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't want to drag my words too much, but I just want to stop here for now.
No, I mean, I appreciate that. I really appreciate your sentiment, and I literally agree with you. There's nothing for me to add there. Let's get. By the way, Mahogany Pink is here. This is like a pleasant surprise. I'm like really smiling.
I'm
Something
so
like you have
happy to
nothing to.
be here. Hi.
Hey, how are
I'm
you feeling? Oh my
I'm
God.
okay. I thought I had the Rona.
Oh.
Lucky for me, it was just the flu, but I knew I said I was coming, so I wanted to at least pop in. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. By the way, Soften, what you don't have to apologize. I know you're not feeling well, so I will. Do you want to comment on this, or do you want to wait a bit?
I will hang in the background if that's okay with you and
Yeah.
listen in, but I did see you on the other gentleman's
Oh, I saw that.
stream,
Yes.
Mr. Let Go. That was very entertaining. But something that I noticed, has been happening in the past about a year or so, because divestment is not new, BWE is not new. It precedes almost everyone's YouTube channel that is currently in this space.
Yeah.
And the Manosphere and the Red Pill is also not new. And yet, this conversation about Black women hopping the fence to their death is this new phenomenon. And I believe that it is a two-front reaction. The first is to sort of trying to get some vindication, because I do believe that Black men feel as though everyone is pointing the finger at them as being the aggressors and the murderers. If you go to the right-wing spaces or the white supremacist spaces, they will ram 1350 down your throat. For many of you who know 1350, the idea that Black people are 13% of the population and more than 50% of the violent crime statistic. It's actually worse than that when you think that Black men are actually most of that violent crime statistic, and they're only about 6 or 7% of the population. So it creates a really bad picture for Black men as a whole. So I think part of it is, look, white men kill too. White men are killing you too. And it's reactionary to Black femicide. Additionally, I think that the narrative for a while that the Manosphere has propagated is that divestment is not possible. You can't actually leave. Nobody wants you, right? What do they always say? 80% of you are obese or overweight or whatever they say. 80% of you are not even attractive. Of course, most of them, don't have two nickels to rub together. And we never say anything about that, but okay. So I think that the narrative has to be they can't leave us. Because if they did, it would be a very bad look. It would be a very, very bad look. You can no longer say that you are the problem, that women are the problem. You can no longer say that they are undesirable. You can no longer say that they are worth leaving, worth abandoning. You can no longer say that you didn't abandon them. You can no longer be in denial of the realities. If they leave and they are successful in doing so, and they're capable of replicating the behaviors that we are seeing on trend for many Black men as they hop the fence and no one calls them divestors, as if they were to successfully do that, where does that leave Black men in terms of the narrative that they're the good guy, and you are the deplorable, unattractive, attitudinal miscreants who are destroying the community. What happens if you go off and you actually have normal marriages and have normal kids and you live normal lives? That's a problem. That's a narrative that it's going to be very difficult to spin. And so I believe that this response of you got what you were asking for, you got what was coming to you, it's you're stuck with us. But it's not just that you're stuck with us, it's that you are mine to torment. See, you cannot leave. You cannot get better than this. You don't deserve better than this. And as long as and we know that they're just gasping for straws, because this isn't a really good story to choose from. This we don't even know what happened to this girl. This is a terrible story, but here's the thing. She's beautiful and unambiguously Black.
Yes.
And that's the girl that they're trying to keep. That's because if she becomes the poster girl for divestment, it's a wrap, because that's aspirational, right? And so they're just going to continue with that narrative. I'm so sorry I got long-winded. I was pent up. You got me very energized, but I'm going to fall back now and just kind of listen, but I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And when we get to that conversation, that I saw you in the comments as I was rewatching it, because I literally cannot hear. I don't know how y'all do it, but I hate my own voice. I saw you in the comments just going off, and I appreciate that, because the way you just spoke, and I'm not commenting on the substance particularly, but the fact that you actually know what you're talking about, it's refreshing to see and hear, because on the other side, unfortunately, and I don't like to think about it in terms of side, but people are just saying random things. Like, I went on 2 channels now that were Manosphere related to sort of figure out where they're coming from. And it seems like they just want to punish women. So essentially the first half of what you were saying is exactly that. And then they are not being challenged in a meaningful way on their research and what is happening, because you're right on 2 fronts. I like a lot of fronts, but on 2 fronts. Her beauty in the sort of traditional notion of the word is very scary to Black men, because when Black men drag Black women, they will say they don't want this woman and they don't want that woman, but they will go after the quote unquote beautiful ones, and they will go there, get their heart broken, and then come back and curse at everyone else who they don't deem to be beautiful. If those kinds of women are the ones, quote unquote, divesting or swirling, it's going to be a problem real quick. It's going to become a problem real quick. So I'm very happy you brought that up. I actually was not going to comment on her beauty for a very specific reason, but I'm very happy you did, because the way you did it invoked something that might become a problem later, and it might become even more violent. But that's not a foreshadowing that I want to get into, but it might. So I appreciate you. You can rest. I know you are not feeling well, but I want you to come back for the next part of this video. So you can be in the background.
Yeah,
for now.
sure. I'll be just chilling here on mute, drinking this hot toddy.
All right, awesome. Muse, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
How are
Hi,
you?
Themis.
I am
Can't
doing
believe
well.
it now, and I want to say Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
So thank you. So there's so much to say here, and I think that everyone else pretty much summed it up, whether it was in the chat or people who came on the panel. And what I find interesting about what Mahogany Pink just said is that, okay, so like this young lady, she was an unambiguous Black woman. And it's like, oh, if she becomes the poster child for divestment, then it's a wrap, because this is the woman that you're trying to keep. So what's interesting about that is, if you think about it, all of this, like the manosphere and all that, all of this is kind of, at the end of the day, they still want women. And a lot of them, at least they claim to even still want Black women. But it's like, you're so blind with rage and resentment that you don't even understand that you're degrading the Black woman to serve your own purpose, like to pacify your own hurt.
Can I push
And
back a
so,
little
like,
bit? Can I push back? I know I'm interrupting your thought process. I actually think they know they're degrading. I think they are very aware. I think there is the starter wife phenomena only exists if Black women are willing to play the starter wife, right? In all my sort of theorizing, I've come to the conclusion that there is a group of women, black, unambiguous, dark-skinned women, that they want to be there for them, who should remain low self-esteem and be the providers for them. And when they are able to move up and elevate, they can have access to a different group of women. But they want, this is an assumption based on how I'm theorizing. They want a bottom specifically, filled with women, because they want, like you said, access to sex, but they also want to be able to move beyond that. So while they want to move up, even if they don't work to move up, they'll stay there and that's fine, but they want to have access to you. If they move up, they want to have access to other women. And I think part of the conversation here is to make you feel less than, so that you can, not you, but women, so that they can have access when they don't have anything. But go ahead. I
right.
just wanted to. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. But then it goes back to what you were saying earlier, like, okay, so is it intellectual dishonesty, or is it that they just don't know? And the don't knowing part to me is like, it's ignorance, in the fact that ignorance is a lack of knowledge, but that lack of knowledge is a lack of awareness, a lack of observation, a lack of due diligence, and a lack of just a lack of accountability, at least willingness to take accountability for anything.
Yeah.
And people said everything already. It's like, this is a huge problem on social media, but especially YouTube these days, is that people just, they see the opportunity to make money, and so they will sell their soul to do that. And so they find a niche and they will capitalize on it to no ends, just so that they can make a profit. They see, oh, you're talking about this and people really feel strongly, they're going to comment. They will capitalize on that just to serve their own self-interest. And then what I find in the manosphere is that a lot of it is so angry, and that's what I meant, is like, it's angry and it's resentful to the point that even though they do know what they're doing is detrimental, it's like, it's not that, it's either they don't grasp the extent of the destruction, or that they don't care because they're so focused on their end goal, which is just, profit, that they will go ahead and do it.
I mean, yeah. The funny thing is, I've always thought there's a double speak coming out of the manosphere, but your education doesn't matter. Your job doesn't matter. Then the next question is, what do you bring to the table? Your beauty and submission and all of that isn't enough. What else? But it's not double speak. It is, they're speaking to two very different groups of women. They want submissive and all of that from a specific type, let's call them the Instagram baddie, and they want you to be the provider for, if you are not the Instagram baddie. And they don't make the distinction clear, because they know that no one is going to accept them if they say it out loud. But it's two very different groups that they're talking to. I will continue to refuse to pretend like I don't know these are two different groups until they tell me it's two different groups. Because then we understand why you always feel broken if you don't have the six figures, why these women don't want you. Because when they say women today only want men for money, they're talking to one group of women, right? They're talking about the group that they want submission from and all of that stuff. When they're talking about what do you bring to the table, they're talking to a different group. And I've been writing a ton, and I'm realizing now, it's easy to make a video. When you put things on paper and you start looking at what you write, you realize things that you don't when you're watching someone talk. Yeah, they're talking to two very different groups of women. And they know that, but they also know no one is going to sit there, even if you have low self-esteem, and act like I'm just going to be your mule. No one is going to just say, yeah, I'll be your mule. Because there's a level of self-deprecation that is required for you to accept that. So they pretend like they're talking to all women each time, and they're not. They're really not. But anyway, thank you so much,
That makes
Mule.
so much. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah, no, please.
That makes so much more sense to me now, the contradiction, because they are talking to two different people. So that's why it's like their stances and the rhetoric changes depending on what's going on. Because in one instance, like, they'll downplay femicide when you're presenting stats, like whole hard facts. Cold hard facts. You're presenting stats. Like, this is reality. It's just reality, right? But then also it's like there's this outrage and any inkling that you're not empathizing with the Black man in terms of the whole J Black. Oh, we're supposed to empathize with him because he was going through a judicial battles and we're supposed to empathize with that. So that's on one hand. And they say, well, it's femicide. Well, what 1,400 women a year is not that high. So don't make a boogeyman out of the Black man. But yet in a situation like this, it's almost like you want to make a boogeyman out of the white man or and other races because you want to go against that divestment narrative. So it makes complete sense that they are talking to two different people. And it's clear to me now, especially why their quote unquote beliefs tend to be so contradictory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a wreck. I've been talking to scholars, people who are in line with Michelle Alexander, and their writing. If these people gain prominence, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but if these people gain prominence again in this way, it is going to be really bad because the focus is going to shift from save the Black community, which is Black men, to protect Black women in the Black community. And that's part and parcel because of the good content, Mahogany Pink on here, that is going out from Black women on YouTube saying no, even people who are more dogmatic, right? It is reaching and people are like, okay, we can use this. And obviously, political groups are going to weaponize and hopefully Black women benefit. But the truth is, and this is the part that I don't like, the reason why this is happening seems to be more because of PR, how it looks. Because the abuse and all of that have been going on. And I think the straw that breaks the camel back, I hate the sayings, was when Black men, after all of that, decided to come on YouTube and started speaking. Because we heard it in hip hop and everything. We never had the pushback that we have now from Black women. Thankfully, finally, Black women stood up and said, no, I'm going to make a channel. And if you're mad, you're going to be mad. I'm just going to talk about my truth and the truth of my sisters. And you're going to look into these researches, this research. And doing that, Black men now are faced with a very very bad reality. So the literature is going to change and it's not going to be great. I mean, it's going to be truthful finally, but it's not going to be great. Anyway, Muse, thank you so much. I think your fave is next.
Happy New Year. I'm always in your chat room, never up on live stream because I mainly use Safari, and StreamYard still does not support Safari in 2021.
Oh.
And I don't really like Chrome a lot. I really don't. But that last part, I've been saying that, a lot of people have been saying that, women, for years, including your quote unquote educated lames, as YouTube coined them. They all, them and Pookie, they're chasing the same Black woman. they're both chasing the same type of woman aesthetically, right?
Yeah. It
And
doesn't have to be black either, but yeah. They're usually
well, I mean,
biracial or mixed. But
the ones who are dating black women, yeah.
yeah.
And you know, it's sad the story is not gaining enough traction. I hope it does after the new year. But when I first saw it, I know you said you didn't want to bring it up, but that's the first thing I noticed. Like, wow, this looks like a young woman and she's gorgeous. That's the first thing I noticed as well. Um, and maybe it's because I'm a woman, I'm gonna naturally just bring it up, you know.
Yeah.
And though you're right. But I came to this conclusion years ago. Those are the how she looks, that's what they want. And so long as women who look like her are still in the community, it's okay. But once they start leaving, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And, you know, like other pro black women who have come before, you know, and have been right along with CK, black women, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do then when they react to that? Because they will react. We just don't know how they're going to react.
Yeah.
This might just be a preview of, when I say this, I mean the number of killings in the femicide that has gone on to date in 2021. That's just a preview. If
Yeah.
women who look like Lauren start leaving, not even en masse, just in decent numbers, even if it's quietly, and we shut our mouths as black women and not talk about divestment, which I think we should do, be quiet. Better yet, take the target off your back. Don't call yourself
Yeah.
an investor. I don't label myself as that.
I have learned being on Clubhouse. Oh, sorry, finish. I apologize.
It's okay. That puts a target on your back. But even if you're quiet, but if they just see us, because they have eyes, they can see, they'll see you start dating other groups of men. Then what are you going to do? You know?
Yeah.
Now, I know earlier you had a question, kind of. You were saying pretty much, was Dennis concluding that do the men, like, is it the police that's holding the men, like, are they scared of them, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm Caribbean too, like you, but I'm Haitian. And
Stop
but nonetheless,
asking.
thank you. I will be having my soup early in the morning. But um you know, we know how domestic violence is on the islands, and also anywhere outside the Western world, to be honest. Police don't care. I mean, unless the woman gets murdered, then they'll come. But other than that, the men, they get free reign, sadly, you know. The woman just has to hope and pray her family members and friends of her village or hometown comes to her aid, rushing, you know, to help her out, whether it's her boyfriend or husband that's beating on her. Trigger warning. Honestly, I think a lot of them, if it wasn't for the system we have here in the West, they want that free reign that other men have in all other countries outside of the West, to put their hands on women and get away with it, because that's what happens. These men do get away with it on the islands in other countries. Why? They're not getting locked up. They're not going to jail. You
Yeah,
know,
I can speak to Jamaica, and that is true. Like domestic abuse is just it's almost like it's just a part of every relationship kind
right,
of
like
now.
it's
Like it's
normalized.
yeah.
It's toxic.
I'm going to point something out that you said before I let you go, because I think it's important. And it goes back to this loyalty bit. I think part of the reason why Black women, in my opinion, based on what I have seen and who I've spoken to, why Black women are so loud about this Crystalline also says this, is because they want to say, hey, black men, look at me. I'm walking out. I'm walking out. I'm walking out. The door is open. Come get me. And that's the part, come get me. They don't, a lot of women who talk about divestment are actually, or even swirling, right, are actually doing so to threaten black men to come for them.
Like a
And
bat
it's,
signal.
yeah, yeah. And it's really it's one of those things that's gonna it's not it's gonna backfire. Like if you're gonna do it, do it.
Mhm.
If you're not gonna do it, don't do it. Because you might trigger a response that is not what you're looking for.
Yeah, and it's
Um
gonna put the other black women who really do want to not be in that part of the community is going to put us in harm's way.
yeah. But I just wanted to point that out before we move on. Thank you so much. I think the last person is impossible, and then we can get to the other segment. I'm so sorry. If you're behind the scenes, I'm going to kick you out, and then we're going to go to the next segment, and we can talk. Sorry. Impossible, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Well, the thing is, in responding to the two videos, the two guys, O'Shea Duke Jackson and the lawyer guy. The thing I think happens a lot of times, with especially the people that were in their comment section, the laymen, if you will, of this sort of like Manosphere environment, or any such kind of similar environment, is that a lot of times people, it's difficult to keep track of this, especially because of like I suppose some form of proximity bias to your own emotions and whatnot, that people get usually, as some people alluded before, defensive towards, I think, attacks on the black male image. But then this is really easy to run in parallel with male ego. And people can get so wrapped up in their ego that they begin to lose themselves. They lose their sense of just basic compassion, because a lot of times people behave in a way that as soon as you recontextualize it in another type of situation, then their compassion, their ethics, and everything come well up from inside them again. Um, in other words, it's like like as some people had mentioned before, is that they are reacting so celebratory to this young black woman's death, because they feel like this is some sort of ammo they can use in the arms race, if you will, of bolstering their image by subverting the image of the other side. And there's a quote that Toni Morrison said in her when she was on 60 Minutes that I kept with me for a long time. She said, if you can only be tall when somebody else is on their knees, then you have a serious problem.
Yeah.
And because that sort of ethic that a lot of people on the internet, I think, I won't say on the internet, just people in general, really, but I think certain things about social media and different circles in the internet kind of exacerbate this sort of ethic, is that when they are so committed to only making themselves look good by cutting down somebody else, rapidly you'll lose sight of basic ethics, basic compassion, because like somebody else had pointed before, they were alluding to this person, but they forgot the name. Is Stephon Clark, when he was shot and killed by the police. There was a lot of people, because some people pulled up some tweets and everything that he had before that were very misogynoir, and he was with an Asian girl, and there's a lot of people that were basically like, some people weren't exactly to the end of like celebrating his death, but they were very flippant, and some actually kind of were edging into celebrating his death because of like a political difference. And it's like people, and this is not something that I think it only happens obviously between black men and women. I've seen this happen between the general left and the general right. Like, say for instance, when Herman Cain died of COVID, there's a bunch of people on the left joking and clowning about it. It's like, hey, say what you want about right-wing politics and far right-wing extremists or whatever, but a person dying is solemn. Like that's not something to just toss around as though it were a joke, or to even applaud it. And the thing is, I remember on social media, I was actually talking with a friend of mine. Well, I should say an acquaintance of mine. I can't really call him a friend exactly, but about a post that I saw on social media where it said, if black men say they don't feel loved by black women, love them more. If black women say they don't feel protected by black men, protect them more. This shouldn't be a debate. And then the thing I said to that, I was like, yeah, word, more compassion, less ego. And then my acquaintance was another black man was talking about, oh, if black women want to feel protected, then maybe they should stop with all this, independent type stuff. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you've totally missed the point. First of all, it was calling for everybody to just be more compassionate towards everybody, and he totally missed that side. And then the other thing is because he's so caught up. At least I would, I'm not a psychologist or anything like that, but I would at least say that he was so caught up in his ego about feeling undeferred to by all the Miss Independence or whatever, is that he can't even confer the idea that's like, yo, you should protect people that are in a more vulnerable position than you. And and that's that on that. Like there's nothing more to that discussion really. I don't care if they are in your face all day about how they don't need you and they're misindependent. If they're in danger or if they're in a vulnerable spot, give them a hand. That there's nothing more to that. But people are so caught up in trying to champion or perform for their side of whatever social or political topic that is the hot topic of the day, that they lose sight of some basic humanity.
Yeah, it's interesting because this whole notion that hey, I'm not gonna protect you because you said you were strong, independent women, blah blah blah. You don't need no man, blah. I feel like I've heard that so much, and it's just so annoying because it's like, okay, let's say they do need you. What do you have to provide? Okay, nothing. So it's like I don't get if welfare could take you out of you know what? Let me leave this alone.
And the thing that's interesting about that, the thing that's interesting about that is that I was, when we were talking, I said that in my experience at least, I can't speak for everybody's experience, but in my experience at least, whenever I've seen black women making a grievance about how they don't feel protected, they're not usually talking about, oh, I was being accosted by 5 racists and no black man came in like the Black Panther and just beat them all up like a superhero. They're not usually talking about that. They're usually talking about some more mundane stuff, where it's like when a woman comes forward about some trauma she's experienced, she gets gaslighted, she gets victim shamed, she gets like all these other toxic things, where it's like, of course they're not going to feel protected. They're not going to feel like you have their back if that's what you're doing. And I was explaining all this just to appeal to a certain simple sense of compassion, but then it's, oh no, it, they want to be Miss Independent. It's like bro, you're like, he was trapped in his own emotional prison of his ego. And I have like my own theories about where a lot of that stuff comes from, but I won't get too much more long-winded. So.
You're fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hint by Marina says, yeah, I'm a mod. Yeah, I'm trying to go back through now and find all the people who have like always been here. No, I'm not gonna do it. They said do it, Themis. That is today. I might actually do it in a moment. But we'll see. I am so sorry, by the way, Mahogany Pink and Amara. You guys have been up for a while, so let's just go to the next segment quickly. Thank you, Impossible. Please come back for this segment if you can. All right. So I wrote an essay that a lot of people are upset with me that I didn't post. Actually, someone said I was trying to drum up PR, something, right? And one, I don't think that would be bad. Just an FYI, I'm not the person to lie about, you don't know me. There's no reason to trust me. So I'm asking to give me a little bit of grace until I do something wrong. Then you can drag me. I mean, you can drag me right now. But I promise that I would not create a narrative around an essay that I'm writing to make people care about it more. In fact, the idea that I'm using my writing in a way to sort of manipulate people into caring is odd to me, but I do understand why people would think that way. I'm not critiquing the person who said it. I'm just telling you I accept the critique, and I'm saying I didn't do it for that reason. I promise you that. My friends, in fact, did reach out to me, and the consensus among them is that I have been talking to them in a way that showed that I was emotional about what it is that I'm doing. And if I'm going to do this, it should not come from an emotional place. Even if I am accurate in what I'm saying, the space from which I deliver a message should not be pure emotions, particularly on such a touchy topic, right? Because then you can be like the Manosphere and string together theories and ideas that are not completely backed by research. The part that I post is completely backed by research, right? And so I just want to appease you guys to say I am not trying to manipulate with the way that the essay rolled out. I was at the gym, literally at the gym, and I was like, they told me not to do it. I already posted this one, so here you guys go. There's one. That is it. There is no master plan. I mean, I'm glad that you guys think I'm smart enough for that, but there's no master plan behind why I did it, what I did. All right. I say that because the video I'm going to show precisely, like I wrote the essay, posted it, and then yesterday, O'Shea Duke Jackson made a video. It's a short video, so we'll watch it before I get to my debate, the debate with Mr. Let Go. But I watched the video and I was like, this is why I wrote the debate. I'm still frustrated, so I can't edit anymore, but this is why I wrote the debate. So the essay, I'm just tired of you constantly having to defend yourself, Demas, because people don't know what love or caring looks like. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So here it is.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Jump. Many of you remember Alfonso Ribeiro as Carlton Banks from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and he played Will Smith's cousin. And as we know, that after that sitcom, his career didn't really turn out like Will Smith did, but we do know what his marriage life was like. And unlike Will Smith, who went and married Jada, Alfonso Ribeiro went and married a Caucasian lady. They have several what I
All right. I need to pause it right here because I need to show something. I don't get into who is mixed, who is not mixed, who is black, who is not black. I don't, right? But it's a very strange thing to me when I hear someone say, black men are who create black people. I'm not going to go into that. I heard a lot of content creators talk about it. They explain it really well. I don't have to get into that. But I mean, if they're black, they're black. I don't know, but I know why people are questioning their blackness. Is what I'm saying. Is all I'm saying. I'm done.
I would consider mixed children together, although his kids look quite white, in my opinion. But a lovely family nonetheless. Okay, and he seems to be very, very happy. And because of his mating choice, many people in the black community have criticized him heavily, especially when he himself has discussed how he feels he is ostracized from the black community because of who he married. He feels that his input is not needed there. He feels like people do not, appreciate what he has to say. And when he put up this photo, Black Twitter decided to come for him. All right, and he got a lot of negative comments on the Instagram post itself, which I will not get into. But I do want to talk about those black men out there who happen to make this particular choice, and they make this choice quite often, or just happening more frequently.
Okay, this is the man who everyone comes on my channel to argue with me and say, hey, this man is pro-black, you don't give him a fair shot. This is O'Shea Duke Jackson. Mind you, mind you, we're talking about Carlton, and I'm going to say something that's going to probably annoy some people. Actually, let me do it quickly before I go back to that. I have said someone sounded white before. I know a lot of people say, and there are people who indulge in this, and there is some truth to it. The people are like, "Oh, I am black, but everyone says I sound white, and it's just because I am intelligent, whatever, whatever, whatever." If I tell you you sound white, it is not because you sound intelligent. It is because you sound like the Kardashians. Now, this is not to say the Kardashians aren't intelligent people. They created a massive empire using beauty. There's a lot of beautiful people who don't have the amount of wealth and things that they have in a capitalistic society. They have made it. So, sure, I don't disagree that they're smart. What I'm saying is, and this is a bias that I might need to talk to my therapist about, there is a very specific voice. When I hear it, I think it sounds white. It is wrong. I'm saying I am wrong. I shouldn't do this. It does not mean you sound smart. There are some people who will make smart and intelligent and being able to speak well, speak English well, some kind of connotation for whiteness. Like I get that. But there are people who will say you sound white and mean you sound like a white person talking, a valley girl, or that and it's nothing wrong with it. It's just that's what you sound like. Bad sentence structure, but it's fine. So in the same way for women, it's the same for men. There are some people who believe that whiteness is performed a certain way, and that if you perform this way, you have closer proximity to whiteness. I am not judging you. I am saying that is a very specific thing to do. And when I see it, I acknowledge it. I probably won't say to your face and say, "Oh, you sound white, you act white," or whatever it is. Look, it is what it is. But there is a way, right? I have never everyone I've met, not everyone, a lot of people I've met say, "Oh, you're smart, blah, blah, blah." No one has ever called me white acting, ever in my life. So, and most of my friends are white, and I'm usually the only black guy in a room full of white people, and no one has ever said, no one called me an Oreo, no one called me any of that. I'm pretty sure they might start, but yeah, there is a specific way of acting that shows me, and I'm probably wrong, and it's okay to be wrong, that you would prefer to associate, even as a black person, with whiteness than you are with blackness. There's a myriad of reasons why you would do that. I am not here to judge, but you can't be that way. And Alfonso comes off that way to me. So it is that he is black. There is no one way to be black. He should get whatever he wants. He can talk about blackness. I don't care. I'm not here to police it. But I reject the notion that he's like, "Oh, people don't like me because I married a white woman." It's like, well, without you marrying a white woman, people would assume you married a white woman, which in itself, the assumption is problematic. So I'm going to continue. But the hole is dug and I'm in it. So it's fine.
Frequently, especially for black men who are able to see, more of the world, higher salaries, especially right now during coronavirus and the pandemic, you're seeing, those guys become more valuable. The question is not why his children are very fair skinned and his wife is blonde. The question remains is, why is this the case? Why is this the case? Why are you seeing more successful black men go this route?
All right, I have the answer. Self-hatred, colonized mindset, actual falling in love with other women. Like I do believe some people fall in love. A myriad of reasons. So perceived socioeconomic level up. We had someone talk about how white women elevate them. Again, it could actually be love. It could be a myriad of things. But why is it, O'Shea Duke Jackson? Please explain to me why. why they're leaving, because it's not based on them, right? It's probably based on other people, right? So let's hear why Black men decide to marry out when they have money.
And I think the answer is something that we don't want to deal with, is that these women are coming from more productive family structures, that being a wife and a mother is top priority. Being a wife and a mother is top priority. Okay? Now, when you look at ladies that are coming from the urban communities, I would say African American, some of the Afro Latina ladies, depending on where they live. Now, to be honest, Afro Latinas are pretty decent when it comes to family structure, wanting to get married and stay married in comparison to the African American culture as of late. But these ladies want to get married. African American women, when you want to talk about getting married, they want to get married. But it's like an 8th or 9th thing. Being a wife or a mother is no, I'm not cleaning up for no guy. Oh, it's not important. They'll want to be a mother and not the actual wife. When a Black woman wants to get married, it's more on her terms. When she's 35 or 40, not when she's very young. It's not up on the totem pole, right? And it's going to be at her rules. But when you're a successful man, you're not going to choose that. You're going to choose somebody that you feel is a little bit less toxic, regardless of race. You're going to find somebody who wants to give into the relationship, because marriages and relationships are not one-sided. You have to give. A lot of
there's so much here. Marriages, you have to give, blah, blah, blah. Actually, would want to go in, but I won't there. He doesn't even understand. He just took a shot at Black men with that. Oh, great. Thank you. So another Black man picked up on the fact that literally you just said the other communities have quote unquote ready-made women for Black men, so they just go there. These women, the Black women you said, are in these homes that are broken. Why are they broken? Why are these homes broken? Please explain to me. I don't understand. And this bleeds into the conversation with me and myself and Mr. Let Go, blaming Black women for the problems in the Black community. Literally makes no sense to me that you are saying Black men fail, so we are going to go over to this community. Black women are the problem, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. The marriages between Black women and white men do better than every other marriages. And when Black men date white women, the stats are not looking great. So if you're saying Black women are the problem, I'm going to have a problem with that. It's like, so, oh, I don't know who came off mute. Both of you can jump in at any point, by the way.
Okay, I want to say that, and it's quick. We aren't talking about the white women who are actively hypergamous. So when white women, the reason why Black men are marrying white women is because, especially when they're higher up, is because white women are looking for rich men. Like, they don't talk about that. And of course, there's Black women who don't have jobs, who would love to be stay-at-home mothers and take care of their kids and cook and clean the house. That's not what Black men say they want. They want an educated Black woman who does everything on their own and does has a list of things that a Black woman to be, but when they go and marry a white woman, to stay at home mother who can cook and clean and take care of the children for them. And that's because women in other communities are taking care of the men, where they can actually go out and look for high value men and actually treat them as high value men. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Most women are going to endure a ton, which I don't appreciate if you have money, right? If you can provide. So they're not even in the right class, right? But not only that, the reason these rich men can get access to these other women is because they have money, like you just said, which implies that these women are hypergamous. Separately and relatedly, part of the problem, let me not diagnose this. I think Black men have a vested interest in having Black women feel insecure, which goes into a very, very, I literally wrote this before he made that video. And then I saw this video. So,
and before you go back to your writing, because I wanted to point out what you wrote in your essay, if I may, one pattern of note in the Black Manosphere is the rewriting of history, right? In terms of Alfonso Ribeiro, I think that's how you pronounce his name. Being from the Bronx and being in a Pepsi commercial with Michael Jackson does not a Black American advocate make. What history does Alfonso Rubiero have of trying to engage with the Black community during his career and that being shut down to the point where he could make the claim that all of his attempts to engage with the Black community has gone refuted? From his entire career, not only from the jobs that he's picked, from the red carpets that he has walked on, and from the interviews he's done with, he has made it a point to avoid the Black community. Now, he might have his reasons, a little bit of internalized hatred, perhaps not feeling as though he belongs because he might be a little square, especially from where he comes from in the Bronx. That is not other people's fault. And that does not lean into the narrative that you have been rejected by your community because you chose a white woman. You chose a white woman because you felt like you didn't belong in the Black community. And that is something entirely different. That being said, your reasons are your reasons. I frankly don't give a shit. What? Excuse me. Not cursing on your.
No, please. No,
Sorry.
you got it. No,
Frankly,
please.
sometimes I don't know who's getting demonetized or why,
Oh,
but
I don't care about the
frankly,
monetization.
okay, I don't care why anyone of any race chooses to be with anyone of any race. If they don't want to give an explanation, I don't want to ask for it. But O'Shea Duke Jackson placed a deep emphasis on the value of these women being that they find being a mother and a wife top priority. Can he say with a straight face that Black men as a collective find being a husband and being a father type top priority? Probably not. Of course not, right? Which lands into what your essay was saying, which I know you're about to get into, right? They want the women who are raised in a dynamic that Black men could not create. And it's
Girl.
a resentment, this strong desire to be with these women of other races really comes from a strong desire to be other kinds of men because they were incapable of being those kinds of men that
Girl,
could
I'm
create the
so done
kind of
with you.
environment.
I am so over you right now.
Yeah. It's pretty fascinating, yeah.
Yeah,
The
like,
deflection.
oh my God. Like, I don't even have to read my, put this essay on the screen. Like, just period.
I
Like,
love your essay. Please read it and make the other two parts. Guys, spam the chat if you think that
no,
Themis
no.
should release the other two parts.
So
Yes, we need it. We actually need it. So go ahead and do that if you have time.
no, well, the other two part is already written. I just don't want to post it because, yeah. So I'm just skipping to the end where I said, so the Black women are too masculine. They're not soft, submissive, or cooperative. This is a quote. They want too much. They do not provide enough. Other women are better, right? For me, this is surrender. Please make no mistake. Let me rephrase the sentiment they spew above. So I'm rephrasing what I think. Literally, what I just read above is essentially what O'Shea Duke Jackson just said, which literally, like, I don't have to read this because Mahogany Pink just literally explained this. What he is saying essentially is my community has failed. I did not build a community that I am proud of, and I do not like the women in that community as I did not create media that lionize Blackness as a standard of beauty. Therefore, I will leave the community and go praise other women who put in the other people who put in the work through domination of others, this is colonization, to build their community. I prefer this community that other people built. O'Shea Duke Jackson literally sat there and fixed his face to say these women came from better homes and Black women are coming from broken homes. True. All right. Why are these homes broken? It's not because the woman decided to stay and raise the children. It's because the man decided to leave. So the issue, if it is broken home, lands squarely at the feet of the men who decided to leave. I don't know how much clearer that needs to be, but that is what it is. The fact that you are saying, oh, you want soft, submissive, whatever it is, and you're going to go over there. I don't like, I feel so validated right now because Mahogany just kind of summarized all of this and gave it to you guys. It is literally your fault. It is. It is. You want soft submissive, and the reason you believe it is not existing in the Black community is because they're coming from broken homes. Well, you broke the home, so that's on you. Then he had the audacity to sit there talking of. No, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to just move on because that's going to be bad.
Like, and they also are not. I'm sorry. I wanted to say they're also not trying to fix it now. Like when a kid has a toy and they break it, and then they throw the toy and go to somebody else's toy. Like good kid will try and fix their toy so that they don't inconvenience the other kids. But in our community, it's like, oh, the toy's broken. I'm the one who broke it, but I'm just gonna throw it up in the air so somebody else's, or take somebody else's, or use somebody else.
Your mic is going in and out, but yes, not only that, because let's take that toy metaphor a bit further and add to the breaking and explain that a little bit more in that if you look at the relationships being formed between Black men and the women they claim are submissive, what you realize is that, well, they're treating them poorly too, right? So if they're treating them poorly, they're not treating Black women poorly because Black women are quote unquote masculine. They are doing it for other reason, but it's not the woman's fault because if you're dating every woman and all of these women are getting the same results, the problem with how you treat Black women is not about Black womanhood at all because you do it to those women you claim are better. So at some point, do you not sit and say, yeah, I was definitely wrong, right? Like I was definitely wrong. There are three people behind the scenes. This is all I'm gonna take, and then we move on to the conversation that I had with Mr. Let Go, because it was just ridiculous. Honestly, it was just ridiculous. Helena, go ahead. You have 5 seconds. You can address anyone on here either, or you can just make a comment.
Oh, I was backstage waiting for the next show, but yeah,
All
I
right.
didn't.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine. All right. Murder Magic Tricks.
Hello, Themis. Hey, everybody. I just wanted to come up and say real quick that in regards to the Alfonsos of the world, when we talk about him and how he feels like the community let him down, like Black women didn't want him. What about the Black women who are like Alfonso, the nerdy Black girls? Like, what happened to like the Tia? I think is it Tia who's married to the white man of the Maori sisters?
Mm-hmm.
Like
yeah,
everybody.
I don't remember which one. I think it's Tamara.
Tamara, like people said that Tamara was lame and that she wanted to be white. So why couldn't Alfonso or the men like him? Why can't they just get with those type of women? Like, so what's the problem with those women? It's the fact that they're not white enough, or that they're not white at all. So when we look at problems, like you have to look at the other hand too. Like there are plenty of Black women who, I mean, I guess if you want to claim that Alfonso wants to be white, there are supposedly Black women like that too. And those women always get ignored. But, you know, just all I mean,
the truth is, like, the people put a premium, like, this idea, like, people call me a fruitcake, and I promise you throughout I've never had a problem dating. So the reality is you are just probably trying to date out of your league. You don't have the resources if you don't look good to get the woman you want, and you are mad at them. Say that. Say beautiful, model-esque looking women don't want me. That's fine. They probably will never want you if you don't level up financially. It is a trade-off. You put a premium on beauty, they put a premium on money. Like it is what it is. Not on money.
So if you don't measure up, then you have to find, you have to find where you fit into the mix. And it's crazy because men don't believe in having to find where they fit in, find the women who are like-minded and be with those women. They never want to do that. But black women, namely, have to, oh, well, if you're fat, then you need to be able to cook and clean and suck dick real good and all these other things. Oh, if you ain't got no ass, then you better be in the gym every day and have a six-pack and bench press 250 but still look ultra feminine. Like, you have to have all these stipulations for black women about how if they don't look like a Instagram model, then they deserve whatever they get. But these same Instagram model women are still getting the same black men. So it's like, where we got to meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, they're not going to meet in the middle though. But yes, I agree with you. Thank you. Have a good one. This is Koja. Go ahead.
Hey, Davis. Nice to meet you. I didn't even discover that you had actually did a segment on the interaction I had with TLA. You came up in my algorithm.
Wait, did I?
Yes.
Good.
I'm the Southern black girl who he said F you because I call him emotional.
Oh, I remember this.
So I've been catching your
I am glad. I was trying. By the way, if you want us to review that, we can. We can set up a live stream and we can talk about it. By the way, I need a shirt, not for you. Some people keep saying fruitcake. I'm going to buy a shirt that says fruitcake. I think it's one of the most creative insults I've ever gotten. But yeah, no, we can do that. It was really strange to see him react to you that way. You did what needed to be done, so it is what it is.
But
go ahead.
Back to the point. A lot of men will say, well, if you say they didn't raise those girls, what they fall back to is welfare kicked me out of the home. And you're of Jamaican descent. I'm from a town in which we had a lot of immigrant Jamaican people come in and out, and they came to this country. They did their work. They sent their money back home. Most of them brought people here. Some of them decided to stay here. But black men's excuses, well, welfare kicked me out of the home, which is not true. But to this day, I see Hispanic men come to this country, do work, send their money back home, and create productive families. So even their go-to thing of welfare kicked me out is no excuse, but they'll fall back to that as to why they left those homes and abandoned them instead of getting the money together, saving and working to bring their family out of that situation. They just left. And that's their excuse in the O'Shea Jacksons of why they don't have daughters that are made to be these wives. And I'm going to fall back. Black women in America were never stay-at-home wives. When they had the Montgomery boy bus cop, them white women was going getting their maids to come to work. So how are you a stay-at-home mom when the white women was coming literally to get them to bring them to work? So they want to create this rose-colored glasses of what the past used to be. They want silly and miss the relationship in the new age. Ain't nobody using no dial-up phone. We don't even got no house phone no more, but they want to apply dial-up phone type tactics of the older generations to a modern day situation, which is not gonna work. You ain't walking around with that big old phone in your pocket no more, talking about you making a cell phone, but you want women to walk around still acting like that. It don't happen. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Please email me. I don't know if you see my email. It's going to be a banner. You can go back and there's my email. Please email me. I like to review interviews with people. So you can email me and we can do a live.
I definitely will.
Have a good one.
All right. You too. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. There's someone else. Xander is behind the screen and this might be a different perspective. It may or may not, I don't know. So I'm going to add him, even though I said that was going to be the last. I want to hear what is happening. All right, Xander.
Hey, Happy New Year, brother. I'm going to subscribe to your channel as soon as I finish up with this interview. I just happened upon the conversation. And go ahead, sir, you was want to say something?
No, go ahead.
When I hear guys like O'Shea talking about women, if you asking me, I seriously doubt if O'Shea has a woman or has ever even had a woman. So a lot of times he's speaking from the perspective of an armchair quarterback. That's my opinion. I mean, women are art to the enlightened man. And what I mean by that, you have to respect women for their individuality. And a lot of the stuff, I just discovered this whole gender war thing during the pandemic. I had no idea that you had a little segment of men who had retreated to the internet and they sat around and complained and whined about women. This is horrifying to me. But a lot of these guys are coming from the perspective of an armchair quarterback. And I would do this, I would do that. Half of them ain't even had anyone to do anything with. A lot of these guys haven't been on dates. A lot of these guys don't have children. A lot of these guys don't even know how to interact with a woman. In fact, if they come around a woman, the mere presence of a woman makes some of these guys upset. Now, the reason why I can identify a lot of this behavior, I have a lot of experience with the opposite sex. I think I probably got it started dating when I was maybe like about 8, 9, 10 years old. I can remember having a lady friend that I talked on the phone with from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and I would talk to somebody else on the phone from 9:01 to 10:01.
Not you being a player. Go ahead.
Well, brother, that was the nature of my personality. But my point is, when I was a young man, the frustration that I see with a lot of these guys, these were the frustrations that I experienced. But thanks to the opposite sex, the women that I've dated, some real good sisters in my life, I just learned how to be better and respect and appreciate women. Now, of course, women got their stuff with them, man. Jesus Christ, they got their stuff with them. But when a man understands that, hey, man, that's just how the opposite sex operates, hey, man, you roll with that. Now, one thing I'm going to touch on, because I don't want to be long, I hear a lot of people talking about the welfare kicked men out of the house. Now, it's a fact that in this country that we live in, that Black men were always the last hired and the first fired. And a lot of Black men and women back in the 60s and the 70s, they would work the system because they understood that, hey, man, my old man, his employment situation is not stable. So let me get this welfare so that I could feed these kids and we can get X amount of dollars in this house. I know this because my in-laws, that was how they operated. My father-in-law, he worked for the city of Philadelphia, and my mother-in-law, she was a stay-at-home mom, and she got the welfare and she got the subsidized housing. But at the end of the day, they were a loving couple who worked the system. And a lot of loving couples work the system. They just, hey man, they was giving out money for what they were saying was free money. So they just worked that system like that. And all this nonsense that these people have. First of all, guys like O'Shea, they wasn't even really born when a lot of this stuff was happening. And they sitting there talking about stuff that they heard about. They didn't see it or witness it. The stuff that I'm talking about, this is stuff that I've seen with my own eyes. I'm 53 years old. One thing I'm going to touch on before I get out of here, I want to say this. Also, a lot of times these guys are always talking about how fit, friendly, and cooperative white women are and Spanish women are and Asian women are. Well, they are fit, friendly, and cooperative until they get their foot in the door. And once they get their foot in the door, hell has no fury like a white woman. Hell has no fury like a Spanish woman or like an Asian woman. Women are all the same, and ain't no woman no better than the other. They just come in different shapes, sizes, and colors. So that's my opinion based on my experiences with the opposite sex. I love the opposite sex, but oh my God, man, they are a virtual hell on earth. But that's the only thing God left us with. So we got to deal with the opposite sex. If that was satisfactory for you, sir.
Yeah, no, the thing is, I'm not even going to push back on, I'm not going to push back at all on you and your ideas around womanhood at all, because for me, it's your personal experience and it doesn't matter. And once you treat people as individual and not as a caricature of this, whatever the manosphere is spewing, I don't care. But I do care about the community and the fact that the way in which these men are talking about like welfare, kick them out of the home, you added some nuance to say, well, you couldn't provide for it. So they needed to finesse, if they needed to finesse to get the money. But the reason why they needed welfare is because they didn't have enough money. You talked about Black men were the last to get jobs. And this is true. Like, women being maids was a huge part of for white women, right? The whole mammy archetype came out of this. A large part of how Black families in a time where segregation was huge made money. So Black women have been in the labor market since forever. Feminism as a sort of boogeyman that the manosphere attacks is strange to me, because if we're thinking about economic progress, particularly today, we know in the past Black women have engaged in the market, but even today with inflation, the last time I checked was at 7%, right? A one income household is not sufficient for most people when the median income is $45,000. You're going to need both people to work. You cannot be asking for women to be soft, submissive, blah, 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 when they have to engage in the labor market too. Like, you aren't the provider in this way, and you cannot require submission in this way. Now, I don't like submission, and that's a whole different story, but I appreciate your perspective. I'm very happy you came on. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I was pleasantly surprised. So thank you so very much.
Hey, thank you, brother. I'm going to subscribe to your channel, and I'll be looking out for you. And, Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to Mahogany Pink. And I can't pronounce the other sister's name, but have a great evening, my friend. Peace.
You too. Bye. Yep. That was pleasantly surprising. I'm very excited. I am going to now play. I'm sorry to everyone waiting for this. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Themis. May I?
Yeah, please.
I believe his name is Mr. Castle. He's in your chat, Mr. Castle. And let me preface this with, all of my opinions are mine and mine alone, and do not necessarily reflect that of Themis and Thoth or his channel. But there is nothing less masculine than passive-aggressive comments. So if you have a claim that you want to make, say it with your chest, or better yet, please come up here and explain yourself, because you're throwing a lot of shots, but you're not really landing any of them. And it'd be great to have a conversation. So please, if you want the smoke, I have time.
You know something funny, Mahogany? You talked about passive. I had to call out, I'm going to call his name Jaron. He was on here, and these passive, while your views do not reflect this channel, that is directly in line with my channel. Do not be passive aggressive in the chat when there's a link for you to come on. Like literally anyone can come on and talk. I promise you'll be fine. So I love that. You better drag. All right, so let's go here while we wait for him to come on, which he probably won't, because a lot of people just be typing in the chat and they can't string together a full sentence when they come on. And that is a drag, unfortunately, because so often people are stuck at talking points that they hear, and they have not investigated these talking points. So when they come on, it's very difficult for them to even articulate themselves, because beyond the actual talking point, there's no layers there. So stop the passive aggression. It's an open invite. Let me drop the link again. And well, the link is in there. You can come on. Moderators, please drop the link again so that person can come on. Anyway, period. I love it. All right. So Mr. Let Go was talking about some things, and I think this needs context. While I was in law school, I used to try to prevent eviction. I have not lost a case throughout my time so when we do these kind of pro bono work, it's not actually pro bono. So I would be in a clinic working under attorneys, but the attorneys only reviewed my writing. And I would show up to court and I would actually engage in sort of litigation, try to help people stay in their house so that they don't experience homelessness. And I recognize how important it is that your financial situation is completely intact. And one misstep, like a literal simple mistake, can have you losing everything you have, right? And so I was triggered throughout this live, but I only went on because he started to pathologize homeless people in a very, really bad analogy that he was making. And I went on to correct, and then this ensued. Thank you, by the way, for your super chat. Let's go to this, and then we can talk. By the way, at any point, Mahogany or Amara, Amara seems to be going in and out. I don't know what's happening. I'll kick you out and then let you in back. Amara, can you come back in if you can hear me? Your thing is like going in and out. All right. So I'm going to play it a little bit. And yeah, I hate my voice. All right.
You could be doing the same thing to me. So I don't know. So Themis and Thoth, I would love to have you up, but you show your face, I'll let you up. But yeah, Lapeef Network, great group of guys. You can add me without putting me on the screen. Well, oh wait, I can add you? Hold on, let's see.
Becomes
Wait, let's talk about the psychology of a homeless person. Since you've talked to homeless people.
people can experience homelessness for a variety of reasons. Thankfully, I have not been, but I've been donating and contributing and trying to get people off the street for at least 4 years after my graduation from law school. So
okay.
I take issue with the sort of broad brush regarding how someone becomes.
Let's talk about the psychology of a homeless person. Since you've talked.
All right. So that's important. I was ready to leave, and he goes, let's talk about the psychology of a homeless person. This is a broad brush. I literally was done and leaving, and he said, let's talk about the psychology of a homeless person. I think this is important because he made it seem like I am up there debating him about homelessness when I literally was done. And he said, let's talk about the psychology. We are not psychologists, but go off.
About the homeless people, in your opinion, or from what you've learned, are homeless people before they're homeless?
No, people who experience homelessness does so for a variety of reasons. So you can't just talk about the sort of mentality of a homeless person. You would have to individualize.
And we're mainly talking about men, because we're talking about women having babies with men, right? I mean, women having babies with men. So we're not talking about women, we're talking about men. So just being specific. Okay, somebody says veterans. That's one thing, okay? So homeless men, because at the end of the day, as a man, we can find something to do to make money, or we can find somebody to live with to make money. I mean, somebody to live with. Am I wrong or no?
You are not completely off when you say you can find, but that implies this idea that mental health is not a cause for homelessness, which one of the leading factors for homelessness in the at least in DC and New York, is mental health issue. And people experiencing homelessness should not be broad brush in that.
Well, just keep in mind, I get what you're saying, but keep in mind, there is a topic of the show, and it's not homelessness. So I'm not making a show about homeless people. So with that being said, I will understand that. But if you want to say mental issues.
Sorry, this is annoying because what he doesn't understand is you have to dissect the analogy. That which you're analogizing, you have to make it fit what you're trying to do. Calling men who are jumping from women home to other women home homeless is different than you pathologizing homelessness and saying this is likened to the men jumping from home to home. I don't have a problem with you dragging the men jumping from women home to other women home who don't want to do anything with their life. You can do that. That's not, anyway, this is not the part of this literally, I don't care about it, but he's going to push me into another conversation about the women being the problem in the Black community. Or maybe I pushed him into it. I don't know. We got to it, but yeah, so let's continue.
Why or how is a woman having unprotected sex with a man with mental issues? Because remember, we're not talking about the homeless population. We're talking about women having unprotected sex with certain type of men that have not proven themselves to said woman. So even if a man has mental issues, addiction to drugs, wouldn't that still tell you like, okay, there are certain signs of this man that would make it where a woman wouldn't want to have just not have unprotected sex? Because we've all had protected sex with some nasty people, with some goofy people. So, but when we take the condom off, we're entrusting not our lives because we can get a disease, but we're trusting the youth, the starting of another life with this person. So what I'm saying is, even with your point of mental issues, why would a woman have unprotected sex with a man that has mental issues?
All right, you're asking two very different questions. So the first approach is, if we're talking about homelessness, which I took issue with, I was talking about the sort of cavalier approach to the discussion of people experiencing homelessness. When you're talking about women's engagement with men, that changes the conversation.
No. That has been the conversation. It doesn't change the conversation. That has been the conversation.
No, women are not going out there and sleeping with homeless men.
Yes, they are. Stop for a second. 80% of Black households are ran by women. And with that being said, if you look at the statistics, the men are not even on the lease or on the deed. That means those men don't necessarily have anywhere to stay. That is the reason why she is the head of household. It's because the man doesn't have anywhere to stay and he's living with her.
Words mean things like words are very specific. If you're defining homelessness to include,
I'm not defining homelessness. I was talking about gremlins a minute ago. Wait, give me a second. We were talking about gremlins a second ago. Do you actually think men are actually gremlins?
I think you were analogizing men's behavior to that of
gremlins.
Yeah, so in the same way you can do that analogy and speak in sort of metaphorical terms, I don't have a problem with your in that way. What I have a problem with, well, there are a couple of things I have a problem with. I don't know if you have this.
Hey, wait. I want to touch on this another time because all of this is causing people to be like, all right, what are we talking about? You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about homelessness.
Yeah,
we're talking about women sleeping with men that have not proven themselves to the woman. So do you want to speak on that? I don't want to talk about homelessness and all this other stuff. Go ahead.
I think you are fundamentally incorrect as a man.
All right. Before we continue, I think we have to do two things. I am trying to parse out the issues with that which he is analogizing and ultimately what he meant. And he's not really grappling with the fact that I don't care about the conversation about homelessness in this context. What I'm saying is your analogy is not good. It doesn't work. Now we can talk about the rest, but you are asking me question about homelessness still, and I'm telling you you are wrong. I'm not bending on that. And so we're moving now to a different conversation without resolving the first one. It's fine. I don't need him to understand fully what I was trying to say. He doesn't want to have the conversation, which is fine. But he now goes to the part of the conversation where he is dead wrong. This is the part where Mahogany Pink has done videos on. Literally everyone has talked about this. So it's time. I apologize for the homeless bit. Whatever, we're going to move on to the next part. I slipped into the strange space on YouTube because of the pandemic as well. Didn't even know all the madness was going on. Rip to Lauren Smithfield. Yeah, thank you, by the way. I want him to stop cutting themes off. He cannot have an intro. Yeah, I mean, he's going to continue to do that. So it is what it is. Let's continue. Oh, Amara is back, I think. Yeah.
Speaking to another man, I think we should be aiming accountability in a community towards, and this might seem misogynistic for any feminists listening, apologies, but aiming it at men, leading communities. It bothers me when I sit and I hear people say, well, white women aren't doing this, or Asian women aren't doing this, or whatever. And we compare Black women to other women. And while I believe Black women have their own agency outside of the Black men, quote unquote, I do recognize that those other groups of men did facilitate an environment where women get to be feminine, even though white women did push the feminist movement forward. But you don't get to compare Black women and their experience with Black men who have claimed everything from welfare to
Okay, wait, I gotta cut you off.
All right, go ahead.
This is life, okay? I actually brought up animals yesterday, okay? Animals. I literally said animals make better choices than Black women. And that is actually a fact. It is in the nature of a lion, a tiger, or whatever, to when it's during mating season, to only mate with the strongest male. Monkeys, cats, whatever. They only mate with the strongest male. Okay? Black women and white women do not do this. So we can go as deep as you want, but there is a fundamental problem in our communities. And that is the choices of our women. We as strong men are. Go ahead.
Are black men supposed to lead the community?
Well, let me answer it like this. Let me answer it like this.
Okay, he just said community, right? Anyway, my question to him is black men supposed to lead the community? Now here's how this man is going to respond.
Black men who have not proven themselves do not deserve money, do not deserve sex, do not deserve marriage, do not deserve anything. So if a black man is able to have sex with a woman and he has not proven himself to his community or to himself or to the woman, there's a problem. Do you agree?
I agree, but my question remains, are men supposed to lead?
Lead what in particular? You said community. What is leading a community? What exactly is that?
Literally, I should have checked out.
How?
How do you not know how to lead? I should have just left. I should have just exit and not engage. When I say, are black men supposed to lead the community? And you go, what exactly is a community? I should have left because you've been throwing the word community around, but you suddenly don't know what a community is. And I don't think he's like the super smartest person in the world, but I don't think he is absolutely dumb. And the reason is he knew if he defined community in this moment, right? If he had said black men are supposed to lead the community, right? Then black men have failed. If he had said there is no community, well, there's no community to lead. But if he says black men aren't supposed to lead the community, he has overtly accepted his role in community where women should lead. So there is no win for him. And he recognized that in the moment. And so what he decides to do is say, oh, what is a community? How do you define a community? What do you mean? No, you literally have been using community and say black women to help the community, they need to do this and they need to do that. He is not going to define community. I tried to hold him to it, but he's not going to do it. I did it. I did it quickly, actually.
You knew that he knew what a community was because before you came on the call, he had said numerous times, men are meant to lead. Men are meant to lead the community. He also had said black women destroyed the community because they had so many babies with bums and losers. He knew exactly what time it was, but he got backed into a corner, so he had to backtrack and pussy pop. What was really funny about that conversation, he didn't know what to do. But when he said all of that, how animals make better choices than black women, I mean, we already know that that's offensive as hell. But that's just, I mean, it's par for the course at this point in the manosphere. But what he doesn't understand is that most male animals do not breed. Only about 10% of them get the opportunity to have offspring. You know, in prehistoric times, only 5% of men, humanoids, bred, but 90% of women bred. Today, it's about 40% of men have offspring. And that's thanks to the monogamous system that we have set up in marital systems. But if we were to go by this man's observation on women's failure to choose the top of the line men, he is advocating for total annihilation of the black community because most of these men really just, they don't have the sauce and are and by his own criteria are not worthy to breed.
Yeah, the funny thing is, this wasn't even an intellectual challenging discussion. But like, I'm just sitting there like, oh, you said this is interesting here. Like, have you not thought about the counter to you? Like, I feel like people just come on and just say things and not think about like the counter. And so they're just like in a space now when they have opposition where they just don't know. And he's going to filibuster her the entire time. And I apologized to him at one point because I got annoyed because he kept like rambling on paragraphs about nothing. And the thing is, I am not one who easily forget my question and my point, right? So after all his rambling, I'm able to stop and then ask the question again. And that annoyed him. But let's continue. And then at one point, well, we'll see. Let's continue. Because, yeah, all of what you just said, Mahogany. Deanne is back on. Let me add her. Mute and then put it here.
A community, I think the white community did that through colonization. The Asian community did that through economic domination. Like, I'm asking.
So are you saying white men are running black communities?
No. I'm asking.
Because that actually would be factual.
No, I'm not saying that though. I think that's at a sort of macro level that we're not discussing. I'm asking, are men supposed to lead their communities?
Oh, hold on real quick. Can you guys please hit the like button? The people are just coming on. Can you please hit the like button? What are these communities that you speak of?
The black community.
This man said, what are these communities that you speak of? Anyway, let me continue, because I was so annoyed. I should have left. I don't know why I stayed on, because at this point, this is not good faith.
What is a black community? What is the black community?
All right, so when you speak about black women, you're not talking about a community of women.
What is a community? If you want to go deep to this, we got to talk about the community. What is a community? A neighborhood? What are you talking about?
A community is a group of people bonded together by a similar or same characteristic. Blackness.
We don't have a community, with that being said.
So then
there is an Asian community because they are being led by Asian men. Yes, but there is no, listen. There is no black community. Listen, there is no black community. Can I finish?
Wait, I think you're asking.
Can I finish?
I've heard you say black community.
Can I finish? There is no black community, with that being said. And the reason why is because there are no men leading it. So we don't even have a community if there are no men leading it. Everything is led by women. The typical black family is led by women. So we don't have a community. Because if you look at community from your context, that means an infant.
Someone.
Not filibuster.
The filibuster. I dislike you guys right now. Not the filibuster. I love this so much. I can't.
An infrastructure. So our communities are being led by white men, and then by black women.
Oh, so you know community. You know community then, because you are correct that it is being led by white men and black women. Why? All men supposed to be leaders? That is the fundamental question that you are refusing to answer. And if you say black men aren't supposed to be leaders, then you're great, fine. If you say they are, the question is, are they naturally leaders or should they develop into leaders? Because if they're naturally leaders, again, fail. If they develop into leaders, who is supposed to teach them? Because if men are the leaders, I'm assuming men should teach. Look. None of this makes sense. He knows it doesn't make sense, and he's going to get upset, and it's fine, because I'm here for it.
Why? Hold on. Why? Because of government housing. None of these... Go ahead.
I don't like interrupting people when they talk, and I want to apologize for that. For everyone in the chat, I didn't mean to do that, so go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is our neighborhoods, the projects, or whatever, they're built and ran by white people.
So black men are essentially powerless.
No, it's not that they're powerless. It's that, do I want to say powerless?
I think you do.
Okay, put it like this. Powerless is without power. You can gain power. You know, you put two things together, next thing you know, you have power, right?
All right, dominated.
Say it again?
Black men are being dominated by black women and white men.
No, they're not being dominated by black women. They're being dominated by white men. The world is dominated by man, black, which is white men, okay? So since we are being dominated by white men, because virtually everything that we're using right now is invented or, ran by white people, we are dominated by white men. So that is the answer to your question.
All right. So in that sense, isn't it better than for us to be trying to figure out a way to gain power in the system as opposed to or maybe you believe not attacking. I don't think you would say you're attacking black women. Instead of talking to black women about how they can be better, wouldn't it be better for us to create a black community? Because in your words here, it's not a black community because the quote community is being ran by women and white men. How then are we? Go ahead.
Here's the answer. I am telling women to require marriage and pick men of leadership. Now, there are a low amount of leaders in everybody's quote unquote community, right? How you want to look at community. It's important for that particular woman to not have children with a man that is a loser. If we
He's
I
throwing
need this.
the whole
Let's
thing.
talk for a moment. Themis, bless you. I lost break. Okay, me too. Thank you, Sally Hemmings. Love that. Love that for y'all. Does anyone want to take anything here? Do you guys want me to play or talk? Go ahead,
I
Amar.
want to say something so bad.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first he said that there's no black community because black men haven't created a community pretty much. And then just right now he said within the communities, like women need to date men who are going to, further the community. So are you trying to like kind of diminish the fact that there's no black community again? Like, or are you telling black women not to date black men because there is no black community? You know what I mean? And it's just a lot of, I feel like it's just manipulation. That's all it is. That's all I can.
I mean, manipulation on one level, but like I am so, like I was sitting there thinking, I don't even have to try. Like I literally don't have to try. Like, what is this? Wait, Themis, I think you just got uninvited to his cookout. I mean, he did compliment me at some point, but like, so he is admitting we are failing as men, and animals are doing better than us, and we are dominated, making us losers among men. So are women really the problem based on his London? Exactly. Like based on his own words, we like I'm just so confused. And yet he's like, I'm teaching women to change their attachment style. Girl, the attachment style is the least of your problem.
I think a good question would have been, does he think that there should be a black community? Like, do you believe that we should create a black community? Because the way he's talking is like there's no black community and there doesn't need to be one. The black women who don't know how to mate should just start mating with people who do have communities. That's the vibe that I'm getting from his message.
Yeah, actually, Fashion Texture, I remember you being there. Yes, this is the exact live you're talking about. Yep, that is the one. Deanne, I want you to go ahead, and then I am J9. I'm going to call you Eve. Go ahead, Deanne.
Okay. Black Tulip in the chat said she was doing ginger tea and cinnamon. I was going to do ginger tea and vanilla, but I may have to add cinnamon, and although I do not engage in alcohol, this man had me considering it for half a second. Somebody go tell Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and Ida B. Wells and the United States Colored Troops that Jefferson Davis, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Robert E. Lee, all of them were right. Go tell Derek Chauvin that it's okay if he stays on George Floyd's neck. If that conservatism's first poster in 1867 said that only the white man was fit to be governor because the black man was too degenerate, really too broken to lead. This man just came up here and said that animals were doing better than black women in picking, which automatically means that animals have better choices than the available black men. He made every white supremacist argument back 500 years unprovoked.
Not even necessary. Not even necessary. He could have just said we're failing. That's it. That's it. Our leadership is not there.
This man has tried, convicted, and executed. Because again, for those of you who believe in evolution, remember that evolution is about survival of the fittest. So in essence, this man has just lined up millions of black men for the Darwin Awards. In essence, unprovoked. It was not the KKK that did it. It wasn't David Duke that did it. It wasn't Donald Trump that did it. It wasn't any of those Confederates I named that did it. Heck, the fact that none of them were prosecuted, that was what was supposed to happen according to this man. Because apparently, and the thing that was just so, it's not just that he is proposing that black men are in this condition, but he has no interest in having a conversation whereby that you're trying to have, Themis, about how they improve their condition.
Yeah. I mean, by you said this, but I'm going to echo it by saying animals choose better than black women, which someone where is it, gracious greatness said, I'm honestly ashamed. I just want to apologize for inappropriateness of the comparison made between black women and animals. He does not represent me, and his idea is absurd. Thank you so much. Completely agreed. But by doing that, he also compared black men to animals.
He just said, and see, that's the thing, Themis. Like I said, for those of you who are, see, the thing about being a Christian creationist is that until someone becomes totally reprobate, there is a possibility they can be redeemed. But if you believe in evolution, it's over for the black man. We're done. This is it.
Yeah.
Because there's no way back from what he just said.
Yeah.
The logical conclusion for the women that he is coaching now. See, the other thing about this is we've had a number of gentlemen up here who cannot count. There are 3.9 billion men in the world, approximately. There are enough men in the world, because you got to consider people live a long time, marry, remarry, to absorb every single American black woman. There are enough. It would just require black men, women getting serious enough. Now, you take the likes of Dennis Berling talking about these men live in patriarchies, but you know what? We also have evidence which makes men like Dennis Berling mad, because he said it, that women will submit when there is proper protection. So we can adapt. But if you have just put in, what are you going to do when Stephen Miller gets this video from Mr. Let Go? They will run this to support every oppressive thing done to black men. And by the way, this is not hyperbole. Look at who the country's big institutions are willing to fund.
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs is funding black women. The state of Georgia is funding black women.
And
Tamika Mallory, maybe.
That
go ahead.
$850 is going to be taking black men out of the house in Georgia in 10 years.
Yeah,
so.
because but like I said, if you don't own a house, then you can be taken out of anybody else's as a trespasser. It is what it is.
And that's just that on that.
I'm just saying, but see, this is the thing. The country, the Violence Against Women Act is finally up there getting ready to try to move through the Senate again. Y'all write your senators. That's a side story, but write your senators if you care about black women, in addition to all women in the country to get this through. But the country's beginning to make some decisions about how it's going to fill its prisons. Like it made decisions when Joe Biden was a senator last generation. It's about to make decisions about how it's going to fill those prisons as those older prisoners die off.
Yeah.
This man has made the case that white men have made for centuries, that black men are only good to be worked to death and made chattel of by stronger men. He came out in public, unforced. I am devastated as a human being because I know what this means for the black boys that I teach. That this man is a representation. And
The
that they
funny
have
thing is, he considered himself one of the good ones. The problem, I think, is when you think about the logical extreme of an argument, when you make a statement, you have to be able to think at least 3 steps of meaning for what that statement will imply. And it looks like for him, he just did not want to be trapped. I mean, he was essentially trapped. I don't know if he knows that, but he could not win that argument unless he's willing to say men should not lead. He cannot win the argument unless he says men cannot lead, and because he should not lead. And because he doesn't want to take the quote unquote feminist stance, he is left to bend himself up into a pretzel to defend a position that is indefensible. And it's quite clear to him, to me, and to his audience who got really annoyed that he could not hold his own on a point. Like he has an entire structure business plan around teaching women to make the community better, while there is no emphasis on the actual people degrading the I'm done. Eve, go ahead before we get back to it. Obviously, Mahogany and Amara, you guys can definitely jump in if you ever feel like it, but I'm going to go back to the video after Eve. You're on mute, I think. Did I mute you? I muted you. Nope, you muted
All right,
yourself.
here we go. Yeah. I want to start with what is a community?
Community took black men out the home.
Oh, that's right. I now remember. Now I remember. All right, so, all right. Oh my God, you kept asking them, should men lead the community? It was like, if he said yes, then he just needs to shut the fuck up after that, right? I mean, because there's nothing else to say. Like, yeah, I'm responsible for this. He couldn't say that, Davis. Come on now.
See, this is what I'm glad you look like you were taking notes, and I'm glad because, like, what happens is if you're watching this, any reasonable person watching this, I'm not saying my position is right, I'm not saying his is wrong. Well, I am, but let's ignore that. But when you're watching this, right, his unwillingness to define community and to answer the question if men should lead, right, should tell you something. No matter what level of education you have, it is my assertion that his unwillingness to answer those two fundamental questions means that he also understands that he is the problem.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, I came across this whole thing. Like, a couple people came in here and said like they had no idea anything like this was going on. I came across it I was watching this one girl, and she made a comment about, well, she made a video about the whole baby thing with the what the word is you're supposed to use, a yeetus to the fetus, you know. That's what, that thing. Okay, yeah. And I'm empathic, so like I'm super sensitive, basically. So like that, like, you know, hit me different. And like, so I ended up like kind of having this kind of whole little breakdown thing, and it's I ended up coming across Cynthia, Cynthia G. Now when I was like just I couldn't get past that. I made videos and stuff about it and everything, but I kept emphasizing like I tell a lot of jokes. I do a lot of roasting and shit. I'm very good at it. So, but that was my only part. Listening to her though, like there's other people I listened to. Like, I could hear she knew what she was talking about. I could see that she was saying some shit that was very, very obvious and correct. I've been watching my whole life, but because like I couldn't get past that one thing. It was just that one thing and that one thing but then the more I would watch, it was like I really wish that one thing could disappear because I see this space. Every time I go into these spaces, I'm like, oh my God, because it's like the men are becoming so weak, and instead of rising to any occasion, the mission now is to stay at the bottom, stay down in the grass, and just pull and claw at the fence to make it shorter, so they can just crawl, so they can stay at ground level and just ooze on across, as opposed to any bit of challenge to climb up this fence. Like everything, they want everything to be so easy. Like that dude was so dumb that you were talking to. He was so dumb. Like he wasn't little dumb. He was big dumb. And he was sitting on his couch with great. I'm gonna tell you, the terrifying part is the confidence behind these people. The confident. You know how weird it is to watch somebody be that dumb and that confident. That shit is dangerous.
All right, I'm gonna correct you in one way, and I'm gonna say I'm not gonna accept that people are dumb. You're fine.
He was.
I'm not gonna say it about him. I think his argument was dumb. Like I legit do, but I get what you're saying. I'm not correcting you. I'm just putting my stance out there so people don't say, "Oh, Themis is." It's a shame that men feel they have to practice compassion for us with I'm not pandering, but even they can't escape the dissonance of their brethren. Yeah. Thank you, Vitamin. Someone acting like he's on Jeopardy talking about what is community. Wait, let's go back. Let's go back and watch some more. I love this covering so much. By the way, if Mahogany, obviously, I will continue to say this even though I don't have to. And Amara, if you guys want to chime in, please let me know, obviously.
Oh my God.
We as Black people start doing things the right way, which is requiring marriage, requiring a man to be a leader, to show some sign of consistent strength, like animals do, because animals do this, and Black women don't, white women don't. We will actually be able to start building up better children, smarter children. We'll be able to start leaving money to our children, because when you're a married couple, the possibility of somebody dying and not having insurance is a lot less than a whole bunch of baby mamas and baby daddies dying because they don't even really think about insurance. So if we had more married couples, okay, there will be more of an inheritance, more of a pride of our last names to hold down or to hand down to our children. And then our children would grow up wanting to hold up that last name. See, certain families won't allow a typical whoever to be a part of that family.
Erica said, WT, yeah. No, I don't know what he's talking about, but let's continue.
Because it's about the legacy, it's about the last name. But we don't care about our last names because we don't have any communities. We don't have any inheritance. We don't have anything. So until women start just being more patient before they have their little babies, because that's the problem. We can go out and have sex with anybody. God made us where we can do whatever it is we want to do. So people just started jumping off of buildings. We're like, yo, what's going on with these people jumping off of buildings? We can't get mad at the building. We need to be like, yo, why are they jumping off? People can do whatever they want to do. And women are sexually jumping off of buildings by just having babies with just any damn body that wants to have a baby with them. So it's actually ruining our communities with this way of just having sex with any damn body. If women were to actually require things from men, men would easily step up, because there's a lot of loser Black men that are getting all kinds of sex, and they're being.
Oh, by the way, I love this. I haven't rewatched all of it because I hate my voice, obviously, but this part I do remember, and I actually enjoyed it. So we can talk about this. So everyone can listen to this part who is on here. So we can talk about this part. But yeah, let's do it.
Being rewarded for nothingness. So when men were to turn around and say, all right, I got to get my life together or I ain't going to get no booty, that will be a real thing that will happen. And they will force themselves to get their stuff together. The things that we buy, whether it's jewelry, cars, or jobs, or whatever, we do it for women. But when women just accept any damn thing, we ain't got to do nothing for women. Because it's a fact that losers get more sex from women than high-value men do.
But you're putting the onus of transformation, radical transformation of man and manhood on the backs of women. Wow.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
How are you not? Sorry. He's talking about the reason why white men should stay in charge and Black women should avoid. Yeah, I mean, essentially is what he's saying. He literally just said, if women chose better, right? Men would rise to the occasion. If women choose and wanted more, men would become more. I am not saying you're wrong. I actually do believe there are certain men who would actually perform better if women were saying, no, I'm not going to sleep with you. And that's why they're dragging women down, because they need women to have low self-esteem so they can have access to these women, the starter wife phenomena, for example. I actually do. Well, I don't know if they would actually change, but I believe that some men who engage in what they engage in because they want access to women. That doesn't matter. The reason you change should not be about someone else, and you don't get to blame someone else's standard for why you are where you are. Like, it's like me saying, oh, you know what? I'm not going to be a lawyer because this person said they love me, so I don't have to be a lawyer. Oh, okay, cool. If I don't become a lawyer, I can't blame them because they didn't push me away and said, you have to be a lawyer for me to be with you. You have to actually act. You have agency. People don't control you. You control you. Specifically, women shouldn't be telling. Like, I don't understand this notion. And after he says all of that, he's going to look at me, because when I summarize what he said, it essentially boils down to women are the ones who should be telling men what to do. Women have the right and power to change men. Men don't have that capacity on their own. So the reason he's talking to women is because he needs women to make men better. Literally what you said. And when I put it in those terms, you get upset and like, no, that's not what I'm doing. And then you try to do mental gymnastics, but I didn't stretch, so I'm not gonna do this gymnastics with you.
And if you notice, I hope people are noticing the impossible scenarios that these men are trying to ensnare you into. The word that he used was, you're birthing all of these degenerates because you lack the patience to wait for good men. Right now, currently in the US, the average age that women get married is about 27, but that's in aggregate of all married women. If we're talking about women who were married in the last 15 years or so, it's higher. The average woman is getting married at about 31 and a half years old. And Black women are getting married even later than that. How long do you want women to wait? If your idea is that women should be waiting until marriage to have children, a premise that I actually agree with, by the way, if that is the position that you're taking, how long do you want them to wait? And more specifically, what are the criteria of men that you want them to be waiting for? Now, he does get into that later on, and I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But the fact that women are actually getting married quite late in compared to the rest of the world and in comparison to when they used to get married, patience is not necessarily the answer. And I find it very interesting how the community likes to throw stones and then hide its hands, because this is the same manosphere that tells you that you need to be a blushing bride at 22 years old. And now the conversation is that you need to be patient and wait for this type of man. When he said in probably the first 10 minutes of his live stream, Black men are dropping the ball and there aren't a lot of Black men. So he's doing the math, but he's not coming to the proper conclusion after the math is done, which is that there just ain't enough good Black men to go around for the amount of Black women who want them and who qualify for them. And what's really frustrating is that he's saying that if women were to twist and contort themselves into the kind of woman that a man is looking for and wait for said man and murder all of the other qualified women who also want the same man, and you get that man, then men will all of a sudden become the leaders that you need them to be to restore this community. And I'm going to say this once, and hopefully you understand me. If you have to be given a booster seat to sit at the table of leadership, then a leader is exactly what you are not. And the reality is that these men continuously ask women to teach them to be leaders, to allow them to be leaders, to help them to be leaders, to fall back. What leader has ever done that? Leadership is seized.
Yeah.
And if you are falling short, then just say that and leave Black women the hell out of it.
But they
But you
can't
can't
say
do
that.
that now, can you?
Nope.
Exactly.
Right? And if nothing else, please get from this live stream that his unwillingness to accept what he's saying and the meaning of what he's saying regarding leadership, precisely what Mahogany Pink is just talking about, is essentially the reason no one should be listening to him, in my opinion. Famous reactions are taking me out. Yeah, this, by the way, is why when I watch Mahogany Pink's video, literally this is me the entire time, just like a mess, like a literal mess. Everyone here probably knows Mahogany Pink, but if you don't know, you should know.
I
Just
gotta figure it out.
that guy. I am going to continue, and then we're going to come back. Oh, Vitamin D, did you want to say anything? I saw you just came. There are other people in the back. I don't want to.
You can let me go because I just wanted to come in and say I just really like you're the first person in this kind of sphere that I've ever gone up into the thing. I felt so inclined. I was like, I gotta go in. Like, you are
Awesome.
speaking
That's
to
great.
my soul right now.
I love that. I don't know if you've been to Mahogany Pink's channel.
I know her voice from a couple. Like, it's her name. Is it like Nyla?
No, it's Mahogany Pink.
No, although I do love Nyla, but no, I'm not her.
It's like the voice, and the voice sounds very. It's like so very
Yeah.
similar to Nyla. Yeah, but I definitely heard your voice before. So
Yeah,
yeah,
if you
and
go to her
I'm
YouTube,
familiar with the name too.
if you go to her YouTube channel on Mahogany, if you like my content, you will definitely love hers because
I
it's
can
very
hear
interesting.
it. I can hear it.
Oh
She's
yeah,
very queen-like. Look, she's very queen-like. I hear it.
and the
Thank
edits are
you.
better. So yeah, if you like this, like she does it and it's researched. I love it. So
All right, but yeah, y'all have a
also
great
I love your
night.
background.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna just stop. I'm gonna just stop give our compliments at this point. But I do.
All right, well, I
It's good.
subscribe, and y'all keep it
All right.
up because this has been awesome.
Awesome. Have a good one.
All right, bye.
All right. Vitamin.
Oh, hey. Hi everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
No, he was pissing me off because everything that he was saying is just like there's this double-sided coin of bullshit. Because how is it that you can sit and say, oh well, the women gotta pick better and this and that and the other? But the thing is, you don't want the women to pick better, because when they pick better, and when they're saying we want to pick better and we're going to start looking over here for more options and this and that and the other, oh well, you're abandoning us and you're not giving us a chance and we're in jail and all this other stuff. So then let's say lo and behold, you give them a chance and then it doesn't work out, you got a kid, whatever goes on, oh well, you should have picked better, you shouldn't have been messing with him. It's like, I'm so tired of hearing the bullshit. Like it's just too much.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna play some more. There's a lot more people behind. I'll just add one or two people after each portion. I'm trying to get people up, but yeah, let's continue.
No, not. These are choices, sir. These are choices. These are choices. It's not about an onus. It's about choices.
And I was
look, let me tell you something. Let me say this. Men are making a choice not to have kids at all. Okay? Men don't necessarily want to get married. Men don't necessarily want to have kids. It's the women who want to have kids. It's the women who want to have babies. Want to get married. So my point is, the pressure of having children is coming from women.
I'm trying to.
Can I finish?
I haven't spoken yet. I mean,
okay, let me say this last thing.
All right.
The pressure of having a baby is female. Okay, women feel pressure to have a baby for a lot of different reasons. When you have that pressure, you start looking to have a baby with. The pressure is the actual problem. Men are not pressured with inside of them or from society to have children. Men are not pressured from inside of them or from society to get married. Men are just out here doing what they want to do, whether right or wrong. I'm almost done. Women have this biological pressure to make children. And when women are having this biological pressure to make children, who are they having the children with? That is the choice. And when they have children with a guy who is a plumb loser, the man no longer has any control over the narrative because she had a baby with a loser.
Evolutionary biologists would disagree on whether or not women and men have a drive to have children. They both would have. When we're talking about women wanting children, that is no pressure if you're elevated. Right?
I did say societal pressure also.
Yeah. So that. You haven't answered the question that you yourself posed regarding men's ability to change. You said verbatim that men will not change until women start withholding sex. Now, if there's a possibility, it sure could. The problem with that assertion is fundamentally that you're putting the pressure for men to change on women's ability to withhold sex. So if women has ultimate power in whether a man can change to be better, right, and quote, lead the community, if that is the woman's responsibility, then the woman has too much, in my mind, power over the man one. But you are taking responsibility and accountability away from the man, and you're putting it squarely in the purview of the woman. The question I have is, have you completely given up on men, and should women therefore when it comes to men? Because it seems you're saying women need to change men.
No, I didn't say women need to change men. Okay, let me answer your specific question. Like I said with the gremlins, okay? Remember I talk about gremlins, right?
Yeah.
Where did the gremlins come from?
Well,
majority. That was just facetious. I didn't mean for you to answer it. The men that are losers now are products of broken homes, right? This generation is lost. Okay. The only thing we can do is focus on the next generation. And that is specifically what I'm here to do. I don't care about this generation. They can do what the hell they want to do.
This is a change in topic, and it's a change that annoys me, but we're going to get there. So he is saying, oh, women have a biological predisposition to have children. People, in order to continue the species, have a biological predisposition to have children. Now, we can talk about social pressures, and I would give you a point there, but ultimately, we all want to engage in the activity, right? All right, fine. I still don't understand how he does not, well, he understands. I think he's just sidestepping the question. You're literally, before we move on, putting the onus of change for men on women. That's what you're doing. It is what it is. Like, it's very clear that's what you're doing, even if you don't want to accept it. He's the example of who we should choose when they tell us to choose better. You know, one of the good ones. No, it's funny because he thinks, I literally had to withhold myself. He thinks you cannot be a single mother if you were married. And the reason he's doing that is because he divorced his wife, or he was divorced, and his wife had children, right? His ex-wife had his children. So he is defining single motherhood to exclude his wife. And he's saying married women cannot be single mother. Divorced women can't be single mothers, right? I don't care what you call it. The point of it existing is that there is a woman with a child and the man who decided to be absent from said child's life. So we can spin it, bend it, screw it, whatever way you want. Ultimately, it is the abandonment that is at issue for me. And he just is stuck on the definition, but we'll get to that foolishness in a moment. We already did this. We went in circles, but if anyone has anything to say by that, Deanne, go ahead.
Okay, see, this is where he has reached the point where I have to pull out what I call the George W. Bush rule. And it relates to something in the law. When I've studied mass communications law, it didn't matter how you got to the end. It could be gross negligence or it could be malice aforethought. But either way, when you got to the end, you were culpable. Themis, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. This was 15, 16 years ago. The George W. Bush rule says, since we know now that there were no WMDs, it does not matter whether he was too stupid or unwilling, or just wanted to get back at the people that hurt his father. It doesn't matter in the end. Those 100,000 Iraqis, those 3,000 Americans, those 2 million Iraqis displaced, it's a crime against humanity. It is what it is. This is what I'm saying to you, Themis. At this point, it does not matter whether we believe that these men are ignorant or whether they are intentionally doing it. I'm going to say this again, according to the theory of evolution. This man has just wiped millions and millions of people out, just live, because he has just made the case that there is no community and black men have no purpose in it. And he is, to my surprise, continuing to dig a hole. Let me tell you something. Lemus, this will never happen to you, but let's just do this theoretically. If somehow we're in a relationship and I determine everything you do, that makes me your mistress, and that makes me your mistress. And of course, I'm not going to say what that makes you, but you can figure it out, given history of the past 600 years. So if black women determine how black men are going to behave, that would make them our slaves. So, but see, now here's the crazy part about it, and it goes on something Mahogany Pig said. These men need a booster seat, but remember, the whole point of white supremacy was to forever keep black men as what? What was the name that they called? Not the N-word, the other one. Boy. You could be 90 and you still be boy.
Yeah.
This man has, I mean, we thought Lee surrendered in 1865. No, that was a draw by comparison. If there is a battle of the sexes in the black community, this man has put up, I mean, every white sheet that's available. I mean, he done bought out the stores. He done gone on up to Home Depot and Murphines and all the rest of the stuff. And he bought every white sheet there because they're waving. The concession is complete. again, according to the theory of evolution, these men are gone. And it's just like I didn't think he could dig a hole from where we were, but he's dug a hole from where he was just 2 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it gets
You
worse.
couldn't be
It
David
get
Duke and make a case that was stronger than this. I'm just like, the KKK is like, all we got to do is take notes. All we got to do is take notes.
I mean,
In fact, let's not even take notes. It's an audio-visual age. We just take clips. YouTube is
yeah.
sitting up here talking about, you could take a 75-second clip. They just started doing that today. I'm like, oh, that's it. We done, sir. You know, buried us alive. Sitting up here talking about, this generation is lost. Well, do you know what that means? That means everybody who believes that is lost. But there are 24 million black women who, like, I'm going to say it again, there are enough other men to absorb us. And he has made a case that's what this man has made the case for divestment to
That,
an extent that no
oh,
one has
He
ever done
sure
in history.
did.
yep,
I,
he did.
I'm just.
By the way, if you're in the back studio, you can type in the private chat if you have an alternative view or something else to add outside of what has been said. Thank you, Deanne. Because Alexander, I don't know. What do you have an opposing view? I think you said you had something to say.
I really do not, because
Oh, Alexander, I remember the voice now. I'm sorry. I am sorry I forgot who you were, but as soon as I heard your voice, I knew who you were. Go ahead.
yeah, and man, I wish I would have came up here when Crystal and Kerrison was up here, but it's neither here nor there. But the thing of it is like, this dude has legitimately, officially, as Deanne said, is causing our demise, because, and also here's another thing. When he puts it on the onus of the women to, being to change the man, this is why I don't even like the Manosphere. And I'm starting to see some of them change their rhetoric, but here's the main thing. Even if the black women who want black men are listening to the Manosphere, and a certain person that I would not name, in the future, because of what Mr. Let Go is saying, we will still be at the bottom. And then we realize that everybody from O'Shea Duke Jackson to Kevin Samuels have lied to black women, let alone lied to black men, and that we are doing better. And I saw the post that Paris Milan posted, and it says that black men are the problem with the U.S. economy. I never thought I would see that comment in my lifetime, but it turns out it is. It turns out I did, and for these men to actually say that we're doing better, that the unemployment rate has gone down, they're not even looking at the stats. Why? Because they think that the white man made that stat. Oh, that ain't real statistics. That's how dumb most black men are in the manosphere. They just don't want to admit that we still at the bottom. And I wish I would have came up here when Wait, what's that dude that was telling the truth? I forgot his name because I was listening, but I forgot his name. The
Yeah.
man, yeah, that man was telling the truth about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling the truth, and you know the black man.
Alexander. I mean, I agree with Alexander. I don't know where he went. All right, let's continue watching again. If you're in the back chat, oh, someone their text.
I wanted to say something really quickly about about what he said about uh, having women use their bodies to make men behave properly in our community by just kind of deflecting his responsibility. I feel like if they're going to put that responsibility, because there's only two options if that's the case with Black men who think like this, right? Either we don't have a Black community and we just forget about it altogether, or Black women really need to start using our bodies and, prohibiting men from having children with us, kind of like what another creator is promoting on the same platform. So, yeah, I just want to say that.
My thing is, I disagree with the notion that women should have to use not have to, should use their bodies to make. If the man does not have the capacity to stand on his own 2 feet, to figure his own life out, absent women withholding sex, I'm sorry, not even men, women, anyone. Like, if you need that kind of motivation at the stage we're in, like, I understand evolution. I understand the need to procreate. I understand the driving force for why a lot of people do what they do. But at this stage, where we have evolved, I thought we have, and we have mastered a lot of our sort of base cravings. Like, at this point, we should be elevated enough to do things, and I think a leader exists, man or woman, as an individual first and then a community second. So if you are requiring, and this is not what you said, but if you require for self improvement other people to withhold sex from you, I'm sorry, I don't trust you as a leader. I really don't. Like, I don't trust that you have the capacity to lead.
Yeah, but I also just feel like they don't have the representation for them to learn or know how to lead. You know what I mean? If they're learning how, the example I can give is like, I have friends who had a mother and father in their home, right? And when they look at their parents, I look at the way that their sons behave and they behave like their father. I'm talking about good dads. Then I have some people who have mothers and fathers in the household who the son still behaves like the father, but it's not good. You know what I mean? And then there's some people who just don't have a father and a mother to look to see how a man is supposed to lead that family. And so because we know that this is a big issue in our community, that a lot of us don't have our fathers, a lot of the men just don't have the teachings of knowing how to do that, and then nobody is practicing, no one's teaching them, and the men don't put it upon themselves to actually go out and practice learning how to lead. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so I feel like if the women in our community who obviously have figured out what it takes to lead in a lot of different arenas, if we figure that out and we really want to protect our community and we really want to advance our community, then I think something, even though it's annoying, I think something has to be done. And if that means you got to put a price on your body, like, oh, sorry, like you can't mess with Black women unless you're working this type of job, a stable job that makes this amount of money, that does this and this and this, that will actually put them in the role to go out and work and learn how to lead from other places other than their parents, which is where they should have gotten it to begin with.
I think we've accepted kind of that, men, myself included, that we are stunted and we need a trigger, in this case, even in his case, women, to do something in order for us to grow. And I cannot find the primary source for this experiment. So it might just be a tale that has been told so many times that we now believe it's true, but I can't find the primary source for the research, right? Well, not the research, but the experiment. So 5 monkeys were in a room, and there was a ladder with a banana on the top. And every time a monkey would try to go up there, they would douse the room with super cold water, and all of the monkey would freeze or just chilly and not like it, right? Essentially. So every time a monkey would try to go up there, the other monkeys would beat the monkey till all the monkeys were bloody and none of them would want to go up, right? So they removed one monkey and then added another monkey. So there would be 4 monkeys and then 4 bloody monkey and then 1 that's not bloody. The new monkey obviously don't know anything. So they see the banana, they try to go up there, and then the other monkey would beat this monkey. It stays not bloody. And after a while, that monkey just adopts and doesn't try to go up there. They remove another bloody monkey, put one in. And essentially what happened over time is it was all new monkeys. None of the original monkeys were there. And none of the monkeys would go up to try to get the banana. None of these monkeys had been dosed with water at all. So they don't know the consequence for not going up there to try and get the banana, right? So they would stay down there because that's what they were taught to do. They would not try to get the banana because they did not, they got beat up for it, but they don't actually know why they should not try and get the banana. And they don't know if the water would come down on them, right? The question is, if we're talking about trauma that transcends generation, I am sure using that experiment, if it did happen, it doesn't have to use the metaphor, to think about the way human beings carry with them maladaptions over a series of generation. My question is, I'm not sure how much we can anthropomorphize when we think about what happened in that sort of scientific experiment to what is happening with Black people. And if we are in a space where we don't know why it is that we can't reach, but we could if we try, right? I don't know what the trigger would be. I'm just extremely uncomfortable with the idea that women have to be the one to trigger you going like you going after something. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense? Like I maybe I'm talking.
I understand what you're saying, and it is that you hear them in their talking points. They'll say like, "Oh, Black men will build things, and then white people will come and burn it down. There's no need to build things," and that's the reason why a lot of Black men love to do things that will give them fast money that doesn't give them any stability. It's because they do have that ingrained in them. But at the end of the day, it still goes back to the fact that they don't have the guidance. They don't have the like, I don't know, like just the community behind them that's going to support them through the unlearning of that, and instead of them being taking it upon themselves, although some of you guys do, like you, taking it upon themselves and learning and unlearning a lot of the things, they just kind of fall into degeneracy and they start worried about having some more sex instead of worrying about learning these things, because even if you think about the guys who don't have good jobs, they're still having sex with women. Those are the ones that will lie to you and try to make you feel loved and then get you pregnant and then leave you like that. Instead of them using that time and energy that they took to get you pregnant to actually better the community. But at the end of the day, if we do want a better community, there has to be something put in place. Something has to happen, otherwise we can just say bye-bye to the Black community. That's just how I see it.
Fully.
Yeah, as someone who has made no apologies about the fact that my goal is not to strengthen the Black community, I will say that you are right that Black men do not have the representation or guidance to become the kind of men that would make for a stronger community. That being said, Black men, in all of their autonomy, have managed to figure out ways to get access to what it is that they do value, what it is that they do prioritize, like getting women, like getting a pair of Jordans when you can't afford it, or like joining a gang or forming a disorganized crime syndicate, or even the positive things. We have seen men from the wrong side of the tracks succeed because it was their goal. What we have not seen is those same men reaching back and showing the men behind them the way. And that is the only way, because these men have made it very clear that they do not want the leadership of women. They want the leadership of men. Now, Amara, you've lent to something very true, which is that I believe deep down what men really do want is women's leadership, at least in this community. But ultimately, what they have said above board is that they want men to be men and men to be allowed to be men. And what that means is nobody shows you a goddamn thing. Nobody helps you do a goddamn thing. And if you can't find your way with those stipulations, then you are not a man by the very terms that you have set forth that define what manhood is. So if you're not willing to do that, that cannot be anyone else's problem, because how much are we going to ask of women in the throes of men who have not stepped up to the very criteria that they have defined as being what makes them worthy of all of our submission? And so it has to be them, and it cannot be with your help. I care about the Black community so much that I do not care about the Black community, because what is happening right now is that you are seeing a paradigm shift in your women. They are adapting to their circumstances. They don't have men who will take care of them. They will take care of themselves. They do not have men who will provide for them. They will provide for themselves. There is a Eurocentric standard of beauty that says that they are not beautiful. They will find a way to see themselves as beautiful. That is what adaptation is. And if you believe in Darwinism or any form of, social or biological or evolutionary Darwinism, the strongest survive, and you rise to the occasion regardless of who has shown you how to do so. And if these men are going to be men as they have defined what manhood is, they're going to have to figure it out for themselves and by themselves, because what has been happening is Black women have been putting them on their backs and trying to relay race across the finish line with them, only to find that these men hate you for it. They might say that they would be better men if you would require them to be better, but that ultimately is what makes you better, not them. And ultimately, we want Black men to be better, or we don't care if Black men are better. For the divestors in the chat, we don't give a shit one way or the other. But we want Black men to be better. They have to find that better for themselves. And if they can't do it, then they do not deserve to be in the next generation of humans walking the face of the earth. And that is their choice, because maybe they don't see a lot of Black men being what they want to be or doing what they want to do, but you see a lot of other men doing it, right?
And they see a lot of Black women doing it.
Absolutely. And ultimately, the way that some countries conquer others, right? You send spies and you steal the best ideas and you adapt them. That's how conquest works. Well, it's really easy to do that in the US of A. We have seen many of immigrant communities come here and steal the best of the communities adjacent to them and use it to propel forward. And Black men are no different. If they don't want to do that because they want to hold on to archaic belief systems about what they are and who they are, then that's their choice. But we cannot fall as casualties to those choices. I'm getting drunk now. Y'all can hear me stumbling over my words.
That was beautiful.
If this is you when you're drunk, girl.
I am very drunk.
No, but I have a rebuttal, because I think we're saying the same thing just a little differently.
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that Black women, like, our responsibility for this community, because like what the man is saying in the video is that we're still having babies with bums. He even told Emus that we have babies with homeless people, and it's true. And so I'm saying for Black women, I think it's important for us to hold some type of, dignity, I guess, in our wombs. Like, we can't just, if you're not doing what you need to be doing for yourself, and it's secure, it's not illegal, and it's, it can actually benefit the family, then there's no reason why I should be laying down with you. So I think I'm just taking the accountability that Black women should take on ourselves, because we do also have a little bit of a problem. But anybody who knows me knows that I'm 100% mahogany pink. Like, you know what I mean?
We're in agreement. We're in agreement on Black women raising their standards. We are in total agreement. I don't know if I could say definitively that Black women are sleeping with homeless men, but I guess it depends on your definition of homeless. I think of under the bridge bums. You could be thinking about houseless men who sleep with women so that they can have somewhere to stay. And then that might be debatable. I did find it very strange that when Themis said Black women are not running to sleep with homeless men, his response was, nah, because 80% of households are headed by Black women. That's hardly a rebuttal to the statement. But you're right. Black women need to hold themselves to a higher standard. And in effect, the gentleman was also right. Black women do need to hold themselves to a higher standard in terms of who they sleep with and who they marry. I just don't know if everyone is on the same page for what that actually looks like. Because it doesn't look like what these men think it looks like.
No,
I have a question.
No, and the thing is, I don't disagree that people should choose better partners, like, period. I reject it, one, because I am not in the business of telling Black women, particularly. I think too many men are already telling women what to do. I am not in that business. I don't tell women what to do. I think it is in everyone's best interest to mate with people who have something to give, right? But if I'm talking to men or talking about men, I'm going to tell you, you need to be better. Like, I'm not going to say women should choose better. It's never going to, like, I believe it, but that will never be that is going to be a footnote in an essay. Because my letter is going to be to men to be better. Like, a woman should be able to close her eyes and pick, and you should be good enough. And if they can't do that, we have a problem. And that's my stance. And it's a very radical stance. So I accept it. And I think as women, you guys get to hold each other accountable in a way that I don't want to, because it's not my place.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead, Concern. I was trying to figure out who that was.
Oh, no, Mahogany Pink, I just want to say, like, I literally hollered at that booster seat comment. I was scared I was about to get my neighbor to say something. That was amazing. But I will start with, this is the danger of these men going mainstream. They are so dangerous to the safety of just themselves in general. It's like they don't even realize the extent to which they are they are literally justifying anything bad that happens to them. And it's like, it's terrifying, because the more and more you see the top Manosphere men grow, and there are a few names that are Manosphere adjacent, that are a little bit less problematic, but the ones that are truly creating a lane for themselves, they are. Anyways, moving on to I've now become convinced these are the men who took Black men out of the home. They are the Rasta men, the bums on the street, the uncles who are like, come here, young man, let me tell you something. This is who took Black men out of the home. Bad advice. They have literally been making circular reasoning for eons. Whenever I watch any documentaries where these guys are talking
about issues about their relationships. They've been wrong for a while, but
You
you
guys are
can't
gonna
be
be
having
so
these
mad at me. Wait,
conversations.
concerned. Wait 1 second. You guys are gonna be so mad at me, and I want to apologize for what I'm gonna say now. Um, I am not. I'm not. I'm not policing speech in that way. I I get really triggered. I think not Themis being triggered. That little fruitcake. Um, hearing the word bum. Like, I am sorry. I am so sorry. It's so insignificant.
No,
But
it's
when I
valid. It's valid. It's
all right.
valid. And I did work with homeless people myself. It was just me. I was wrong. I retract. But just as a general matter though, like people who should people who for various reason across the spectrum have not engaged enough with general society for whatever reason to be able to truly help the next generation navigate getting ahead in general society overall. Like I have a lot of family members personally who are Rastafarian. And actually, let me just completely like think about it from this way. Like, it's not religiosity. It's not. It's just. I just have this visceral image of this guy on the street telling these guys stories, and it's just always stories. Nothing ever based off of like statistics and good conversation and debate. Like they've been talking like this for a while, and I think we've figured out what has actually taken Black men out of the homes.
Black men took black men out of the home.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question, guys.
Go ahead.
But before I say that, you would think that the floor is lava is like accountability for some Manosphere black men. Because the way he froze when Themis asked, so do you think black men should be leaders? Because he know saying yes would mean they would have accountability, and somewhere in there a leader is accountable and liable for something. But anyway, my question is, what do you guys think would have happened if desegregation didn't happen? Like, if you have to make, instead of fighting to sit at somebody's table, if black men were forced to, create their own table, like, what do you guys think would happen? Like, do you think there will be more, you know?
All right, before I think Deanne should answer this first, but before she goes, I'm gonna add a tad bit more context to it, because I do think it is um, Malcolm X versus MLK fight. It is the sort of Magneto versus Professor X fight. The question is a really significant one, because there is some. Should I do this? Yep, it's too late. I'm gonna do it. There is some literature. I consider it poor literature, but I know a lot of people don't, and they lionize it. There's some literature that indicated that the fight for integration is the fight to access white women and whiteness. I disagree with that literature not completely, but I don't think it's fully fleshed out. But it's an interesting point. There is other literature, though, that says black people were doing better segregated than they started doing because of integration. And when you look at critical race theory and the writing, what you find is that in the way we had a very specific system to blame under Jim Crow, for a lot of people, when we look at the macro level and quote unquote racism, it seems like some people would argue that these caveats, girl, would argue that we fought to go into a system that was better able to subjugate us.
Yes.
Separately, we could have been accountable amongst each other, but we fought for the wrong thing. We fought for integration as opposed to equality. Separate but equal was not a problem in this literature. It is separate was fine, equal was what we needed to fight for. All right, So with all of that, actually anyone can answer, but
I
Deanne,
just
if you
want
want.
to say that was beautifully put.
I want to go after Deanne if I can.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Themis, let me do my moderator thing for just a minute. We do have people that have been waiting to speak for a long time. I can remember the question, like Falake has been waiting for, I hope I said that right, for a long time.
Yeah,
So
you
I
can
can
go.
come
I think
back.
she even texted in the group chat. The chat. Actually, yeah, go ahead. I would like for you to. Do you want to answer that question though?
I can. I just wanted to
No,
mention
no.
that was going on. But if you
I'm
like, I
asking
can make an
Falak.
answer to the question first.
Is it Falak? Do you want to answer the question, or do you?
I was gonna make a different point so Deanne can make it, and it's Falake.
All right.
Answered and go next. Need to make that distinction. Okay, so to answer the question, do you think black men would have been significantly different if this is how I'm understanding the question? There's two things. Is that a correct understanding of? Is that a correct understanding of the question? Would
Yeah,
the
the one in
behavior of
the
black men be different if desegregation had not occurred?
yeah.
Okay. Of course, we're talking about pure theoretical. There are two problems with the theoretical that it would be different. Of course, it would be different in terms of our outlook on the world by 2022 if that had continued. Impossible to know all the different ways, but Harriet Tubman gave us a number in 1880 something, not too long before her death. She said that it was remarkable she'd freed 300 slaves, and she said she could have freed 1,000 if only she had known that there were slaves. If this number is correct, this indicates that about 7 out of 10 of our ancestors in the worst conditions possible were still not dedicated to freedom. And if this is the case, then we also then have to look at 1950, the last full decade before segregation. Well, how were black men behaving then? There were more jobs available because you did have the economy coming out of World War II. So you did have a bigger economy, but the same economic shifts would have happened anyway. If you really look at the history of black men after slavery, it's important also to consider the behavior of the black church, how in contradiction to the whole Bible, black men worked very hard to shut black women out of having any kind of authority at all. You look at the different clubs, you look at the different things that black men set up and how hard they worked. My grandmother's teacher dared to start a little Bible school in San Francisco, and every black preacher in town tried to shut her down. And this is before Jim Crow because she was born in 1911. So the other thing to consider is this. No matter what happens, the World War II economy goes away by 1970. The post-industrial revolution is still going to continue post 1970. No matter what black people do, those things are going to end. So if Harriet Tubman is giving us a number 7 out of 10 black men at that time were not ready to do what was necessary for freedom, another way to look at this is the number of black men in America versus the number of black men that showed up as part of the United States colored troops. I don't have time to break down those numbers, but there's 180,000 of them versus the number of free black men that were available at that time. You can do that for yourself. But it seems that there has been a little bit of an issue, and in compassion, we do need to say in compassion, the work that Europe did to break the black man specifically was greater than probably anything that has been unearthed since the Assyrians were the top empire on the planet. So the problems that we see with this dependency and this resentment of the fact that black women are more mobile go back a long time. So would there be differences? Yes. The pressure of having to do what you need to do for your survival may have helped. Yes. But fundamentally, would there have been a difference? I don't know if we can say that for certain. Because these problems, it's kind of like black men want to look at black women in the 1950s and talk about how wonderful we were. We kind of tend to turn around and do that as well when we talk about previous generations. Another way to do this is talk to your grandmother and your aunties. I have aunties that are in their 80s. My grandmother was born in 1911. So talk to the old women, the old black women, and ask them the question: how were the majority of black men when they were growing up? I think you're going to find that we have to remove some of the same blinders about black men of previous generations, just like we need black women, black men to do this about black women. I don't want to, that's not an easy thing for me to say, but history suggests that even though some of the circumstances would have been different, the black men of today didn't come out of a vacuum. They have fathers, grandfathers, great grandfathers. You can listen to blues from the 1910s where grown black men are singing about little girls and how they developed over the summer. Lift up your dress and let daddy see what's going on under there. 1910s, 1920s.
Oh no.
So I don't think we are wise to look at, did desegregation do this?
But don't you think black men put their leadership role down when they beg another man to sit at his table instead of creating his own table?
I do, but the challenge is, here's the thing. The question you have to ask yourself is, relative to the number of black men in America, how many black leaders were there before that? Go do the math on that. I mean, we know about Malcolm and Martin, and we revere them to this day. And as Ari Rude Boy just said, salute to black men in America. I'm not putting down all of them, but the question is, would there be a significant difference? Okay, so we got Malcolm and Martin and Bayard Rustin and James Baldwin. And okay, I can think of at least a dozen. And if you look at South Africa, we just looked at Desmond Tutu having passed away. So even in the diaspora, we find men like this. Stephen Biko, Nelson Mandela. Themis, you'll have to help me with the Caribbean and Afro-Latinos.
Marcus
That's just not
Garvey.
my... Marcus Garvey. Okay, so but we're back in 1920. We're
Yeah.
already back in 1920. So then we have a skip back. Frederick Douglass, Henry Howard Garnett. There are many names, but there are these big, you can fill the gap. Charles Houston, Adam Clayton Powell. But are they representative? Henry Varick of the AME Church. These men's names do come out of history, plus the Du Bois, thank you, Booker T, Marcus Garvey, thank you, Ray. But here's the thing. These names come out of history. They exist. But at any time, were they representative of the mass of black men? This is a question that we do not like to answer. Consider this. You are dealing with a population of men that from 1619 almost down to 1800 built the country alone. Black women were not imported in large amounts until around the 1800s because slavery was going to be, import was going to stop, and they needed to breed slaves. So black women come in toward the end of the 17th. So we know these men can be massively productive under someone else's control. The question we have never
Yikes.
asked
That hurt.
is...
That hurt. That actually hurt when you
This is
said
deep. Let her finish. I want to hear that.
Oh my
The
God.
question
Are you a
we have
history teacher?
we have general all around lay historian. My teaching was in English, but I'm big on history. But the question that we have never asked, I'm not saying that this is necessarily true, but if we've never investigated it, we've never dared to investigate. We know what was done by force. People forced to be made dependent. We know further back in Africa that these men built the Malinke, the Songhai, the Great Zimbabwe, keep on going all the way back to Kemet and thereabouts.
Pyramids.
But we also know that by the time 600 years ago happened, somehow, and Themis covered it in this essay, the people that were brought here had been broken pretty severely. So if we have to accept that, and there was no therapy appointment in 1865 for all our ancestors coming out of slavery. So if we accept that 600 years ago, our ancestors were broken in ways that we are not even capable of understanding. If there was no time for them to do the kind of work we can do today, at what time in history do we actually have? It's like Southern men hide behind Robert E. Lee. To a point, we have some wonderful images of remarkable Black people, Black men that go back as far back as you want to go. Benjamin Banneker. The names come to mind when you think about it. You know, hundreds of Black inventors whose names we don't really know. Like Lewis Latimer gave Thomas Edison the filament of the light bulb. Most people, you know, it's just the names come out. But did that ever represent the mass? And it's a hard, because if you're going to ask, did desegregation do this? This assumes that everything was just running all nice up to 1965 and it fell apart. I don't know if history supports that.
But also, I will add, because I don't want to dismiss the literature that says Black men fought for white women. I'm not dismissing that. And the reason I'm not dismissing that is let's not do post-slavery. Prior to slavery, and I think the group that is often invoked to talk about Black strength and domination in world history is the Moors. If you look into the kinds of interaction that created a lot of Spanish people who are mixed, you will realize that the Moors engaged in the sort of upliftment of whiteness in a very similar way that we see today. That was pre-slavery.
Yep.
So the question is, like, it's an interesting thing, because I hate saying this because it feels like I am dumping on my own, on a history that I claim as my own. And so when I think about the link between whiteness and Blackness and what has always been kind of elevated, I don't want my kind of rejection of the Black men fought for white women in the civil rights movement to be a dismissal of the literature. I think it's interesting, and I think you can read it and engage with it and come to a different conclusion than I did, which I don't think it's squarely for white women, but there is enough there to come with that. Just an FYI.
Yeah, so I actually had a question for was it what was her name? The girl that made the question to begin with. Are we talking about like no segregation at all? Are we talking about we went through slavery, and after slavery we just all went our own separate ways, and it was like we were still segregated?
I think segregation started happening when like slavery was abolished. All right, I don't know. I think so.
Yeah. So okay. So I'm saying, like, are we talking about how Black people, Black men, our community were before any colonization? Pretty much is what I want to know.
Yes. Like.
Okay. So like, I'm basing this off of like stories that I heard from my grandfather. I'm Nigerian. My parents are from Nigeria. My grandfather would tell me stories about how Nigeria was very matriarchal before the whole colonization, before the people came and took the kids and took all the prisoners of war and stuff like that. Actually, he actually told a story about how like they convinced the men that the men were stronger than the women and they can get the women to do whatever they wanted them to do. So before all of this happened, I feel like our society probably was really the reason why you see a lot of Black people saying like, I don't want to fight violence with violence, and I don't like, we can't, go and abduct a bunch of white people and turn them into slaves and do what they did to us, is because I feel like our communities were very matriarchal before colonization. That's not something that you see in the history books a lot, but I feel like if it was, this is the other side of it. Say we did go through slavery and then afterwards we were segregated and then we decided to stay that way. I feel like after that, it would just kind of been kind of exactly what we're dealing with now, because we would have still been influenced by the colonizers' mindset of oppressing their women. So that's what I want to say.
When I started learning about slavery, I'm from Africa, by the way, West Africa, Guinea. I one thing that could not get away from my head and could not, the way, couldn't pass my mind is that why would you beg to sit at somebody else's table that don't like you? Like, to me, that, like, I guess it's the spirit that majority of people that I guess I come from have, which is like maybe this rebellion spirit, as like, if you don't like me, then I don't like you either. I just feel like if desegregation didn't happen, Black men would have the backbone, or be forced to have the backbone to, again, I know I keep saying this table thing, create their own.
Yeah. I'm Deanne on I actually don't know, but I mean, this is up for debate. It's intellectual exercise.
It was very.
Actually, I would like
It's
to answer this
imaginative.
question if possible.
I'm sorry. It's imaginative because it's not something that actually happened. I see people in the chat saying like, "Oh, don't brush Nigeria with one brush." I was speaking from my own personal experience. That's why I mentioned my grandfather and his stories, to give kind of like an idea of a possibility of what it could have been like before we actually integrated with white people. So I just, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with finally go to
Falaka.
Yeah.
I'm right here, and everything you guys have been saying on this panel has been excellent. I agree with most of what everyone is saying, so I'm gonna use your guys' word again. I don't want to be an echo chamber, but to go back to the topic that we were talking about at hand with the video, I think it was Halima or Concern that made a very great point that men like the man on the screen that was talking about he doesn't know what community is, all of this other stuff, they are really a danger to themselves, because I do feel like from the way we are socialized, the way we are centered around white men, the patriarchy and stuff like that, I do think we do mix up leadership with what relying on privilege looks like a lot of the time. And I do feel like a lot of the time these men misconstrued and create a cognitive dissonance on relying on privilege, even though they know that this can backfire on them at any time. Because when you go onto these networks and when you go onto these shows, as you have done with this man, and you've asked him questions that just literally don't make sense because he's talking against his words, you realize that like he can crumble from the words that he uses to empower himself. And one thing I really don't understand is how somebody can literally say one thing and then know that it can hurt them in that same instance. For example, this guy is saying that we're in a lost generation. You're a part of this lost generation. That's one. Two, another thing that he definitely brought up was the fact that he genders everything, and how gendering things are literally a detriment to the men in this manosphere because of what women do. Another thing that came up a lot of the time was, women are pressuring men to have kids. When I don't think that's the narrative. That's the narrative that he's making up. But I do feel like that I don't think it's true, but I do think that, it stems farther from women just wanting to have kids and just wanting to reproduce, So to go back to what I was saying, I know I'm kind of going to loops and stuff, but yeah, a lot of the rhetoric that this man is having is just a detriment to himself and a detriment to the men that he wants to uprise, because when they do get into these places and they realize that the problems that were still there when they weren't in these leadership positions are still there, who do they run to for the answers to actually solve men not finding love, men not feeling appreciated, when they realize it comes from this cognitive dissonance, this relying on privilege, knowing that I am a man, so I am above. That's what makes me a leader, rather than knowing that I have the tools to fix communities, even though it's not solely on Black men to fix the whole community. But one thing I definitely do feel like is that leadership should not be a trait because you are above someone in a social ladder, you know?
Yeah.
I definitely do feel like leadership is something that needs to first, it needs to be taken, gender needs to be taken away from leadership, because that's another thing that's really keeping a lot of the men in this manosphere on their pedestal. So thank you, whoever said that in the comments. It also is hard when you do have men in your family that you see don't subscribe to this type of narrative, because I have a brother and an uncle that treat the women in their life fabulously. I'm like, where's me? Because I'm like, I'm the woman in my family, the Black woman in my family that's not seeing the traits that are exhibited within my community. I see men uplift the women in their community and do these things, but I also do feel the repercussions of, like, let's just say, dating the men in my community. I'm from the Bronx, so you already know what that entails when you're dating in the Bronx and just dating Black women in general as a Black man. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword in my opinion, the way he's speaking. And that cognitive dissonance, that willpower to keep that privilege, is what I feel makes him feel empowered to know that he can negate negate the facts and still be a man and still be cool and rocking. That's what really I feel makes, gets his socks off, gets his rocks off and stuff, and literally just continuates a cycle of destruction, in all honesty.
Thank you. That was very well done. I appreciate you. Let's continue. I just realized there's more. Not I just realized, but we'll try to get through some more, and then Tay or Ty. Again, I messed it up. You can speak to this in a moment, but let's go.
I want to focus on the next generation. If we can get the next generation to do things the right way, okay, the next generation of men would actually be able to build communities, protect their women, raise their children, and leave legacies. So with everything what you just said, I'm agreeing with you. This generation, the last generation, the crack era generation, is lost. The only thing we can do is to focus on the next generation, which is these young women and these young men, of course. But just keep in mind that all of us are part of this epidemic of single motherhood. Nobody has a damn daddy. And that is coming from a woman's choice. So just think about that particular part. It's not about who's wait. Just think about that particular part. It's not who's running stuff, who's controlling stuff. It's about if a certain demographic of people is having sex with these people over here. The people over here are just like, yo, what are y'all doing? Those people over here are almost making their own community where the people over here have no say-so.
The reason I'm playing this and not fast forwarded, I just want you guys to feel a little bit of how I felt, because this is literally non-responsive, like literally non-responsive to the question. So we're going.
Because until these people over here stop doing what they're doing over here and come over here, they're not even part of the community. But if this community keeps growing bigger and bigger and bigger versus this community, that community now controls this community because it's more people. So what I'm saying is, women having sex with losers, having babies with losers, is the source of the problem. It's like water coming out of a dam. It's not the dam that's controlling things anymore. It's the hole that's controlling things. Because until we fix the hole in the dam, this big, huge dam isn't making that much of a difference. The hole is allowing water to leak out of it. Does that add clarity to what I'm saying?
Oh no, you just completely disrupted the entire narrative. So if you think about,
so who are like the hole in the dam and the man on the dam?
No, your analogy made sense, but who is the hole and what? How you understand the metaphor, I think, is fundamentally flawed. So
I don't care.
Wait, no,
I don't care. I don't have to be perfect with this. I'm just here to help my community. I don't care about all the stuff.
I apologize if I somehow
just know. I understand. But I just want to say this. I ain't here to be the smartest. I don't care about all this stuff.
I apologize if I came off condescending because I was not attempting to talk about.
Yeah, just know you're smarter than me. I can hear that you're smarter than me. I'm enjoying this conversation. You're smarter than me. I don't care. I want more men to come up and be smarter than me. I'm okay with being the dumbest person in the room, dumbest person on the live stream. I'm okay with that because now I have the opportunity to learn. So
do not for 1 second think that was a compliment. It was
No,
not.
it wasn't. He was trying to put down a bit of a disclaimer because you were about to destroy him.
Yes. And he literally disrupted, like I could not speak at all after this point, right? Because it, by the way, when someone is saying you're smart in a way to dismiss what it is that you're going to say, it is hugely problematic. And I know it can be disarming for a lot of people because it it makes you want to give grace to the person you're talking to. For me, it doesn't work because I don't care about your compliment or your insults. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Now, it's an interesting thing because he literally just said, you blame the whole, you blame the whole, you blame the whole. It's interesting after you said you blame the whole that I am saying, how can you blame who is the whole in this case? And why do you blame the whole? Because in his case, the whole is the woman. But then he's going to be like, oh, it's not about blame. It's not about blame. Please remember that he said you blame the whole. I hate saying that. Mahogany, go ahead. I don't remember you. I think you were going to add more. But
No, I was not going to say much. I was going to say he had to create a bit of an addendum because I think he knew that this conversation wasn't going to go in a place that he wanted it to go to, which was also why he had said earlier, everyone came here to talk about something else, and now you're talking about homeless people. It was because he realized that he wasn't going to be able to own you in the conversation, and so certain disclaimers needed to be made. But why are we giving men the role of de facto leadership is the question, particularly Black men. I hate to be harsh, but where have they led the Black community besides the Middle Passage? I don't know if we can necessarily say that gender dictates a person's competence or
oh, we
ability
can. We
to
cannot.
lead. And
Absolutely not. We
I
can't.
really like just a little bit more grace extended to women because in this conversation, he has made women comparable to animals. He has made women the culprits for destroying the entire Black community. And he has not once in this conversation, and he will never in this conversation, um, point to any examples of why Black men's leadership should be a birthright or should be predicated on possessing a phallus. He doesn't make any claims. He just simply says men should be leaders and women should be led. But why should they be led by you? Because as his words exactly at the beginning of this conversation was, the men are dropping the ball. Black men are dropping the ball. There aren't a lot of good Black men. He understood that and then goes on to do a different math problem that has to do with, well, if you would be dumber, then men would be smarter. And if you would be less competent, then men would be more competent. And this doesn't make a ton of sense when we hold it up to scrutiny. And I find it cowardly and frustrating when he wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
And I don't love when people throw out little slick ass comments and then cannot substantiate it with anything, and then goes and put the proverbial fingers in the ears, nana nana boo boo, I can't hear you. Let's go to the next topic. I don't really appreciate that, but that was all that I was trying to say.
Yeah, he pivots so horribly, by the way. He pivots every single time he feels bested. And that's how you know. Before I go, Ty, correct me again and I won't mess it up again.
Ty.
Go ahead. Do you have a response or do you want me to continue?
I think. So I know. So that snippet of video, it's not much to really engage with. Majority of that was irrelevant anyway. Only thing I can say is, earlier, I probably did a partial misspeak, if you will. So I know for me, because I was thinking about what I said earlier, I have 3 nieces, and even for them, I wouldn't necessarily even tell them to divest. I would just say separate yourselves for a while just to grow and all that when it comes to dealing with other types of men. Just simply because,
you're reaching in a bag, so you don't know what you're gonna get. So it's just better to probably get your stuff together first. That's what I would tell my nieces when they get older, and start dating and stuff like that in the world. Secondly, I did want to answer that question, that hypothetical of if, I guess it was like if civil rights, if segregation didn't
Prioritize
happen.
integration.
Say again?
If segregation did, would it be better to not prioritize integration, but rather equality and stay separated?
Oh, okay. So for that question, I was mainly geared towards, I think either way, the situation we're in right now would have caught up eventually. I felt like if anything, integration just sped it up. As Black men, we have developed a desire for white women in any connotation of white women for a while now. So that desire for them would have just been fueling longer if we didn't integrate sooner, if that makes sense. This
Yeah.
kind of like ripped the Band-Aid off. I don't think we would have improved that much over time.
That seems so weak to me. Not you, not what your position, but the idea that like white women or Black men's kryptonite is just so like it feels like Black men have been broken. That's how I interpret it. But it's just anyway. Let's continue.
I have a question though for him. He said that he would give advice to his nieces. I just want to know what advice you'd give to your nephews if you were to have some.
Oh, actually, so I do have one nephew. So even for him, it would just be, so for some of us Black men, between me and my wife, we call them like law of the land, law of the land men. Like they lack moral character. It's like if a law didn't exist for them, it wouldn't be done. And if we break those laws sometimes anyway. So for him, it would just be like, just watch me, I lead by example, have morals, and just try to build a strong character. Don't lie as much. That hurts your character. Honestly, it's just basic character building. I don't think a lot of us Black men are around, nor do we care to emulate solid, positive character building, whether you're an uncle or a father or a grandfather, etc. It doesn't really exist that much. Or if we're teaching it from a hypocritical point of view, like a do as I say, not as I do. And for some men, that doesn't sit in too well either. So I would just be that clean glass for him to emulate or to take morals from. My uncle wasn't perfect, but I even did that. I had to do that with my uncle growing up because my father was a mess. My grandfather was a mess. So I had to look towards my uncle to get some type of morality. So that's what I would do for my nephew.
All right. We're going to continue and then come back.
It can be fundamentally whatever. I'm just here to bring up the conversation for more people to talk about it. So go for it. I'm cool with that.
So when you say, when you say, can you hear that echo?
I don't know what's going on.
All right. So when you say there is the person to be blamed for the quote gremlins.
Source, not blame. The water is not to be blamed to be leaking out of the dam. You can't blame the water.
You blame the hole. You literally blame the hole, but
it's the source. The source is this hole.
Yeah.
It's not blame.
Yeah. So when we put the responsibility for the creation of these gremlins on women, we completely remove responsibility and liability from the men.
No, we're not.
No, yeah, single mothers aren't single mothers because they decided to have children. Single mothers are single mothers because the dad decided not to be there.
Stop. Single mothers allow somebody to have sex with them with no condom on without marrying them. What in the world are you talking about? Right. Are you saying women have no say-so on what happens in their bodies?
Yes, they can.
Are you kidding me?
That the women have a children does not make them a single mother. That there is not a father.
A single mother is a woman that has not gotten married that has children. It is up to her to require marriage before having children.
A single mother can also be a woman who was married and then...
No, that's a divorced mother. That's a divorced mother. It's a difference.
playing with the definitions now.
No. On any application, there's married, single, divorce. Excuse me. When you do your taxes, you're married, single, divorce. These these words mean something. It wouldn't be on every tax form on the entire planet. Okay, taxes. Your taxes. Everybody on the planet pays a certain type of tax. Okay, and it has a lot to do whether you're single, married, or divorced. So you can't say being divorced does not mean anything. It would not be on one of the most important designations of the. It's because it's not even in the United States. It's in the world. Taxes.
I'm not sure the argument you're making. I'm just saying a single mother connotes.
A single mother is a woman that did not get married and had children.
Father connotes the absence of a father. It is a woman.
That is a divorced mother. Look, I don't want to keep going back and forth about semantics.
Wait, it's not semantics.
Because the designation means something. You being married, whether you are married or you were married, means a lot to society. It means a lot to rich people. It means a lot to companies. It means something. It wouldn't be on almost every form that we fill out.
All right, so this might be semantics then, because that's a different conversation. A single mother is a mother who is raising
a single mother is a woman that did not get married and had children.
All right, I'll give that. It doesn't really matter. What I'm saying ultimately is a child no longer has a father when a father dies in that child's life. Now we can talk about if you park a car, like you love metaphor. If you park a car in a bad neighborhood and the car gets
Yo, hold on. Is he breaking up to y'all or is it just me? I'm trying to hear. Is he breaking up to y'all?
There's an echo. There's an echo.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear what you're saying. Go ahead though.
Yeah, around echo. So, like I think.
Let me see if I can mute myself. See if that'll work. Stop mic, cam, audio. I can't mute myself. Oh, hold on. I got it.
All right. Yeah, there it is. So if you park a car in a bad neighborhood, yes, I agree. You should not have parked the car there. But there is no legal system that is going to blame the person who parked the car there when they find the thief. That you made a mistake, that you slept with a dusty, that whatever you want to call these men, I don't care. It's not important. That you did that. You were wrong. But to take the blame away from the individual who decided not to be in the child's life. There are two pillars in a family, a mother and a father, if we're talking about whatever, traditional family, right? If one decided to leave, you cannot blame the one who stayed for the one, unless you find that they kick them out, actually. But
okay, wait, no. I gotta stop you right there.
All right.
He is big mad. He is big mad because he left his wife with a child to take care of that child, and the wife had to go find another husband who she's now remarried. The thing is, for him, that was a personal thing, and he was operating out of ego. Because again, even you can call them single mothers, you can call them whatever you want to call women, it does not matter. The ultimate issue is that the woman is with the child and the man is not there, right? So even if you're divorced, if you were married and the man left, right? It's still like you are in the same situation as the mom, the woman who had a man who provided for her, and then the man just left, right? Even without the papers. So you do not get to shroud your own bad behavior under the umbrella of being married to disabuse us, the public, from any kind of indication that you are also creating single mothers. Like you don't get married and then get to abuse. You don't get married and then get to leave. You don't get married, like you still did the action, which is you left your family. Like it is what it is. Like I don't know what we were talking about. I don't care if he's upset, but I knew, and I stepped back because I knew he had a divorce and the woman had the child and all of that stuff. So I didn't want to push it, but I know why he was so upset, because like he was a part of the problem, and that's just what it is. He was a part
And
of
he
the
had to
problem.
move. He had to move that goalpost because up until that point, all of the stats he was pointing out, 80% of Black women are head of households or whatever, and 70% of Black women are single mothers. That encompasses widows and divorced women.
Yeah.
If he was speaking about women who were never married, he should have led with that. And
Yeah.
he didn't. He didn't until he was taken to task. He was very much backpedaling and pussy popping. So there's that.
I love that so much. I love that phrase so much. I will never say it, but I absolutely love it. I love it so much. This was not even, let me not say that either. Let's continue and then we can come back and talk. It's almost done.
And because this is an issue that happens a lot. We love to blame the person that was gone, but you can't blame the person that was gone because they're gone. If a person
that was perfect.
How much time have you got? Because we can spend the whole night just shitting on that one statement right there.
That was such a bad argument. If that were true, you have incentivized both parents to leave. If you cannot blame the person who is gone and the man leave and you're the woman, you would be real silly if you stayed. Because if we're going to incentivize removing blame by leaving, girl, that child is supposed to be on its own, fending for itself. Because what I would not do if I were a woman is stay and be blamed. If you leave and you leaving means that you have washed your hands of that, you cannot be blamed for it. If that is true, girl, that child needs to raise itself. That child is going to have to lift itself up by the bootstraps and do what needs to be done.
But that statement, oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
No, I was saying that statement in a nutshell, and I believe he really means that you can't blame the person that left. And also he also had said about 3 or 4 times, you already know men are going to do what they want. Men can do what they want. He said that several times, and that lets you know that all of this polemics that he's displaying is not about improving the Black community. It's not about improving the relationships between Black women and Black men. And it's not about building the Black family. It is about ownership over women's behavior. They want women to behave in a more chaste way because it serves their interest to have women who are more chaste. And they prefer women to be more pure. They prefer to have the first right of refusal with women, and to be the first one to pop that cherry or whatever.
Yeah.
But it has absolutely nothing to do with building families, because if you really wanted that, if that was the real goal, then you would focus on the person who is destroying said families. You would focus on the person that was leaving. But of course, from his point of view, you can't blame the person who was leaving. So there you go.
I mean, it's like essentially what is happening is literally what you did when you talked about when you put the onus, or when you shame and demonize the women in the community getting the education and not the people engaged, the one who are underemployed, unemployed, and uneducated. When you're shaming women for their degrees, like, you're literally putting the energy in the wrong direction. Like, how are you, like, obviously they are bad mothers, sure, all of that, blah blah blah. But when a man is not there, I don't understand how you don't give more than 50% of the blame on him. Like, he has literally stepped away from his responsibility. In my mind, it's so clear. Like, yes, we can talk about the mothers. We definitely should give resource to help. All of that is important. But the one that is not there literally does not do any of the work that he's supposed to do. It's like, you go into a classroom, you get a project, both of you went up there, you get a B, and the person who didn't do any of the work comes back and they're blaming you, like, you got the B, why did you get a B for me? It's like, girl, you should get a 0. Like, you should be grateful that any community exists. You should be grateful for that B, because without you, I did this on my own. Like, I don't know. I don't know. This is a mess. I cannot believe he actually said it out loud. That's the part that bothers me. Like, he confidently says it out loud.
I have something to say. I'm Ty's wife.
Oh, okay. I was
It's
like,
Ren. It's Ren, actually. Yeah, but I just wanted to, I know the voice change was like, wait, what? But I just wanted to comment because I was listening in and I just wanted to say a few things that I was thinking about, a few points, because I was noticing it's too much confusion and all this confusion with the men shouldn't be really happening. And the confusion is leading to violence and it's hurting children and women. And instead, I feel like as women, we need to separate. I feel we need to separate from the men until like further notice, move a little bit more inland since they talk about global warming anyway. Like we have the tools now. We can kind of be more self-sufficient on our own till our men get their stuff together. We could probably make a little city and then have a section where they could come visit, but they can't have full access to our women community anymore. Like I feel like there's an Asian community that did that. The women, they have their own land. They have the men come. It's like on the weekends, the men come and visit. They send them back out. And then they go over there, build, and then they come back and bring whatever resources they had. And I feel like, in a way, we should kind of take. There's actually a place even in Africa, but it's more different. The women have their own tribe, and the men aren't really allowed only on certain days. And I feel like as American Black women, we need to start doing that on our own because all this back and forth, and lives are still being lost. Like it's still femicide is still happening. Children are still being hurt. I don't feel like we keep going back and forth with men about, oh, well, you shouldn't be intelligent or you shouldn't have like, no. Y'all go as men, since you guys say y'all so great, y'all figure them out and we'll build as women. And on top of that too, I feel like that would let America help us more. Because then we can blame America, look like how they say, oh, slavery, oh, the Black men suck. Okay, good. We'll use those points so then as reasons of why America needs to help us. Because of, okay, slavery, because, oh, you supposedly took him out the home. You weren't allowing him to get jobs or whatever the case may be. Good, great. We'll use that to sue America to be like, hey, this is what our men are saying that you did to them. This is why they're saying they can't help, they can't provide. And it's not our fault as women. We are getting education. We are helping. We are we're even growing up children together. I mean, as women, helping each other. So I don't really feel like the whole thing is like divest into other men of other cultures. I feel like it is divest out of men, period, and focus on ourselves as women, period, and focus on the children in our community. Yeah. Because I feel like just focusing on, well, let's go run into another community. That's not safe. My mother did that. It's not so safe. Because think about it too. They're not giving you the best of their men. Like if they're really smart as women and as a whole community, they're not going to let you get the best of their men. They're really not. They're going to let you get the men that they possibly have control over, or that they can manipulate, or they could cut off at any time. I've seen it happen. So that's kind of like a losing point in a way. Like that, yes, that's good. I'm not trying to discourage anybody. That's going to work out for some of them. But as a majority, as a whole, what I feel will work out for all of us is we just move more inland, sue America for what they did wrong, because it's a whole nother type of thing. We're not doing the whole Black community thing anymore. No, the Black woman community was done wrong. The Black children in our community as well has been done wrong for hundreds of years. Like we keep focusing on, well, the man was done wrong. No, we all start off as children as a community first. In this whole situation, we were all born into as children, as babies, and we were even done wrong as children. But the men decided to, I don't know, get older and still do wrong. I don't know what's up with that. That has nothing to do with me as a woman. What has to do with me as a woman is making sure the next generation of young children are safe. And I have been noticing them being around good Black men, whatever you want to call them, Black men in general isn't so safe. So I feel if they could get around just Black women, and as well, we could still use police. We'll still have access to American things. It isn't like, oh, we're going to be off on our own grid somewhere. No, we'll be able to as well build on our own. And then we'll actually be able to see, are those men even building? Because, yeah, you guys will be alone. You can't blame us for distracting you. Can't blame for children. You can't, I can't work because my wife's not letting me, or whatever the case may be. Are you guys really going to be building as a man community? And I highly doubt it. I would bet no. I would bet you'll see chaos over there. You'll see destruction. You'll see them fighting. You'll see them trying to blame a whole nother situation now because they can't blame the women and children. But I feel as the women's community, when we're all safe and having that little small community, we'll be actually safe. We'll be better. We'll be building. We have doctors. We have, you know what I'm saying? We have doctors. We have lawyers. We have women who are in, real estate. We have women that are capable. Like the woman brain isn't slow like they keep trying to make it seem. We have women that can build. We just need the access and the funds to do it. And I feel being around Black men is just slowing that up, and children and women are still being hurt. So there's no point in us keep trying to build with them when they need to figure themselves out. Then they can come to their conclusions that, hey, you know what, we were the ones stopping ourselves. It's really not, I mean, yeah, it's white supremacy, but not to the degree that we're saying it. It's not our women, it's really us. And we as men are able to see that now because we're the only ones around each other. They can't really blame us if we're not there. Like the guy said, you can't blame the person if you're not there. Well, as Black women, we ain't gonna be around, so you can't blame us. We're not gonna be there. And you can't blame the children. They're not there. Oh, well, there you go. So that's what I feel. I feel like that's a more idea. I feel like Black women should start looking into divesting, but into like our own community, not really trying to go into other communities. Because I don't feel as safe as we keep trying to like think it is. Like I've seen it. It's not as safe as we keep saying it. It's really not. So I feel like not really divesting to other communities, but more divesting to ourselves. Like what's so wrong with focusing on ourselves as women and focusing on the children? And then the men that are supposedly good, they can come drop some supplies off, drop some wealth off, drop something off, but you can't just have unlimited access anymore. You guys, that privilege has been revoked.
Two things. On whether or not you should date other people, individual choice, I don't care. I think you should go where you're celebrated. I will sing that. But I will underscore something super important. I don't give advice, but the one thing that I will say is please continue, even if you do it in a community, if you do it by yourself, I think it is very important that, and I'm echoing something you just say, if you go out there, please go out there and have your own plan, get your education, make your money, do what you need to do to self-sustain. Whether you're in a community or not, I think that is super important. And do not listen to people talking about, oh, you should come to me and you should be utterly dependent on me. So that part, I would echo, continue doing what you need to do. And I will continue to fight for these student loans to be canceled.
Yeah, but I just feel Black women just like, I feel we're trying to find a another place to go to, and it's like I feel the answers is within ourselves. Like if we really pay attention, we've been perfectly fine when we just focus on ourselves. Like a Black woman, she tends to flourish very well when she just stops listening to everybody and just focus on herself. Even single mothers, when they stop listening to people about, oh, well, you should get a man, or oh, you need to have a man in that kid's life. If I notice the mothers that actually be like, you know, if this is not something for me, that kid still comes out perfectly fine. So it's not that we totally need the man to raise a child. Would it be great if he's there? Yes, if he's sound in the head and actually has like good morals and actually has good characteristics about himself. But if he's not, then that's worse than him being gone. So that's what I'm saying. I feel Black women need to make a community where we can heal, rehabilitate ourselves, get better, and focus on the children, grow the children up with better morals, a better education, grow them up better. We'll still be on American territory. So it isn't like we're just totally away from Black men. For those who seem to just can't get away from, you know, the male privates, it's not that I'm trying to like make it that we're totally away from them, but it's like they're not appreciating the unlimited access that they have to us. So therefore, there shouldn't just be unlimited access to us as women, and even with children, especially since they're not taking care of the community. They're not taking no type of care of the community.
Yeah. I stand, my points still stand, but I can appreciate your position on whether or not you should swirl, let's say.
No, it's not necessarily on swirling, because I don't really care what it is. Black woman, she can do whatever she wants. She want to swirl, she can swirl, she don't want to swirl. But the whole thing is, I'm saying the whole focus on being with a man, period, that's not helping us as Black women. That's really like, that's what I'm saying. I'm noticing when we focus on ourselves and focus on our community, it's great. It's better for our livelihood. But when we tend to focus on, well, because now we have this whole conversation about swirling and this and this. No, when it should be like, hey, you're an educated woman, you're living your best life, and that's great. But now it's like, well, how do I attract a man that swirls? No, that's not the point. The point is live your life and try to help us grow the next generation of Black children as best as you can, if that's what you want to do. But I'm not necessarily, my stance isn't like, oh, divest or not divest. My stance is stop worrying about men, period, worry about yourself and let's get away from these men since they're killing and hurting us and killing and hurting the children and our mothers. And let's stay away from that, grow ourselves up, and then you can even leave the community. But we need a community where Black women have a safe space, where Black women and children have a safe space. We don't have that.
Yeah.
And we don't need Black men to be around that, I feel, because they're not protecting it.
Yeah, I won't push back. And the reason I'm not pushing back is because I think at some point I start stepping into giving advice, and I don't ever want that. But so I appreciate you. Please stay on, and as we watch the final part. Ali, is that how you pronounce your name? Sorry. You're on mute.
Yeah, first of all, I'm super excited because it's the first time that I actually have something to say about something that I watch that you do, and I'm like so happy because I love what you do, and I just love hearing everyone that talks. It's just so interesting. But beyond that, I just find it so sad that I haven't watched the whole live, but I've seen videos pop out talking about the situation with the person that has died, and I find it so sad that um, it's it's almost like the victim is blamed, and the whole swirling um, talk is what people are talking about more than her death, and the sadness that comes with that, losing somebody not only from the community but just a young person that had her whole life in front of her. And I find that to be a good um, how could I say that? Because I'm French, but I would say like a good way to look at what the online community is doing, which is picking sides and not really caring about real situations. In this
Yeah.
in this one, there's somebody that has died, but everyone's talking about their own. Everyone's pushing their own agenda, whether it's people that are for or against quote unquote swirling without even knowing what has happened in this situation. And I found that very, very sad.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I don't like the exploitation of death to push an agenda. I actually find it really annoying. And then when you read the comments, like you said, people blaming her, and it's just horrible.
Huh. I have something quick to say really quick. If you don't mind, Themis.
Go ahead.
Because
Really,
I
really
noticed
quick.
that's possibly where I feel like Black men are probably hating us at. I've been noticing like because some Black men I saw in the comments are like, oh, it's easier to forsake because you're married and yada yada. Okay, I get that. Um, the thing is though, I'm confused with Black women who say they want best for the community, but yet you're willing to have sex with men who aren't helping us and who are harming us. This isn't making sense. Like I don't understand why it's like, oh, but I want a man, I want penis, I want dick. What the hell does that have to do? Like I feel like that's the immaturity, and that's why Black men feel like they have a hold on us as women because it's like, oh, well, I could do whatever I want, and she's still gonna have sex with me. That's really what it's coming out to. It seems like, and I feel like with like how one content creator said like, oh well, abort Black babies. I didn't understand that either because it's like if Black men still know they have access to and you're still gonna have sex and they're not taking care of these children anyway, why the hell are you still wanting to have sex with them? Like why do you even care to have like like that should even turn you on? Like having a man, like knowing that this man is not building, you could see he's not building, you can see he can't have anything, you can see he's not really on that way to that, and that still turns you like that turns you on. I would feel like having power or having wealth or having stuff to pass down would turn you on, not just, oh, well, I still got to get Black dick though. That's why Black men, I feel in a way, are kind of mad at Black women because they feel that
Wait, I
they
wanna,
feel that,
I wanna,
excuse me,
I want
that
to
they
step.
feel that it's like that the women have a way of kind of just being fixated on them. And I feel that's where it's like where some people say like Black male worshiping, because it's like you still want to be with this person sexually, knowing that this person doesn't care for the children nor you. Like, how is that still turning you on as a woman?
All right.
Wait a minute.
So, wait, let me. I want to step back a couple of steps, and I'm gonna ask. Well, questions and comments. So on one hand, I can appreciate the notion that Black women should choose better. I actually don't disagree with this notion, but I don't feel comfortable saying it. Mahogany Pink, Amara has said as much, right? And that's good. I think that's great. Like women having the conversation about choosing better is good. However, it is not in choosing poorly that we have childless father. It is in the absence of the father that we have childless father. Uh, uh, Fatherless children. I don't know what I'm talking about. So when we have fatherless children, it's because the man decided to leave. Now, I agree that when we talk about liability, even in tort law, there is this notion that you can gain some responsibility even though you weren't the one who did the bad thing if you knew there was potential for mishap and you still engage in that way, and there's a percentage point depending on what jurisdiction you're in. However, I am very uncomfortable. I am extremely uncomfortable with the notion that Black men, and you didn't say this, by the way, overtly, I don't think, but I got the feeling that there was, well, Black men have the right to hate us, or I can see, not
No.
right, I can see why Black men would say, would think this or think that. Um, in saying that, and this is not an attack, I can actually appreciate your view. It's just, I think we, in saying choose better, need to take and put responsibility where it needs to go. And yes, I will agree that I would prefer for my mother to have not have, I love my dad, but if I grew up in like a broken home, I would love for my mom to have chosen a man that was better. I would have loved that. But if my mom didn't, and my mom tried with me, and like a biological predisposition is like we all want to have, and not all, if you're asexual, then no, but engage in sexual activity. And so yes, there are consequences, and you have to live with the consequences, i.e., a child, an STD, an STI, whatever. You have to live with that consequence. But we cannot, and I know you don't, ultimately, because of what you said in the beginning, I know you recognize the responsibility of the man to be greater when that man decides to leave his family and leave his child. So while women promote choose better and you guys can be dogmatic in beating each other over the head, not obviously physically but like metaphorically, about choosing better, and you guys can have that conversation, and I appreciate that conversation, I think it's important. But I do think when it comes to, if we're discussing blame and if we're discussing who should be better, I feel like majority of that conversation should be had where Black man is centered. And the kind of pushback against women for their lack of choosing well is a good conversation. It's just not my conversation because I am a man and I am thinking about the responsibility and role of a man, and I don't give women advice. Now, if a man comes on and want an advice, I will give you advice all day. But I think, and that's why I'm so uncomfortable having this part of the conversation, because I fundamentally reject that the problem is in the choosing. I think the problem, based on the research and the stat, is in the man. Now, if men were generally doing well, if the abuse in the Black community was lower than every other community, if Black men weren't disproportionately going to jail, if the leading cause of death for Black men between age 1 to 44, it wasn't homicide, if 25 Black men weren't being killed per day by mostly other Black men, if 4 Black women per day weren't being killed, then I would say, yeah, well, you know what? It's about choosing better. But it's not about choosing better. Now, it's not about you having to restrict sexual access, because we know people engage in rape and rape culture is real. But beyond that, I just think we need to call a spade a spade. I don't know where I got that from. And in this case, we have to look at where the issue lies in the community, and the issue lies with the Black man. And there's a ton of indoctrination going on with Black women about being a ride or die, providing for a man, like literally giving a man everything. So
But I feel like that's my point. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I feel like that's my point. If we're seeing as Black women, like I feel like we need to come to a conclusion like, hey, there's really a small percentage of themists. There's really only a small percentage of good, viable Black men. I'm not understanding how we're saying as women we want better for our community, and we have came to a big conclusion like there's not really all of them like that. And I hear Black women would calmly say, proudly, okay, yeah, there's not good Black men, but you know what? He still have great dick though. And it's like, wait, whoa, that's not our point. As
Wait a
I don't feel like
minute.
that's our point as
Well,
women.
Wait a
I
minute.
like that. And that's the part of the conversation that women will have with women, right? How do women navigate a bad space? So I love the conversation, actually. Amara, Mahogany, and all the other women, you guys can have this. And I think that is great. I'm saying the reason it's uncomfortable for me and why I don't say women should choose better is because as a man, I am going to say man should be better. Not
Yeah, I'm like,
women
wait,
should
yeah,
choose
I feel
better.
like there is no. That's what I was told my husband. There is no choose better because if you guys were all good like you guys are claiming, then there wouldn't have to be no choose better. Any man that the woman picked will be great. But we have came to the conclusion that's a lie. So that means that since choose better, that since there's not really all their great out there, there's choose better is kind of redundant. How do you expect somebody to choose better when there's nothing but trash out there? That's where I was coming from. So then how do you get turned on by trash?
Yeah.
And then I came to that conclusion.
Go ahead, Deanne.
May I speak? Okay. You know, one thing is not going to be good for Black women is to move into a community that is loud, aggressive, and graceless.
Ooh, that's what I was about to say.
Black women are human beings. It is natural for us to desire sex. That's number one. These are the boys next door we're talking about. And even though they are fallen, in the same way that we are not just holes and animals, it is not natural for us to consider our brothers trash. If we may be forced to the conclusion that they may not be worth breeding with, but it's natural for us to be turned on by attractive men, and there are attractive men of African descent around the world.
I'm sorry.
How?
Sorry, really quick though.
Are you
I feel like as
interrupting
a
me?
woman,
No,
you can't be
ma'am.
attracted
I listened
who's
to
doing
you.
wrong.
You spoke.
Wait.
You
All right,
spoke
wait, can
for
we?
a long time.
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
So you need to listen
Let's
for a
have
moment.
Deanne. Let's have Deanne finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Deanne.
And this is what I'm talking about. So we're going to all go off and build. I listened to you for a good 10 minutes, but maybe not that long, but a good long time. And you have to cut back in. I wouldn't go to any community you were running, ma'am. Period. Black women are going to come hurt and wounded. And to hear this approach is not going to be healing. So we're going to get by ourselves and we're going to have this level of discourse. We're not going to show grace to our sisters that have done the best they can, growing up in the same damaged communities as everyone else, having grown up with a certain number of expectations. And yes, they have been disappointed, but they are turned on because they are human females. And they do not necessarily, not all of them necessarily grew up with access to different kinds of men. So what were they supposed to do when they hit adolescence? I am almost a 41-year-old virgin. There's very few people that can understand the kind of discipline that takes to do that. Most people are not called to that. And I'm a community servant on that level. But if you're not called to it, it's not going to be possible. So we're going to come up here and express all this vitriol for these women who have been damaged. It's natural for women to want to mate with men. It is natural for Black women to want to date with the men that they grew up with. And if this did not happen from generation to generation, if our ancestors who were women who watched Black men fail them in slavery because Black men at that time could not protect us, if they had not mated with these men after slavery and every time, we wouldn't even be here. So my point is, before we get off into these communities by ourselves, we need to promote a lot of healing before we do that, because ma'am, this was not it. Consider the way that you approach this conversation. Now, the men, when they come up here like this, I let them know this ain't it. I don't play favorites. I understand your frustration. But we're not going to just blame the sisters for what's going on when you got all these absent men who are here. And we are not going to be able to successfully get away if we cannot give grace to each other. The numbers say what they say, but I've been a Black woman for almost 41 years, and I know how we tear each other down too. And I'm not thinking about moving somewhere because that would not go as well. I'm a fairly restrained person. But this would not go as well if it was one-on-one, because that is not how we're going to do this. We are not going to hit women who are damaged over the head and expect that we're going to be able to get together and heal. That is simply not going to happen. And I do not want people to have unreal expectations. Sexual desires are extremely difficult to control. So if you grew up with the boys next door, you're probably going to have sex with them because it's natural to do that. And if you didn't, you were called to being able to do that. So we're not going to blame Black women, because what is the thing we want Black men to treat Black women like they are full human beings? Well, that also means we have to do a little bit of work to give each other grace as flawed, vulnerable human beings. Okay, now I have been upset enough today, because now full Black community has me pretty ticked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back later, Themas. But this was we're not going to do this. We are not, as Black women, going to perpetuate this nonsense of blaming ourselves when there's a whole nother half of the Black community, and we're not going nowhere doing anything with anybody who has no grace toward the suffering of our sisters. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Thank you, Deanne. I hope don't leave yet, Deanne. Don't leave. I want Ty's wife to respond, and I would like for you to hear. So, because I think she was just to hear that, and then go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I hear what Deanne is saying. I understand it. My stance is coming from, I feel men should be better, regardless of what community you come from. Now, as Black women, we're at a disadvantage when it comes to our men. And I am saying that since we are seeing that there's not a huge pool of Black men to choose from, that then we should leave, go to or make our own community. And then I didn't say nothing about, oh, you cannot have sex with Black men. But I am saying is that we need a better place to vet them, because I'm noticing the access that they have to us now is not getting us. It's harder for women to vet. It's harder for men. Men are even lying for men, like, oh yeah, he's a good man and all this and all that. So we need a better place to get ourselves together, I feel, as women. And we need a place for the children to be safe overall. That's who my main concern is, the children. I feel that at the end of the day, Black men do not care about the children. So there's really no point for us to even be fraternizing with them. They don't care for us as a community. So therefore, what is the point of having any type of sexual intercourse with them, especially if you know the odds of you having sex with this Black man, he's possibly not really a good, valuable Black man. He's not helpful. He's not.
But Ty, you don't have to leave the community in order to do that. Like I'm living by myself in a good neighborhood. Like, you think about the individual Black woman, that we don't have to all go merge together. We just all have to take on that responsibility of really closing our legs until we get married, or really vetting people, or actually taking on the consequences of knowing that if we do end up getting pregnant or anything happens, that's our responsibility. Like, that's how I see it. The world that we're living in is very matter of factual. You can't make anybody other than yourself do something that you want to do. So at the end of the day, the guys are going to do what they're going to do. Women have to understand that and move accordingly. It's simple as that. And you have to teach your daughters as early as you can, because the men, like the guy that was just talking earlier, they don't teach them. They just expect them to take their lead. And that's not how it works. They follow future. So we can't control it. We just have to teach our daughters to be able to know what's right from wrong, know when someone's lying, know when someone's just saying words and not showing with actions. And then maybe, I think I'm seeing a difference in the men around me from in the past like 10 years. But I feel like that's how it's gonna have to work. We have to start with ourselves. We can't move to a society where we all aren't gonna get along. Like, let's just be real. We're not all gonna get along. We never do. But we
Yeah.
understand each other. We
I
understand
mean,
each other, and that's important.
All right. What's that, Mahogany?
Yeah, no,
Go
I
ahead.
agree with Amara. Nobody wants to see women of all races decenter men from their sense of self-worth and validation and their life goals and long-term plans more than I do. I do. I want to decenter men from the conversation. I really do.
yes.
That being said, um, I I find it very frustrating when we are on the topic of Black women having difficulty finding adequate partners, and the go-to conversation is always, well, can women just abstain from having partners, period? And you're not the first person to have this conversation. I was at a university that was having a conversation about Black women having difficulties with finding husbands, and the conversation from some very liberal white women was, well, maybe Black women don't need to get married, maybe they can find fulfillment in a myriad of other places, like, casual sexual partners plus besties plus travel buddies, etc. Maybe Black women don't have to get married. Maybe women don't have to get married, Black women. And maybe Black women don't have to have everything that women from other communities do have. But I find it very troubling that when Black women run into social problems, the immediate answer is, well, maybe Black women can just do without. I don't think celibacy is the answer to not having adequate men in the community for Black women, nor do I think that that's a realistic solution, running off and having your own community. I mean, let's be real, that's never going to happen. But even if that were an option, I find it very disturbing that we always go, well, maybe Black women just don't need to have sex, or maybe Black women just don't need to have husbands, or maybe Black women should just go off and have a, Golden Girls, shout out to Betty White, some sort of Golden Girls corral and just live like hermits by themselves. Why do Black women have to do that and not white women and not Asian women? And I get it. There's no such thing as a safe community when you're amongst a community of men. That's just a sad truth. But there's only one community that's killing Black women every couple of hours, and that's on Betty White. So maybe we can look at some solutions where Black women can actually get what it is that they want, which is happiness, marriage, stability, so on and so forth. And I don't know if that's necessarily completely removing themselves from half of the total population. That was my point. Sorry, Themis. I know you
No,
want to
no.
play your clip.
No. This was a great convo, and I took the backseat to it because I am not here to tell women what to do outside of get your degree and make your money. Other than that, the conversation about what women should do should probably be left to women, because Black men, we can't get our stuff together. So I have no right to tell you what to do outside of what I know statistically work, and that is your degree and your money. So love hearing the conversation. I was a fly on the wall.
May I say something as either a reform one of those people she was talking about? Can you hear
Wait,
me?
what? Go ahead.
No, I was saying, can I say something to what Ty had said as a single mother?
Oh, Vitamin. I didn't know who that was.
It's
Sorry. Go ahead.
me.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if it was someone who spoke already, and I was like, oh, okay, go ahead. No, you're fine.
So at 36 years old now, I agree with some of what you said because I have found the joys and the peace of celibacy. But as someone who became a mother for the first time 2 weeks before my 19th birthday, it is completely unfair and completely unfound. Well, I won't say unfounded, but disconnected from the experience of a lot of young kids. Like at the end of the day, every single mother isn't what the manosphere tries to paint them out to be, is just this wild, someone who's reveling in debauchery for absolutely no reason and, just wants to be wild and do these things. A lot of women, a lot of young girls are having babies because they just went out and had sex. And that was all they went out to do. And I'm not saying that it's right, but like Deanne was saying, at 36, I can give myself the matronly grace to understand that I wasn't in a space to be making these types of lofty decisions for the community. I was just living my life and I had to learn. And sometimes when you learn, you make missteps. And when you make missteps and you have people, and not just people, but the people that live in your head based off of the societal standards, pointing a finger at you, then it makes it really hard to heal when you're constantly in a state of having to defend yourself against abuse. Because if somebody doesn't know you, doesn't know your story, but they have all these really strong opinions about what you should have done or what you should be doing, that's not really help. And it doesn't come from the place it needs to come from. It's abusive, even if it's not meant to be, because it can be from well-meaning people. And, not to plug myself or anything, but just because it's relevant, that picture right there, that's my book. And from the time I became a mother at 18 years old, I knew that I was going to do something like that. I knew that I was going through something significant. I knew it was a journey.
Can you email me, by the way, separately, a link to your book so that
I
I can
emailed
purchase
you my
it?
book months ago, Themis.
No, oh, well,
He said
can you email it to me again?
I sure will. I'm
No,
happy
don't
to do
email me
so.
the book, but like a link to purchase the book.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Oh, all
And
right, great. Send me the link. Let me.
and I have a free chapter on my Instagram page, Level Up Single Mom.
Yeah.
But
I would
yeah.
love to read it. I did not read it if you sent it to me, so I apologize. But please send me the link for the Amazon and an Amazon link, and I will definitely read it. Let's hold off on going any further. Wusa, because we're about to hit the new year on the East Coast where I am, and we have like a minute before it's New Year, so I'm just gonna wait. So I can say Happy New Year's. I loved this because the gala that the gala that I was supposed to go to got canceled because of the new variant. So and I canceled my trip to New York because of the gala. Then it got canceled. So I am very happy to be spending New Year's with you guys. Amara, thank you. Mahogany Pink, you just made this such an amazing live stream. Both of you, Deanne, Ty's wife, Ty, Murder Magic Trick, Vitamin, and everyone in the chat, everyone. I appreciate you guys so much, and Happy New Year! It is now the new year for me. If you're not on the
New Year!
Happy
Yes.
New Year!
Woohoo!
Happy
Very
New
good.
Year!
I am so
Happy New Year!
excited. Vote pink in 2022. Period.
Period.
I'm just extremely excited. I don't know, like I don't like this, like I am so connected with you guys on the channel. And I'm so excited. And this live is one of my favorites. And it's not because of the subject, because it was very depressing, but because I got to speak with so many amazing people, but also towards the end right now, I got to learn. So as we go forward, and we're going to listen to the rest of this clip, and then we can celebrate a little bit and then go off to do our own thing. Thank you guys so much for celebrating with me. We're going to move on from this topic now, though. And the reason is I don't feel comfortable being a facilitator for it. So I need to work on my moderating skills. But let's go.
Has identity issues, if the person has a belief system where they don't need no man, which is how this whole conversation starts up, that was taught by the person that stayed. The belief system of the person that stayed is how the young person has grown up. So the young person, so we're running around like gremlins, jumping up and down on police cars. The person that stayed is the reasoning why these people are gremlins. Okay, and that is what I'm saying. Let me finish. We got to take turns, bro.
But I didn't finish mine. Like I have not yet.
Because I need it. Okay, look, let's just take turns. I know I interrupted you, but it's important for me to interrupt you right here because this is important to me. Okay, this is very important to me. Okay, because what happens is we go talking and then we go on something else. So the problem is, you blame nobody. So that's the first thing. Okay, but the bottom line is how a person grows up, their belief system, how they operate, their level of trauma comes from the person that stayed. Okay, you can say a person that has worried about their dad left and they may feel like they weren't good enough. That could have came from the person that left. The person that has abandonment issues, yeah, that person that could have came from who left. But when it comes to everything else that the person is dealing with, they're anxious. All these different issues of trauma. What happened to them? You know, I don't whether they're emmed or ard. I don't want to say the word. That comes from their environment presently that they're in. You know what I'm saying?
And you don't see how the father not being there would play. First of all, psychotherapists will tell you that the abandonment issue is not the only thing absent when a child who is either anxiously or sort of even those who are who have normal attachment styles with their parent, right? It goes through the window and it shows up in your adulthood in a lot of different ways. So I reject the notion that the person who leaving the mother in this case to take on the role of both the provider, the protector, the caregiver, all of that they are not to be blamed mostly for the way the child turns out, because you, a pillar of the family, is no longer there. The family is now attempting to survive on a singular pillar. In this case, even if you're not fulfilling your duty as a mother completely right, you're also not fulfilling your role as a father completely correct. And so we have one person there trying to hold up a family, and we are still blaming that one individual for how the child comes up when the other person just ups and leaves. If the mom ups and leaves, like the dad ups and leaves, that child will probably die and not survive. So it doesn't.
No. Single father households are as traumatic as single mother households. Single fathers ruin their kids' lives as much as single mothers do. So my point is, the single parent, it's not enough to be a single parent. So regardless if it's a man or a woman, if they are left, and remember I said if the father stays and the mother leaves, the father ruins the child. Anybody grew up with a single father? He literally ruined your whole life. So he taught you the same old dumb mess that the women don't trust these men. So hold on, let me finish, man. Let me finish. Let me finish. So what I'm saying is, require marriage. Okay, that is my number one point. Okay. Ladies, require marriage. If a man has not married you, do not give him access to your egg. Okay? That's all I'm really saying. Okay? Because women love to sit here and say there are no good men. So why are there so many damn babies out here if there are no good men? Because the women are choosing to have babies with men that in their own assumption or way of looking at are not good men. So leave these men alone and require more out of your life and require more out of your potential legacy by having standards. And look at a man with scrutiny, just like when you look at working at McDonald's versus working at T. Rowe Price with scrutiny. And that is my point. So I'm about to end the live, but go ahead, finish it.
The logical extreme of your argument that you blame the one that is
I'm not blaming anybody, bro. How many times do I got to say? This is what's getting annoying. You keep saying so.
Sorry, I'm pausing because you are blaming. You literally just said the word blame. You are. But let's continue because you don't want to blame because you know who would be blamed. But continue.
This is not about blaming, sir. This is about requiring marriage. Require marriage. And remember, and this is proof that I'm not blaming anybody, sir. Stop for a second. Stop, because I'm getting annoyed.
Let me talk.
I literally said that I ain't even talking about the generation of people who did all the dumb mess already. I'm talking about the younger generation who haven't. The people in this chat that have not had children already. Learn from our mistakes and require marriage when you come up to bat. Don't do the same things that your mom did, that your dad did, that your aunt did, that your grandmother did. Change the narrative by requiring marriage because your mother got with a man that was a plumb loser. And the reason why he ain't around is because your mom had unprotected sex with him and he's a loser. Don't do that. So while you're saying, while you're blaming this and that, I'm on to other things, which is the next generation. While you're still over here, you're blaming it. I'm talking to the next generation. Some of these women have no children yet. I'm talking to them. I'm talking to the woman who has one child and is having sex with a dude that's living with her right now. I'm telling her, like, stop before you make a mistake. Pay attention to this man. He's living with you because he doesn't have anywhere to live. Do you really want this man in particular to be the father of your child? Look for somebody that can lead you. Kick this man out and make him homeless and come holler at Themis. But get him out your house and focus on strong men that can lead you.
And I'm guessing you want
when he should be talking to the men.
I don't disagree completely with marrying her. I would talk to people who think marrying someone separates them and their child. But I won't push back against the narrative that you need to marry first. I don't plan to push back against narrative. I just find it hugely problematic when we as men, and maybe this is not what you were doing, so I apologize, but it feels like, based on what was being said, that we are putting the onus of community building on women. Feminists would agree with you, but I think men...
Brother, you still talking about blaming and onus and all this stuff. I said what I said, and it seems like you don't want to have the conversation of what we're talking about. So I got to bid you goodbye, but there's no disrespect. But you got to understand, I have a responsibility to the viewers to not just be going back and forth about the same stuff, because then they're going to be like, yo, he keeps saying the same stuff, or Aaron keeps saying the same stuff. You get what I'm saying? So I don't want to mean any disrespect, but I just want to end this conversation with respect.
I don't think
we keep going back and forth with the same stuff, and it's not entertaining anymore. This is YouTube.
I entertain people, but I accept that. I don't.
Well, everything we watch has some type of entertainment value. You know.
I don't stand for people, but I don't feel that. I do appreciate the time, and thank you for having me.
I appreciate.
All right.
So it's entertainment.
Oh yeah. Okay, there you go. So that's it. That's it.
Got it. That's why you can't argue a point
Well, that's
and
all
get
that it
it
is.
all the way to the
Absolutely.
end.
It was pure entertainment. It was absolutely. He knows he's full of it. He knows it.
Yeah, and the goalpost kept marriage is not magic. Marriage is magic to him, but he is divorced. I'm glad it ended on that note. I try very desperately to continue to maintain grace and patience and all of that stuff. And so I will apologize and I will try my best to, and even when I'm on Clubhouse, there are times when men are like, oh, F you, blah, 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 and they're yelling. And in those moments, I sit and I sort of meditate and I try to filter all of the curse words and find like the meaning in what they're saying. And I do this continuously because I do think patience is a muscle that you have to train. I think leadership requires it, and grace is something you have to learn to give. So I do practice. I lose patience a lot of the times too. But in this conversation, I really wanted to get to his point. And his point is he doesn't know what he's talking about, essentially, because if you decide that you are going to train Black women essentially to be better mothers, you are saying the problem is Black women, or at least Black women are the ones that are coachable enough to change the community, right? But there is blame to be going around. And if you do not want to diagnose the problem, sir, you cannot fix the problem, because a diagnosis of the problem in the Black community might lead you to white supremacy. A diagnosis of the problem in the Black community might lead to individual agency. If it goes to individual agency, and white supremacy is not that big inhibitor, what we're going to find is that Black men have acted poorly, right? And so it's an interesting thing, because if we're going to fix a problem in the community, you have to first identify it. If it is Black men, your focus on Black women to fix Black men seems odd to me and off. But also, if you have not investigate and come to that conclusion that Black men are the problem and you are just randomly choosing to make Black women better, if Black women get any better, and I'm here for self-improvement, it's just going to be such a huge disparity between Black women and Black men. And I think Black women should continue to get better. But you, sir, as a man, we are in the house that is burning, and you are out there throwing water on another house that is not, it is not the one that needs the water. It's not the one that needs the water. You are dumping water that men need, which is you telling them and holding them accountable, telling them what accountability is and holding them accountable. That's what you need to be doing to men. And I don't understand why you felt the need. I literally, and we know you don't know what you're doing because we talked about at least 4 different topics. Every single time you had to pivot. Every single time you had to pivot. There is no point in this conversation where you made a solid claim that would have anyone with any sense say, you know what, I'm going to switch over to your side of thinking. Anyone who want to think like you already thought like you. And I saw the chat, and there were people who were like, I didn't know these people, and they were like, "Oh, I see what he is saying. Are you sure?" Blah blah blah. And then people were like, "Oh, this is getting boring." So it is what it is. Anyway, anyone can take it after that.
I just think that the fact that he was so frustrated by your decision to keep harping on the fact that he was blaming women for the destruction of the Black community shows how much he's not committed to the idea of it. And yet he repeats it so often because narratives are very important. He could say, I believe that women should stop having unprotected sex for X reason, fill in the blank. The possibilities are endless for all of the reasons that you can make, but he makes a specific narrative. Women are birthing gremlins who are destroying the community. He started off with that. He continued to run with that. And the fact that when that was challenged, he said, you're detracting from the point. This is getting boring. I keep going back and forth. Just shows how much he's not even committed to the very premise with which he based the entire live stream on. And I think that it's because it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the fireworks going on. I am in New York right now, and I didn't realize how noisy New York is on New Year's Eve. But just
I love hearing the fireworks, by the way.
Oh, you okay? Cool. And so it's really interesting how he's just not committed to that idea. And I don't think he is because it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. The reality is, if you want the Black community to be better, then the men have to be better. You can circle the parking lot on that idea, trying to find a better spot as many times as you want, but you will not get closer than that. It doesn't matter what you think. That is the answer. That is the only problem. That is the only solution. The men have to be better, and they have to do it by themselves. That's it. And anything else is just white noise. And I find all of it is what you said, negotiating a surrender of an inability to create a better community, or a sort of laziness, or just an understanding that you don't have what it takes and you don't want to get what it takes. And you have defaulted to blaming everyone else for your problems. It's such a default position that you don't know how to come up with anything better. And to Chakra Love, I am going to make another video. I promise it's coming. I'm sorry that my videos take so long. They actually take very long to edit. But yes. So with that being said, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
By
I
the
wanted
way,
to jump in.
Vitamin, I just purchased your book. I just got the confirmation. So I'm looking forward to reading it. It's coming Amazon Prime, I think. So very excited for your book. Go ahead.
Oh wait, who's talking? Who's
Amara?
talking? Okay. So I was gonna say, I think his main point was that the new generation of women have to listen to him and save themselves until marriage, instead of him. And he's saying that he's teaching the new generation of women. And I just feel like at his age, he should be teaching his children. He should have already had a wife. He should have already been established. He should have been already had everything going for him. And he should be teaching his children the way he did it. But instead, he's teaching other people's children, women, when he can be talking to men his age who should be teaching their children. That's all I wanted to say. Like it's like, and then when you back him into a corner with certain topics, like the man taking a responsibility, like he gives the consciousness to the hole, but there's no consciousness to the penis that's going in the hole. It's just the hole. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you're not going to take responsibility for anything, and you're teaching young women that you're not going to take responsibility for anything. And I just think it's really crazy, and it should be taken off the internet, because, like I said, I think it's sinister. I think it's like devilish. But anyways.
Thank you. I actually downloaded this video as soon as I came off because I thought he was going to be embarrassed and remove it, but he left it up. I think it's one of his, well, let me not say that, but yeah, so he kept it up and I was like, oh, all right. I mean, period. Vitamin, go ahead. Each person is doing their last words, by the way. Vitamin? Oh. All right, Deanne.
All right. First of all, Happy New Year to all of you who are on the East Coast. Happy New Year. We're still on Pacific time, so we've got a couple hours left. Today was eye-opening, but difficult. I have been a community servant for next year will make 25 years, and I am not yet 41 years old. I will be in January. And today epitomized what anyone called to serve the community is really up against. If I had to say anything to you in 2022, we as Black people are still fighting in our heads the first fight that we were fighting from the time we came here in 1619. We must learn how to see each other as full human beings with full human needs. Black women are human beings. We need to make better decisions about a lot of things. Granted, I don't disagree with that. I teach responsibility to younger women and younger men around sexuality. It's part of being a Christian Sunday school teacher and mentor. But the thing about it is, we also just have to, this man that we listen to today has judged himself and 23 million people powerless and reduced another 24 million people to just a wet hole that 23 billion wants to get into. The level of degradation that we are struggling against. So what I encourage all of you to do is understand that we as Black people and as Black women, I'm not leaving you out, but I'm just saying something for the ladies. We are full-fledged human beings. We need safety, security, and also most of us need to have sex. So how do you make the best decisions possible? And then how do we understand that our sisters are trying to figure this out just like we are and help them? Not everybody is going to be able to move into a woman-only community. That's not going to be for 24 million people. But how do we acknowledge our sisters where they are and help them as much as we can? I don't have an answer, but let's recognize our humanity. Do we need to make better decisions? Yes. Do we need to not deal with men who do not know how to make a good decision if it was handed to them in a paper bag? Yes. That's why I'm on Themis' show and not Dennis Berlin's show. Okay, we do need to make good decisions about what men we even in virtual presence. Granted, I agree with all that. But let's not fail to give each other grace as fellow vulnerable, wounded human beings and help one another. For 2022, if I have a New Year's wish for any of you, and this is for the men and for the women, recognize your humanity and honor that. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Ty.
Good night, Dean.
Ty.
Hey, it's the husband. Well, my wife's on the phone right now. I would say for my last words, my wife was just up here, very passionate. So I would say first for the women, for some of you guys, just take what you can from that. And I do hope it helps. For the Black men, I would say going into 2022, we need to, and I believe I've said this before, we probably need to stop. I'll say it a different way this time. I felt as Black men, we need to build up our morality to teach it to our sons and nephews and so on. And also we need to become less comfortable living in poverty. For 2022, I feel building a moral character and help if you got a family, if you got a girlfriend, whichever or whatever. Well, actually, whatever sexuality you are, that doesn't even matter. I take that back. As Black men, we need to build up our moral character base and actually fight to get out of poverty instead of becoming comfortable in poverty and having whatever partner you have, having them settle for being comfortable with you in poverty as well. And I think that's about it.
Thank you. Did Concern speak yet?
No, not yet.
Go
So I
ahead.
have 2 points. One is that he's so short-sighted because even in the decision to say that these generations are lost, so he's not going to focus, even if that was your plan, like you're not good at following instructions from other people, because you would have known that generations do matter. Like, you can't just wait for a generation to die off. That generation can do a whole lot of damage while they're there and make it very difficult to repair for the generation you have coming up. Like, it's just so short-sighted and bad logic and bad strategy, and it's so demonstrably not going to work. It's like they're just not taking notes and at all. And so it's just really hard to it's really hard to stay hopeful. I am not divested. I will completely admit that. Whatever it means about me, it's just true. I am not divested. And then the next thing is, one time I asked some guys, because I argue with my guy friends all the time, where do you go to get your ideas challenged? Because broski, like, you can't just say everything off the top of your head. You can go out here and embarrass yourself like this, man. Like, women would at least, talk to their homegirls and stuff like that before they go out on a public platform and say stuff. Like, this is really another point where I just think that they don't get the opportunity to grow because they don't get an opportunity to get their ideas challenged before they go out there, embarrass themselves, and leave a legacy that just is not encouraging on a global scale to communicate and connect with and work with.
Thank you. I love that. And I'll add with just the level of content coming from the women versus that coming from the men, they're just not even on the same playing field. Like, even the most dogmatic women who are dragging have provided, like, you can be mad at them for the way they say things, but like, you can't be mad at their research. At least if you're comparing it to the, like, I've seen flawed research, but at least they're providing research, right? Like, it's just, there is such a huge disparity when it comes to the level of academic rigor and research coming from what, like, I'm not going to continue to talk about Mahogany Pink while she is here, because that would weird me out. So let me just leave that alone. But just compare the
Oh, you can talk about me if you'd like.
No, I mean, like, even look at your videos, right? And when you look at the way you put together the research, I mean, I'm not going to say eloquence or anything like that, because everyone knows that it's de facto. But looking at that, and then you look at someone just like, yeah, the research says when Black women interracially marry, they get abused. And I'm like, okay, no. Where is that research? Because that is like unknown to me. Or that they break up. Like, where is that? Because I need to see it. None of these people act like it. People just seem to feel what they want to feel and then come out here and say it and never have to prove anything, because the people in their comment section already agree with them. And it's just like, no, it is wrong. You were wrong. Like, most of what you're saying is wrong. Anywho, sorry. 400 likes. Our themist won't invite me back. Let me just say, Mahogany, no, that's not true. I love it. I love it. But you are obviously always, always, always welcome back. I think if you are ever up to it, we could just have a conversation, you and I. But yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna be in DC in a couple of weeks for vacation. Maybe I'll look you up.
Oh, if you are here, well, you have my email. If you are here, I will. I'll take you out and show you around town, and you will love it.
Absolutely. It's my favorite city. Something about House of Cards. I love it.
Show you around town, and
Oh,
oh,
is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead, Murder
Yeah.
Magic Trick. We were talking a little bit, but go ahead. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. The audio is acting weird on my phone. So yeah. So what I took away from this whole thing is listen to what the man said. He said that Black women are animals, which means Black men are animals. They don't care about you. They don't care about anybody but themselves. You know, they don't make the great decisions. They just want to pump and dump and leave you to be a single mother. So, you know, abort them. And then they'll ostracize you when you abort them. But at the end of the day, their only options are to go slum in some other man's community or let you be the cleanup woman. And do you want to be the cleanup woman? Because we already know that like Black women are not going to stop having sex with them. But for those of us who can divest and who are attracted to other men, we will divest and we will reserve these men to the thing that other communities reserve them as, which is dick on legs. Let them be dick on legs, let them run the dick and kick them out. Don't let them come in your house, don't let them stay there. They run the dick and they leave. Or you go to their house, you get the dick and you leave. Get that head, get that bread, and leave. Because that's basically what he was saying.
All right, that is what he was saying. Honestly, that is what he was saying. But let me just say, just for clarity purposes, I do not tell. There's an echo somewhere. I do not tell people what to do with their lives. And if you want to have an abortion, I am pro-choice. Like I don't have a right. I don't have a dog in this fight because my body cannot carry children, right? So I don't have a dog in this fight. I will, however, say that the sentiment about aborting kids saddens me. My sadness should not be a determining factor in anyone's decision making. But I will say that saddens me. So I just wanted to point that out, FYI.
Can I say something about the abortion? Just a different perspective since that one's been thrown out there. How about you just don't have sex with men? If you don't think you are ready to be a mother, don't have sex. If you do think you're ready to be a mother, go and do whatever you want. If the man is not going to be with you, he's not going to be with you. If he will, he will. But at the end of the day, don't
because
go
we
out
know
there
Black women are not going
I'm
to
sorry,
stop
friend.
having
Let me
sex with
just
Black
finish what
men.
I'm
Like
saying
we
really
know
quick.
that they are not going to
1
stop
second,
having
boo.
sex.
1 second.
Like you can have sex
No,
with
no,
them.
no, no, no. I'm
Just
not done
don't
with my
get
point.
pregnant and
I'm
abort.
not done with my
Wait,
point,
by the
friend.
Like
way,
if you have to abort,
wait,
abort.
one
That's
second.
not the
All right,
goal, but we know that they're not going to.
let's stop. 2 seconds. Mahogany Pink, we got the 400 likes, so you're back.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
You're back.
Okay, I wanted to just finish what I was saying.
Go ahead, Amara.
Some people can go ahead and, get pregnant and have an abortion or whatever it is, but there are some women who would rather just be more responsible with their body and not take it that far. You know what I mean? There's so many forms of contraception before that, and I think the most important one, if you do decide to have sex, is condoms, because it doesn't only prevent pregnancy, but it prevents STDs. And that's important in our community as well. So the whole aborting babies thing, it just leads to a really nasty door for me, and that's the reason why I don't agree with it. It's just like we should be able to take care of our bodies, and I'm not saying that getting pregnant on accident and then having an abortion is bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like it shouldn't be like oh well got pregnant abortion. Like I don't like that.
Yeah.
We should be more secure with our bodies.
All right. On that note, I'm going to please Mahogany and Amar, you guys don't have to leave because you can be behind the scenes, and I wanted to say something to you guys before we go. But on that note, I'm going to bid you guys a farewell. Thank you all so much for being here. I am not going to give my commentary on the abortion argument because I don't have a dog in this fight regarding that, and I'll just stick to that. It makes me sad, and that's all I have to say. Have a wonderful night. Bye. Now you know we're part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so the after credits. Let me stop. I'm pretty sure that is a joke, and I do not want to be sued. Here we go. The debate is going to be on the 28th. The prompt is the first world involvement in the global community a net negative or net positive? You can email the moderators if you would like to be a part of a team. We are still working out what the prices is going to be. The last time it was $500. I think people are kind of annoyed with money. You guys have too much of it. So we're going to try to be more creative in terms of the prize. I'm probably going to come up with a trophy or something. We will see, but I appreciate it. Thank you guys all for being here. It was such a pleasure. I am excited. We brought in the New Year's, and I'm going to start posting on my second channel now, where it's going to be more didactic. I'm going to be giving advice here. On this channel, I don't do so much of that. So thank you guys again. Murder Magic Trick, I hope you didn't feel anyway like I am not opposed to, like, I cannot tell a woman what to do with her body. I'm not going to do that. So I hope you understand that, like, that wasn't a pushback against you, and we can have differing opinions and still be okay. Good night, guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye.
Good night.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah.
Happy New Year.